Chapter 1 Wonder Woman. In a dense forest, a man and a woman are facing each other. The tall and beautiful woman in a short leather skirt looked up and down Wu Fan with alert and curiosity, and asked, "Are you a man?" Wu Fan was speechless for a while, looked at the other party and replied, "It's obvious, isn't it?" The beautiful woman looked up and down Wu Fan, then lowered her head to look at the towering front of her chest, and asked curiously, "This is the difference between men and women?" Ahem, apart from that, men and women have some other differences. For example, the woman continued to ask curiously. Ahem, this is more complicated. If you are interested, we have the opportunity to discuss it in depth. Wu Fan felt that his words were somewhat suspicious, and hurriedly changed the subject and said, "As for now, tell me where this is? Who are you?" "This is Paradise Island. I am the Amazon Princess Diana." Diana replied. "Paradise Island? Amazon Princess Diana? Isn't this Wonder Woman? Did you cross into the DC world? This is a big joke. The danger factor of this world is simply hell level. Superhero walks everywhere, supervillains are as many as dogs, and the world is about to be destroyed at every turn. It's crazy. How could I be so unlucky, crossing into such a dangerous world?" Wu Fan was not originally from this world. Just a few hours ago, he was a program tester for a game company. However, just today, when he was testing the lottery system of a game, the computer suddenly exploded. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself crossing. He also had a lottery system for the heavens and worlds in his mind, and he was given a chance to draw a lottery for novices. Wu Fan chose to use the lottery opportunity without hesitation, and then he got a skill called 100% taken by empty hands. Right. It is Li Jing's skill that never hurts people in 100,000 cold jokes. The introduction of the system to this skill is that whenever a weapon is held in hand, it will automatically trigger the effect of being 100% empty-handed. Definitely, whether this skill is triggered or not is determined by Wu Fan's subjective consciousness. That is to say, the effect of this skill will only be triggered when Wu Fan wants to use 100% and is empty-handed. However, it is undeniable that, as Wu Fan's only skill today, it can't cause any damage to the enemy except for making the enemy kneel after it is cast. In such a dangerous world, but there is only one such unreliable skill. Is there anything more cheating than this? Who are you? Why are you here? Diana frowned and asked Wu Fan, who was in a sluggish state. The reason why I am here is more complicated. Even I don't know how to say it myself, but you can rest assured that I am a good person and have absolutely no malice towards Paradise Island. Wu Fan replied. Diana looked at Wu Fan with beautiful eyes and said, "Mother said that men are not good people. When you meet your mother, under the mantra lasso, you will know if you are really good." Although Wu Fan is just a passerby fan of DC, he also knows that Amazon Queen Hippolyte has no affection for men. If you were taken to see Hippolyte, you would probably end up in prison on Paradise Island until you die of old age. Diana, I don't think you need to trouble your mother with this little thing. After all, your mother, as the queen of the Amazons, should be very busy at ordinary times. Wu Fan said. No. Diana narrowed her beautiful eyes and slowly pulled out the long sword behind her back. Wu Fan sighed in his heart, and picked up a 3-foot-long branch from the ground. In Ardaxia, the real masters of plants, trees, bamboo, and stones can all be swords. If you can catch my sword, I will leave it at your disposal. After finishing speaking, Wu Fan held his left hand behind him, and held a branch in his right hand, showing the Grand Master's attitude. To put it bluntly, it is pretending to be coercion. After all, at least this can be deadly handsome. Diana glanced at the branch in Wu Fan's hand, and asked with a slightly raised eyebrow, "Do you want to use this branch to defeat me?" Wu Fan smiled faintly, staring at Diana and said, "Be careful. I'm going to make a move." When Diana saw Wu Fan's serious tone, her expression was indifferent, and her face also showed a serious look. "Look at the sword." Wu Fan swung out the sword with a branch in his hand. Diana was standing by, seeing the branch in Wu Fan's hand swinging out. She was ready to resist with the long sword in her hand. However, at this moment, Diana's inexplicable power descended on her, and her body was completely out of her control. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground, and her body instantly came to Wu Fan's body. Her knees softened, and she knelt down with a plop, her hands folded over her head, and she clamped the branch in Wu Fan's hand. Diana looked dazed, completely confused about what was going on. How could one's body suddenly become uncontrollable, and run over to take the empty-handed in such a shameful posture? She wanted to stand up from the ground, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't stand up. "Don't waste your efforts. I am 100% empty-handed in this trick. Even if you are a demigod, you will never be able to resist it." Wu Fan held a branch in one hand and held the other behind him, showing his mastery. Condescendingly looked at Diana on her knees in front of her and said, "Looking at Diana from this angle, the towering of this Wonder Woman seems a bit more magnificent." Diana. 100% empty-handed? What the hell? There is such an ability in this world? Thinking of the feeling that the body was uncontrollable and took the blade empty-handed, Diana secretly said in her heart, "This is at least the ability of the alter reality causal rule, right? Although I am not your opponent, there are hundreds of female warriors in the Amazons. How many people can you attack?" Wu Fan smiled faintly and said, "Oh, forgot to tell you. I was 100% empty-handed and there is a second style. As long as I cut out with a single sword, no matter how many enemies are, I will kneel down. Furthermore, when Huaxia's masters have cultivated to a high level of skill, they can even use their eyes instead of swords, and at that time, they will kneel in front of me, whether you are a god or a human." In fact, Wu Fan did not expect to be 100% empty-handed to be so powerful. With this sword cut, even the director of the Universe Family Planning Office Thanos has to kneel. Diana. It is true that the Queen said that men are not good people. Although it was the first time I saw a creature like a man, Wu Fan left an impression in Diana's heart that a man is a big pig's hoof. But this man's ability is so powerful. Chapter 2, 100% taken unarmed, second form. Rumble. At this moment, a plane with thick smoke roared past their heads and crashed towards the northern seashore of Paradise Island. What's that? Diana frowned and thought in her heart. Diana grew up on Paradise Island, isolated from the rest of the world, and naturally she has never seen an airplane. It seems that the story of Wonder Woman has already begun. Wu Fan couldn't help muttering to himself when he saw this scene. What did you say? Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. Oh, nothing. Wu Fan replied, shaking his head. Naturally, he would not say that you are actually the heroine of a movie, and now the plot has begun such stupid things. Hurry up and let me go, I want to go over and see what's going on. Diana, who was kneeling on the ground, stared at Wu Fan and said. Let go of you, but you have to promise me a condition. Wu Fan looked at Diana and said lightly. Diana frowned and asked, what conditions? Wu Fan said, after I let you go, you can't attack me, and if your mother wants to deal with me, you have to help me stop her. Diana knew that if the man in front of him had the same ability as he said, I am afraid that the entire Amazon female warrior on Paradise Island would not be his opponent. After all, it only takes one sword to cut it out and everyone kneels down. Ability is really bug. Okay, I promise you, can you let me go? Diana snorted. Wu Fan pulled the branch back. Diana hurriedly got up, glared at Wu Fan and ran towards the direction of the plane's fall. Wu Fan only felt that the figure in front of him flickered, and Diana was no longer in sight. Turning his head to look around, I saw Diana had run 500 meters. Wonder Woman deserves to be one of the 3 giants of the Justice League. Fortunately, she took the lead before. Otherwise, at the speed of the opponent, I am afraid that she will be taken down before she can make a move. With this in mind, Wu Fan kept walking and headed in the direction where the plane fell. When the two arrived at the place where the plane crashed, they saw the wreckage of the plane floating above the sea. A white man in military uniform floated motionless on the sea, apparently drowning. Due to the stalemate between Diana and Wu Fan just now, they did not rush to rescue Steve Trevor in time as in the plot, so after the plane crashed into the sea, the hero in Wonder Woman was drowned. Bang! 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 At this moment, there was a gunshot from a distance. What's that sound? Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. It's gunshots. Wu Fan replied. Gunshots? Diana frowned and looked confused. That's a weapon that uses gunpowder to excite. Let's go and take a look over there now. Wu Fan said. Good. Diana nodded and said. The two turned around a cliff, and suddenly saw a group of German soldiers in military uniforms on the beach by the sea raising their spears and fighting with the Amazons. It was apparently the first time an Amazon female soldier saw a rifle, and was caught off guard. Not even the female soldier was injured. When Diana saw this, she was furious, carrying a long sword and rushing towards the group of German soldiers. Wu Fan stretched out her hand to hold her, took the long sword from her hand, and said with a self-confidence, "Isn't it just a group of young people? Why bother so hard? Look at me." Holding a long sword in his hand, Wu Fan said in his heart. It's time to show the real technique. Look at the sword. Wu Fan held a long sword and slashed out with a sword. The Amazon women soldiers on Paradise Island were fighting with the German soldiers, but the next moment, all the German soldiers in front of them were gone, and they were all taken aback. Who are you? What did you do to us? A horrified voice sounded. The female soldiers were shocked when they heard the sound. A few tens of meters away from them, a German officer knelt in front of Wu Fan, holding the long sword with his hands folded, looking at the man holding the long sword in front of him with a look of horror. Behind him, dozens of German soldiers knelt down neatly side by side, with their hands folded above their heads, maintaining the same posture as the officer. When the Amazon Queen Hippolyte and other Amazon female warriors on Paradise Island saw this scene, they were all bewildered. What's happening here? Who is this man? Why did these enemies suddenly kneel before him in that weird posture? At this time, Diana walked to Wu Fan's side, looking at Wu Fan's eyes full of complexity. It turned out that what this man said was true, he could really go down with a sword, and all enemies would kneel. Thank you. Diana knew that if it hadn't been for the help of the man in front of her, more people might be injured or even killed by the Amazon female warrior facing a gun for the first time. So despite the complicated emotions in her heart, Diana still said thank you. At this time, the Amazonian female warriors also recovered from the confusion, and surrounded them one after another. The swords and bows in their hands were pointed at Wu Fan and the group of German soldiers who were kneeling on the ground. Diana thought of agreeing to Wu Fan's promise, and immediately said, "Catch up those who are kneeling, as for that man. He is not our enemy." When the Amazon women warriors heard the words, they were stunned and looked at the Queen Hippolyte who was walking slowly. "Do as Diana said." Hippolyte said. "Yes." The female soldiers replied, and stepped forward to arrest all the kneeling German soldiers. Hippolyte looked at Wu Fan and asked, "Who are you? Why did you appear on Paradise Island?" "My name is Wu Fan. As for why I came to Paradise Island, to be honest, I don't know myself." Wu Fan replied. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Ready to find the little devils to settle accounts. Then who are the soldiers who fought with us just now? Hippolyte looked at Wu Fan and asked. Wu Fan looked at Hippolyte and said, "The Second World War broke out in the outside world, and many countries have been involved. And that group of soldiers belonged to one of the countries that initiated the war." Hippolyte watched Wu Fan, and her thousands of years of experience made her feel that Wu Fan did not lie. Diana looked at the German soldiers who were captured by the Amazons, and her first feeling was that Ares, the god of war, had returned. The world war that Wu Fan said was the conspiracy of Ares. Mother, Ares must be back. This war is his conspiracy. We can't just wait and die like this. Diana said firmly in her eyes, I'm going to stop him. I can't let him kill the innocent. I won't let you go. Hippolyte rebuffed Diana, then looked at Wu Fan and said, Wu Fan, I believe what you said is true, but I hope you can leave Paradise Island as soon as possible. Diana's heart moved. This man's ability is very powerful. If he helps him, maybe he can kill Ares. Mother, it's getting dark, let him live on Paradise Island not tonight, and let him leave until dawn tomorrow. Diana looked at Hippolyte and said. And Hippolyte looked at the sun that was already westward in the sky, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, then let him stay here for one night. Hippolyte turned his gaze to Wu Fan and said, You live on Paradise Island today, but you must leave early tomorrow morning. Wu Fan did not refuse. He had just arrived in this world and took the opportunity to think about how he would develop in the future. Then Hippolyte asked an Amazon female warrior to arrange a room for Wu Fan. In the room, Wu Fan sat on the bed, and roar awakened the system in his heart. System, what function do you have? And why did I travel into this world? The voice of the system resounded in Wu Fan's mind, ding. This system is called the 10,000 Realms Extraction System, and this world is the integrated world of DC and Marvel. The host is currently a novice period. On the 1st of every month, you can get a chance to randomly sample various items or skills from the heavens and the world. After 10 draws, it will be changed to once a year. The lucky draw chance is not accumulative. If you miss the time, the lucky draw chance will be forfeited. This is the integrated world of DC and Marvel. At the moment Wu Fan only has this sentence in his mind. It's just that the DC world itself already feels that it is hell-level difficulty, but I didn't expect there to be a Marvel world. Yes. Wu Fan took a deep breath, and then asked directly, What's the date today? Today is March 23, 1945. The system replied. March 23, 1945? That is to say, after 8 days, can I start the second lottery draw? Wu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, but thought of Daxia today. In the past, Wu Fan was very upset when he saw those novels that traveled to the American manga during World War II and often saw some people helping Europe and the United States deal with Germany, but hardly returning to the motherland to help their compatriots. Now that I have traveled into this world this time, I must return to Daxia to clean up those little devils. After all, as a descendant of Yan Huang, everyone's blood is full of hatred for the Japanese kingdom. It's just a pity that the time period I traveled through was after all too late. If you were a little earlier, you could change the history that made the Hyuxia nation sad. But now it is still more than a few months before the surrender of the Japanese kingdom, and it is not too late. Wu Fan squinted his eyes slightly, and a sharp and cold light flashed in his pupils. Little devils, are you ready to pay the blood debt? Revenge is coming. It's midnight. The door of Wu Fan's room was opened from the outside, and Diana walked in. I know your ability is very strong, I hope you can help me defeat Ares together. Diana said straightforwardly. Wu Fan smiled secretly in his heart, but said awe-inspiringly on his face, definitely yes. Although the whole world is caught in this war, there are only 2 countries that Ares hides. One is Germany and the other is Japan. But the Japanese country is obviously more cruel. Their soldiers are all beasts, so I think Ares is probably hiding in the Japanese country. Ares is engaged in European and American countries, and the people in those countries are not good people. Many countries have invaded Daxia. Naturally, Wu Fan would not care about their dog-biting dogs. Now Wu Fan just wants to return to Daxia quickly to clean up. Devils! Thank you. Diana seemed to thank him, and then continued, I have got the sword of murder. Now we are going to the beach and secretly rowing away from the Paradise Island. Wu Fan nodded and followed the princess to the beach quietly. However, the two came to the beach as in the movie plot, and found that Hippolyte had already been waiting for them at the beach. Wu Fan would not be surprised by this, but Diana was a little nervous. Hippolyte came over on horseback, followed by 2 Amazon Queen guards behind her. I must leave Paradise Island, I can't let Ares continue to kill the innocent, I must stop him. Mother, I hope you don't stop me. Diana looked firm, looking at Hippolyte and said. Hippolyte sighed and said, Diana, you grow up, and I can't stop you, but I just want to tell you that they are not worth your rescue. Thank you, Mother. Diana said jealously. Hippolyte sighed, looked at Wu Fan and said, I hope you can help me take care of Diana. She grew up on Paradise Island and didn't know the outside world. With that, Hippolyte handed the long sword in his hand to Wu Fan. Wu Fan reached out and took the long sword from Hippolyte and promised, Don't worry. I will take care of her. Hippolyte sighed again, and then said, Well, let's go. Diana took a deep look at her mother, then turned around and pushed the boat into the sea, and then went into the boat with Wu Fan. Chapter 4 Go to Hong Kong Island. The boat was getting farther and farther from the Paradise Island, and the two chatted on the boat. What is the outside world like? Diana asked curiously. The outside world is in chaos, and many countries have been involved in this war. Wu Fan's eyes were slightly narrowed, and a cold light flashed. One of the countries called the WA country killed millions of people in an ancient civilization in the east. All this must be Ares's conspiracy. It was the war he provoked. Diana said bitterly. Wu Fan naturally knew that the identity of the real Ares at the moment was Sir Patrick of England, but Wu Fan did not intend to tell Diana about this. After all, no matter how many Europeans and Americans die, it doesn't matter to Wu Fan. All he cares about is the lives and blood feuds of the Huxia compatriots. After rowing for several hours, the two men rested on their boats. After a night of drifting on the sea, Diana and Wu Fan drifted to London like a plot. Diana came to the outside world for the first time. She was very strange to everything here. Looking at other people's clothes, and then at one's own tight leather armor, it seems out of place. A few street gangsters on the street stared at the two of them, exchanged their gazes for a while, and followed Wu Fan. Diana frowned. She felt the bad intentions of the people behind her, and when her eyes were cold, she started to teach those guys. Wu Fan grabbed Diana's hand to stop her. What are you doing? Diana turned to look at Wu Fan and asked. It was the first time that Diana was grasped by a man like this, and a strange feeling could not help but flow in her heart. Do it here, you are really not afraid of being treated as a monster? Go to the alley ahead. Wu Fan said, pulling Diana towards an alley not far away. Diana was led by Wu Fan into the alley, and the street villains in London also followed in after them. Hey, little girl, are you in good shape? How much is it for a night? A burly man with a beard stared at Diana and said wryly. Do it. Wu Fan didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with this group of street gangsters who weren't even considered to be a gangster. Diana heard the words and punched the bearded man in the face. Boom! Diana deserves to be the demigod body, and knocked the villain away with a punch. Seeing this, several other street villains also rushed forward, wanting to take less. However, they are facing Wonder Woman. Diana punched and knocked these London street villains to the ground in the blink of an eye. Hey, isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to seek death? While pretending to sigh, Wu Fan searched the street villains who fell on the ground. What are you doing? Diana asked, frowning. Wu Fan searched out all the money from these villains, then turned to look at Diana, and definitely said, "It's definitely a lick. Today I will teach you the first lesson in the outside world, that is, without money, you will not be able to do anything in this world." "But what you did?" Diana frowned. Before Diana could finish speaking, Wu Fan interrupted, "These villains will definitely not do good deeds with money. If this is the case, we might as well be able to take it away." "Well, I'm fed up with the weird look of those British guys, let's go buy some clothes," Wu Fan said, stretched out his hand to hold Diana's hand, and walked out of the alley. Diana was originally trying to refute, but Wu Fan held her hand in the next instant. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she swallowed what she was about to say, letting Wu Fan drag her out of the alley. Just in front of the alley, there was a shop selling clothes. Wu Fan took Diana and walked in. "I saw all the fashionable clothes in the shop." Wu Fan and Diana each chose a windbreaker that is more popular in this era. The two walked out of the store. Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked, "Wu Fan, when will we go to the country of Japan?" "Before going to the WA country, I had to go to Huaxia first. Now they are burning, looting in Huaxia, they have to drive them out of Huaxia first." Wu Fan replied. "How should we go?" Diana asked. Wu Fan thought for a while and said, "Let's go to eat something first, then go to the pier, and take a boat to Hong Kong Island in Daxia." Wu Fan and Diana randomly chose a restaurant on the streets of London. "What do you want to eat?" Wu Fan asked, looking at Diana. "Whatever, I don't know what to order," Diana replied. This is the first time she has come to get the outside world, and she doesn't understand this at all. Wu Fan smiled and ordered something for the two of them. After the two had finished eating, they headed to the pier. Coming to the dock, Wu Fan looked at Diana and said, "You are waiting for me here, I will buy the ferry ticket first." Diana nodded and stood by the dock waiting, while Wu Fan went to buy a ticket to Daxia Hong Kong Island. When buying the tickets, the conductor told Wu Fan that there was still 10 minutes left and the next boat to Daxia Hong Kong Island was about to depart. After Wu Fan bought the tickets, he hurriedly boarded the boat with Diana. "If there is no accident, we will be able to reach Hong Kong Island in about 5 days," Wu Fan said to Diana. Diana nodded. The sun and the moon turned, 5 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the ship finally arrived on Hong Kong Island. Wu Fan and Diana got off the boat. Hong Kong is now a leased land in the United Kingdom. Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked, "Where shall we go next?" Wu Fan heard the words, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's go to Guangdong Province first." The Japanese army now occupies half of Guangdong Province, and even captured Shaoguan at the beginning of this year in 1945. Undoubtedly, Guangdong is the closest to Hong Kong Island. In the past few days, Diana listened to Wu Fan on the ship and talked about many crimes committed by the Japanese devils in Daxia. As a female, Diana learned of the atrocities committed by the Japanese army. She was naturally very angry. It was even confirmed in his heart that Ares must be hidden in the army of the Japanese nation. At the moment, when Wu Fan said he was going to Guangdong Province, Diana would naturally not object. P.S. New book for flowers. Seeking collection. Ask for a reward. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Super Crystal. Then Wu Fan bought a ferry ticket to Guangdong Province, and the two of them took the ferry to Guangdong Province early the next morning. A few hours later, Diana and Wu Fan boarded the Shekou Wharf in Guangdong Province. "Diana, let's find a hotel to stay for 2 days, and by the way, we will take a look at the location of the Japanese army, and then move on," Wu Fan said while looking at Diana. After all, Wu Fan is also in Guangdong Province, where he is new, and he doesn't know much about the location of the Little Devil army here. Moreover, his current ability has only one move that is 100% empty-handed, and there is no way to kill all the devils in the Devil's Army station. Fortunately, he only needs to wait for 1 day, April 1st, and he can start the first draw. Diana felt that what Wu Fan said was reasonable, and nodded and said, "Okay, let's find a hotel first." Then the two found a hotel in the city and stayed in. After dinner, Wu Fan went downstairs to the hotel and started talking with the owner of the hotel. After getting acquainted with each other, Wu Fan looked at the hotel owner with a smile and asked, "Boss, ask you something, where is the Japanese army stationed in Guangdong province?" Although the owner of this small hotel may not know the specific situation of the Japanese army station, he certainly knows the location of their army station. The innkeeper was obviously a cautious person. Hearing Wu Fan's question, he couldn't help but stop. I looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this place, and then carefully watched Wu Fan and asked in a low voice, "Little brother, what are you doing about this?" Wu Fan smiled and said, "I just want to know about it." The innkeeper took a deep look at Wu Fan, carefully looked left and right, and whispered, "Little brother, everyone in the city where the Japanese army is stationed knows that there is a Japanese combat command post in the south of the city. More than 200 people. The place where the transaction is about 3 miles in Nanjing is where the large troops of the Japanese army are stationed. There are about 20,000 troops." Wu Fan raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he didn't expect the owner of this small hotel to even know the number of the Little Devil Army. After the innkeeper answered the lunch question, he seemed to think of something sad, and his eyes were a little red. "I am originally from Nanjing. If my son had been, he would be almost as old as you now." Wu Fan sighed in his heart, already guessing something. In that tragic disaster that year, all the blood debts of 300,000 unjust souls were to be attributed to the devils. This is blood feud. As a descendant of Daxia, you must remember, never forget, and use the hatred of unforgivable ghosts. "Okay, let's not talk about it, little brother, it's not too early now, go upstairs and rest early," said the innkeeper. Wu Fan nodded and went upstairs. Wu Fan's room is next to Diana's room. Wu Fan, who returned to the room, did not rest, but waited for midnight to arrive. Because today is March 31st, and after 12 o'clock, it is April 1st. This represents the first lottery draw since Wu Fan can go through. Finally, time came to 0. At the same time, a system voice came into Wu Fan's mind, "The lucky draw opportunity on the 1st of this month has been activated. Will the host start the lucky draw immediately?" A lottery turntable appeared in Wu Fan's mind. There are 12 treasure chests on the turntable, and the colors of the treasure chests are different. In the middle position, there is a lottery pointer. "Start the draw," Wu Fan said in his heart without the slightest hesitation. In the next moment, the pointer of the lottery disc in my mind began to spin rapidly. After a while, the pointer turned slower and slower, and finally stopped on top of the blue treasure chest for a while. Congratulations to the host for extracting the super crystal from the world of Out of Control. Super crystal, after touching it, the host can acquire the psychokinesis ability. The space in front of Wu Fan suddenly rippled, and the next moment, a huge amounts of conical crystal flew out of the ripples, floating in front of him. Wu Fan looked at the conical crystal in front of him, and he was instantly happy. Wu Fan, who has watched Out of Control, naturally knows the ability of this power crystal. It can give people who touch it super psychokinesis. Wu Fan suppressed the excitement in his heart and reached out to touch the conical crystal. When the fingertips touched the crystal, a cool feeling came. The conical crystal suddenly lit up with a burst of strong light, and a huge amount of energy instantly poured into Wu Fan's body, converging towards the position of his brain. Wu Fan only felt a tingling in his brain. In the next instant, Wu Fan fainted. When Wu Fan regained consciousness again, the conical crystal had disappeared. In this regard, Wu Fan was not surprised. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it is already 1 o'clock in the morning. It seems that I have been in a coma for a full hour, but fortunately I was not found by Diana. Wu Fan muttered to himself, then looked at the water glass on the table in front of him. With a thought, the cup seemed to be held by the invisible hand and flew towards Wu Fan. And Wu Fan can also clearly feel the invisible power controlling the cup. That power seems to be a part of his body, like an arm gesturing, whatever he wants. There is a devil's combat command post in the city, and there is a devil's barracks outside the city. Let's use them to test my newly acquired psychokinesis. Wu Fan sneered, his eyes flashed with coldness. Little devil door, you owe Daxia the blood debt, let's repay the interest today. Wu Fan came to the window, with the thought, his body floated up, flew out of the window, and flew in the direction of Nanchange. Wu Fan's flight is very fast, even close to the speed of sound. Feeling the cold wind blowing from the bright face and experiencing the feeling of flying freely, Wu Fan's heart is full of excitement. In less than a minute, Wu Fan flew to Gai's combat command post. It is still very recognizable here, surrounded by a wall more than 2 feet high, with 4 artillery towers on the 4 corners. There are also 2 devil soldiers standing guard on patrol in each turret. Levitating in the sky at a height of 100 meters, Wu Fan's eyes were full of coldness as he looked at the devil combat command below. Little devils, death god is here, are you ready for death? Asterisk. Chapter 6 Wu Fan, never break my promise. It doesn't matter if you are not prepared, the result is doomed anyway. The bright moon is hanging in the sky, and the breeze is blowing. Wu Fan was suspended in the air, his eyes filled with coldness and hatred. The Japanese soldiers in the command post below were sleeping soundly. Beasts, it's time to pay back the blood debt owed to Daxia. Wu Fan muttered to himself, and then the invisible psychokinesis rushed to the devil soldiers who were in charge of standing guard among the 4 artillery buildings below. Crack! Crack! In the 8 consecutive sounds of broken neck bones, 8 devil soldiers standing guard fell silently to the ground. Wu Fan's figure slowly fell from mid-air and landed in the combat command post. Pulling out the long sword behind him, Wu Fan looked cold. This long sword was given to him by Hippolyte when he left the Paradise Island. Taking a deep breath, Wu Fan cut out with a sword. Being 100% empty-handed cannot kill people, but it is a powerful skill that touches the law of cause and effect. With the sword cut out, all the sleeping devil soldiers in the command post were controlled by an invisible force, and they flew out of their respective rooms instantly, kneeling in front of Wu Fan. With his hands folded in front of him, holding the long sword was a short, fat middle-aged devil with a small beard in the middle. At the moment, the Japanese soldiers also woke up, and then suddenly became confused. What's the situation with this Nima? Are we sleeping? Why are you kneeling here suddenly? Is it a dream? This is the middle-aged devil who held Wu Fan's sword in both hands and shouted, "Who are you? What did you do to us?" With that, he wanted to struggle, but found that his body was restrained by an invisible force and couldn't move at all. Wu Fan looked cold, and said in a cold tone, "You have committed so many sins in Daxia in these years, and it is time to repay some interest today." Wu Fan said, with a thought. Psychokinesis instantly covered the entire combat command post. In the combat command post, a handful of guns flew into the air one after another, and the muzzle was pointed at the soldiers of the Japanese nation. Crack, click. There was the sound of countless bullets being loaded. The devil soldiers who were pointed at by guns looked terrified. "Don't kill me. I just came to Daxia. I haven't done anything bad. We are all following orders. Those things are orders from superiors. Don't kill me." Regarding those devils begging for mercy, Wu Fan sneered, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you all at once. That would be too cheap for you." Boom boom boom. There was a burst of gunfire, and bullets shot out from the muzzle. However, it didn't hit the vital points of those devils, but hit them on their left shoulder. Ah! The screams of the devils sounded in the combat command post. Crack, click. There was another sound of bullets being loaded. Boom boom boom. Then there was another gunshot, this time on the right shoulder of these devils. The devils screamed again. Then a burst of gunfire sounded one after another, hitting the body and legs of the soldiers of the country. "Help! Do not kill me! You are the devil!" The screams of the devil soldiers rang. "I just let you enjoy the painful feeling. And live a few more seconds, you should thank me." Wu Fan's tone did not contain a trace of mercy, but was full of hatred. After the voice fell, Wu Fan used psychokinesis to control the guns and load the bullets again. Then there was another shot. "Just kill me! Please kill me! You devil, our great Japanese empire will not let you go." Wu Fan did not move at all, and the guns suspended in the air were filled with bullets again. A shot at the non-lethal vitals of those devils. The devil soldiers were howling and yelling, but Wu Fan was not moved at all. Wu Fan sneered until all the ammunition in all the guns was poured out. "Humph! Today I am just recovering some interest owed to the Hyuxia people from you. It's cheaper for you. I will give you a good time this time." Wu Fan thought again, and all the bayonets from all the guns bounced out. Then, one knife after another, it stabs the devil soldiers quickly. At the moment Wu Fan has retracted the long sword. The middle-aged devil who held his long sword in both hands fell to the ground, and his eyes were full of spite and asked, "You devil, didn't you just say to give us a good time?" Wu Fan sneered and asked, "Don't you feel the pain? Isn't the bayonet stabbed fast enough? Isn't this happy? Is this what you say is happy?" Sure enough, it was painful and happy. Regarding this, Wu Fan said, "Wu Fan never breaks my promise." Upon hearing this, the devil soldiers present kept cursing Wu Fan one by one. Wu Fan didn't care about it, and even wanted to laugh. It was a pleasure to finally avenge the Hyuxia people who died at the hands of these devils. It wasn't until the devil soldiers' non-lethal vitals could not be smeared of flesh and blood, and then the guns controlled by psychokinesis were released. "I am a good person, so naturally I can't be as cruel as you, so I won't kill you. As for whether I can live or not, it depends on your own luck." At the moment, many devils have already fainted because of excessive blood loss or unbearable pain. However, the middle-aged devil's willpower was obviously more tenacious, and he managed to endure the severe pain all over his body without being unconscious. However, at the moment heard Wu Fan's words, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "See luck? Even if we were not killed by you, we would lose too much blood and die in less than 2 minutes. In fact, Wu Fan just wants them to suffer for a few more minutes." Looking at the middle-aged devils staring at him with spiteful expressions, Wu Fan sneered and said, "Don't worry, those devils outside the city will accompany you on the road soon." When the middle-aged devil heard the words, he spouted a mouthful of blood again, and said resentfully, "Our big widow country will definitely not let it go." Before he finished speaking, his eyes were gradually lost. Wu Fan glanced at the devil soldiers on the ground in the courtyard, sneered, and flew away with a thought. He is very busy tonight and has to go to the next venue. After all, I just said that he would send the devil soldiers in the big camp outside the city on the road with these people. Wu Fan, do what I say and never break my promise. Chapter 7 I have no right to forgive them. In less than a minute, Wu Fan flew over the Geyser barracks outside the city. Looking at the military camp below, Wu Fan sneered. Death God may be very busy tonight, because there will be many beasts going to him to report. Wrong. It seems that Daxia is not under the control of Death God, but under the control of Yan Wang. That's good, it happens to allow these devils to taste the 18 layers of hell, the taste of never going beyond life. Wu Fan slowly fell from the air, and suddenly a patrolling kid spotted Wu Fan. "Who?" A little devil yelled and pointed his gun at Wu Fan. And as the little devil yelled, many little devils suddenly rushed over. Wu Fan ignored these little devils and swung the long sword in his hand again. In the next instant, countless little devils flew out of the camp uncontrollably, and knelt before Wu Fan. And those little devils who discovered Wu Fan are naturally not immune. The scene of more than 20,000 people kneeling down is still spectacular. "Who are you? What did you do to us?" a little devil asked with trembling in his voice. Wu Fan sneered, "Can't you guys have some new lines?" A devil officer stared at Wu Fan and said, "Are you a Hyuxia man? Hey, no matter what you do to us, you'd better let us go, otherwise, our great WA kingdom will not let you go." Wu Fan sneered and said, "I was in the city before and promised your companions that I will send you on the road with them. Wu Fan, do what I say and never break my promise." After speaking, Wu Fan stopped talking nonsense with them. Psychokinesis gushed out, covering the entire military camp in an instant. A handful of devils' firearms flew out of the armory or camp, and was controlled by Wu Fan's psychokinesis and started shooting at these devils. This time again, he didn't directly hit the key, until all the bullets were empty, and then the bayonet was applied. But this time Wu Fan didn't let these devils fend for themselves, but controlled a bayonet to slowly insert all the bayonet into the chest of the soldiers of the country. The bayonet moved slowly, which naturally caused unbearable pain to these cabinet doors. "What? Please! Kill me quickly! Kill us! You devil, you will go to hell after you die! Our big Japanese country will definitely not let you go!" The entire barracks were screams from Japanese soldiers. After a while, these screams gradually disappeared. Happy. Looking at the Japanese devils everywhere, Wu Fan didn't feel nauseous and vomiting after killing people in the legend, but felt that his thoughts were accommodating for a while. Moreover, Wu Fan felt that the beasts he had killed could not be regarded as human beings, otherwise it would simply be an insult to the word. Wu Fan, do what I say, and I never break my promise. When I say that I will send you to accompany your companions, I must not miss one, and everyone is neat and tidy. Seeing all the soldiers of the Japanese nation died, Wu Fan thought, and his body slowly floated towards the city. The next morning, Wu Fan and Diana are eating at a restaurant next to the hotel. At this time, the newspaper boy on the street with a happy expression on the street while waving the newspaper in his hand, said loudly, "The nickname is Extra. All the soldiers in and outside the city were killed overnight. And the deaths of all the soldiers in the city and outside the city were all tragic." In an instant, many people gathered around and snapped up the newspapers held by the newsboys. Someone looked up and laughed after reading the contents of the newspaper. "Ha ha ha ha! Happy! These little devils died well." Some people burst into tears after reading it, crying and laughing. Most of these people have relatives or friends who died at the hands of devils. As a demigod, Diana has outstanding memory and learning abilities. During this period of time in Daxia, she was surrounded by people who spoke the Hyuxia language. So now Diana's Hyuxia language is no less inferior to any Hyuxia people. At the moment, when he heard the newsboy selling, Diana looked at Wu Fan immediately. Wu Fan smiled, and did not hide, "I killed those devil soldiers." Diana frowned when she heard the words, "Wu Fan, I hope you can control the hatred in your heart and don't be blinded by hatred. These wars are all conspiracies of Ares, and those soldiers were deceived by Ares." Wu Fan heard the words and looked directly at Diana and said, "Diana, I am a Hyuxia. In our Daxia, killing and paying for life is justified. These little devils burned, killed, and looted in Daxia, and they were all evil and violent. It can even be said that every devil soldier standing on the land of Hyuxia with both feet is stained with the blood and tears of the Hyuxia people, and millions of Hyuxia people have died in their hands. Such a sea of blood and deep hatred, I am not qualified to say to forgive those Hyuxia souls who died in their hands. The only thing I can do is to kill these invaders, including all the messengers behind them, and avenge those Hyuxia compatriots." Wu Fan naturally knew that the Japanese invasion of Daxia was actually not a conspiracy by Ares, and even the war between the Japanese and Daxia was not seen by Ares at all. At the moment Ares is staring at the European and American battlefields. Even World War II was not provoked by Ares, he just watched quietly, adding to the flames by the way. These wars are entirely attributable to human nature. Diana was stunned when she heard the words. She didn't expect that Wu Fan's hatred for the WA country would be so deep. Wu Fan stared at Diana's beautiful eyes and asked, "Diana, put yourself in your place. If someone invades the Paradise Island, burns, loots, and enslaves all Amazon female warriors, what would you do?" Diana was speechless. If this happens, she will definitely lead the Amazon female warrior to resist until she kills all the enemies. "Diana, what I did is what you would do in this situation, right?" Wu Fan asked while looking at Diana. Diana pondered for a long time and sighed, then, "I hope you won't be so cruel to them in the future, and you can give them a good time." "I promise you," Wu Fan said with a smile. Diana sighed in her heart. At the moment, she just wanted to find Ares quickly. Then kill him and end this war. Chapter 8. Are you looking for me? Since talking with Diana that day, Wu Fan and Diana have started a journey to kill the devils while looking for Ares. The two of them went all the way north, wherever there was a devil. Wherever they went, all the Wraith soldiers died at the hands of the two. Definitely, most of the time Wu Fan kills devils. Only when she saw some devils commit atrocities that even Diana couldn't bear, she would be angry. "We have been in Daxia for almost a month, but we haven't found any cobweb horse trails about Ares, and we don't know when we will find him." Diana frowned. "Then we will go wherever there is a war, no matter how long. I will definitely accompany you to find Ares, and then kill him," Wu Fan said. During this period of time, he has also developed a fascination with the beautiful and kind Diana. Seeing that Diana wanted to find Ares, Wu Fan didn't want to deceive her anymore. But Wu Fan is naturally not a fool, not so stupid to say that I actually know Ares is not in Daxia, but in England. Diana was moved and nodded with a smile on her face, "Thank you." Wu Fan stretched out his hand to hold Diana's hand and kissed her lips, watching Diana gently and saying, "Diana, I should actually thank you. I know you don't like killing, but you have been by my side. Thank you so much." Diana was reddened by Wu Fan's pig-like complexion, and her heartbeat accelerated, but she did not withdraw her hand. Today's Wu Fan and Wonder Woman Diana can be said that no one in Daxia knows, no one knows. Wu Fan and Diana killed devils all the way, sometimes even flying 4 or 5 areas a day. The devils killed along the way flowed into rivers of blood, and they were famous for their trembling. Therefore, it took Wu Fan and Diana less than a month to kill almost 9 out of 10 devils who invaded Daxia. At present, Daxia only has the army of Heilong province and the devil, and this is also the goal of the two people's next stop. Harbin, the capital of Heilong province. Perhaps it was because the devils had suffered heavy casualties in Daxia in the past month, so the commander-in-chief of the Black Dragon Body Combat Command ordered all the devils in the Black Dragon province to be summoned to Harbin. It was the infamous Doihara Kenji who was temporarily appointed as the commander-in-chief. Want to concentrate forces, kill Wu Fan and Diana. However, he may not even dream of it. This is exactly what Wu Fan hopes to see. Wu Fan hugged Diana and slowly fell from the sky, landing in an empty alley. When Diana was born, she was blessed by many Greek gods and possessed many abilities. It's just that most of Diana's ability hasn't been awakening yet, so although it is still very powerful, it still can't flight. Wu Fan and Diana walked out of the alley and onto the street. Wu Fan looked at Diana and said, "This is the last stronghold of the devil in Daxia, maybe Ares is here." Diana nodded, "Yeah." At this moment, a newsboy on the street shouted, "Extra! Extra!" Germany dropped gas bombs and the Allied forces suffered heavy casualties. Wu Fan stopped the newspaper boy and said, "Bring me a newspaper." "Sir, here you are." The newspaper boy handed a newspaper to Wu Fan. Wu Fan took the newspaper and looked through it with Diana. The headline of the newspaper's front page read, "Germany's new gas bombs were dropped on the battlefield, and the Allied forces suffered heavy casualties, and made a detailed report. With the help of gas bombs, Germany, which was already at a disadvantage, once again took the initiative. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians were killed and wounded by Yingmai and polar bears. The ongoing multinational truce talks declared bankruptcy. After Diana read the contents of the newspaper, her eyes widened suddenly. This, could it be Eris? Whether it is or not, when I drive all the little devils out of Daxia, we will rush to the European and American battlefields. Wu Fan said. Good. Diana nodded in agreement. Wu Fan hugged Diana directly. Pedestrians on the street suddenly looked sideways. Diana blushed and asked, "What are you going to do?" "In order to rush to the European and American battlefields as soon as possible, we are going to kill the last little devil now," Wu Fan said. With a thought, Wu Fan flew up with Diana in his arms and went straight to the devil's barracks. At the moment, the people in the Geyser barracks were panicked and strengthened their guard. Because these devils and soldiers all know that these devils are left in Daxia now, and the next target of the devil who killed more than 1 million of them is them. Diana and Wu Fan flew into the midair of the barracks and looked down. They saw that the Geyser barracks were heavily guarded, and there were nervous devil soldiers with guns everywhere. "Wu Fan, I feel that I have done very little when I come here. Let me help you," Diana said while looking at him in Wu Fan's arms. Along the way, almost all of the soldiers of the Japanese country were killed by Wu Fan. This made Diana, who had already developed a good impression of Wu Fan, felt that she might unite with Wu Fan to expel these invaders who invaded his hometown. Wu Fan looked at Diana with a serious expression, smiled and said, "Okay." Diana smiled, and suddenly broke free from Wu Fan's arms, and fell to the ground. Boom! Diana squatted and landed on the ground. The powerful shockwave generated instantly shook the devil soldiers around her and flew out. The sound of huge amounts of immediately attracted the attention of the Weijiahu devils. Enemy attack! It's the enemy! It's the white woman who appeared in the newspaper. That Huxia murderer must be nearby. A former war reporter took pictures of Wu Fan and Diana on the battlefield and published them in the newspaper. So soon a devils recognized Diana's identity. The murderous madman is what those Japanese devils call Wu Fan roar. After all, in this period of time, Wu Fan has killed as many as 1 million devils. "Are you looking for me?" Wu Fan's figure slowly fell from the air, and said lightly. Although Wu Fan's voice was flat, those Japanese people were shocked when they saw Wu Fan's figure. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Ready to go to the next battlefield. Shooting. Hurry up and shoot. Kill them. A devil officer shouted. The devils reacted and raised their guns to shoot at Wu Fan and Diana. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots continued to sound, and Diana raised the shield to resist. When the bullets hit the shield and were bounced off one after another. Diana kicked her feet on the ground, and she was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, she came to several devil soldiers and slashed out with a sword. Those Japanese devils instantly splashed blood, killing roar. The devil soldiers on the other side also shot Wu Fan one after another. Bang, 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 bang. Upon seeing this, Wu Fan gave a sneer, raised his hand and opened his 5 fingers slightly to stop the bullet with psychokinesis. When the devil soldiers saw this scene, they couldn't help being frightened. He is the devil. Bullets can't kill him. A group of beasts. Pay the blood for the sins you committed. With a wave of Wu Fan's hand, psychokinesis exploded, and the fixed bullets flew back under the influence of psychokinesis. Puff puff puff. The bullet hit the sound of meat, and a devil fell to the ground and died. Immediately Wu Fan released his psychokinesis again. The ghost's guns seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, and they all flew behind Wu Fan and lined up. Boom 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 boom. After a burst of gunfire, a large number of devils fell to the ground. The bullets lit up, and the guns suddenly ejected their bayonets. The bayonet flashed coldly, ready to go. With a wave of Wu Fan's arm, all the suspended guns flew towards the devils. Suddenly a large number of devils died. After half an hour, the battle was over. Doi Yuan Kenji heard the gunshots outside and Roar's screaming noise, and immediately knew that the killing god was coming. Walking out of the headquarters and looking in the direction from which the noise came, I immediately saw the overwhelming massacre. The second General Tufi Yuanxian bit his teeth and immediately ordered, "Go to the artillery camp to send my order, aim at those 2 people and shoot." A devil soldier next to him heard the words and subconsciously said, "But where are our soldiers?" Boom! Doi Yuanxianji took out his pistol and shot the devil soldier headshot before frowning and saying, "This is an order." A devil soldier next to him was taken aback. He hurriedly screamed, turned, and ran towards the artillery battalion. Boom! Wu Fan used psychokinesis to continuously kill the devil soldiers, and when the killing was on the rise, a cannonball hit his position. Wu Fan raised his head with a sneer. With a thought, he immediately used psychokinesis to prop up a 5-meter diameter psychokinesis protective shield in front of him. In the movie, the energy of the super crystal is absorbed by 3 people, and each person's ability is different. Even bullets can wound them. However, Wu Fan absorbed the energy of the entire crystal, and the quantitative change has caused a qualitative change, not just as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Boom! The shell spun and hit the psychokinesis shield, and after advancing half a meter, it stopped. This scene stunned all the devil soldiers. Is that human being? It doesn't matter if the bullet can be held down, and the cannonball can be held down, who can withstand it? Wu Fan's psychokinesis swept the audience, and suddenly discovered the existence of the artillery battalion. With a thought, the invisible psychokinesis instantly enveloped the shells in the artillery camp. Boom 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 boom! All the artillery shells exploded instantly, the artillery battalion's cannons were blown up, and the devils were dead. Then Wu Fan began a new round of massacre. Screams, wailing, and begging for mercy constantly sounded in the devils' camp. However, they can't change their destiny in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Doi Yuan Kenji felt ashamed of the emperor and decided to commit suicide. However, just when he raised the gun to his temple and wanted to shoot, an invisible force enveloped him. Doi Yuanxian felt that his body was out of control, and instantly dropped his pistol, and instantly knelt before the demon-like man in his eyes at a speed that he hadn't reacted to. Tu Feiyuan looked dumbfounded. At the moment he knelt on the ground, folded his hands, and between his palms, he held a sword. "You are Doi Yuan Xianji? Want to commit suicide? How can it be so easy?" Wu Fan sneered and thought. 5 rifles with bayonet flew up. He nailed the limbs of this notorious old devil to the ground in an instant, then ignored him and continued the massacre. Half an hour later, Wu Fan and Diana killed all the devil soldiers, and Yuan Xianji Tufei went to hell due to excessive blood loss. Although Diana also joined the ranks of the main output this time, but the most kills in the audience is still Wu Fan. There are 100,000 devil soldiers here, and almost 99% of the Japanese people died in the hands of Wu Fan. This is still when Wu Fan didn't directly take 100% empty-handed control of the field and psychokinesis control gun to output a wave of takeaway. After killing all these Japanese soldiers, Wu Fan looked at Diana and said, "We killed all the Japanese devils, and Ares did not appear. It seems that he is not in Daxia." Diana sighed and said, "Now that these Japanese soldiers are unable to invade Daxia, it can be regarded as stopping part of Ares's conspiracy. Then we should go to the European and American battlefields." Wu Fan nodded and said, "Well, but let's go back to Harbin for a night's rest, and we will go to the battlefield between Germany and the Polar Bear tomorrow. Since Ares is not here, it must be in Germany." Diana nodded. Then Wu Fan picked up Diana again. With the thought, the two flew into the air and flew towards Harbin. The two arrived in Harbin and once again fell into an uninhabited alley, and put Diana down. Then the two randomly selected a hotel in the city and walked in. "Sir, miss, we only have one room left here," the innkeeper said while looking at the two. Wu Fan looked at Diana. One room, anyway, we only stay here for one night," Diana said. After taking the key, the two walked into the room. Chapter 10 One Punch Superman. There is only one bed in the room. We will be here today for one night, and I will sleep on the ground, Wu Fan said. No, you can sleep on the bed too, Diana looked at Wu Fan and said. Wu Fan joked, "Aren't you afraid of my brutality?" During this period of time, Diana also understood the affairs between men and women, and snorted, "I'm afraid you don't have that kind of strength." Wu Fan didn't decline either. After the two washed up, they lay on the bed together. Nothing happened naturally this night. The next morning, the two got up early. After washing, Wu Fan looked at Diana and said, "Go downstairs to eat something, and then we will rush to the front line where Germany and the polar bear country are fighting, and find Ares as soon as possible to end the war." Diana nodded and said, "Okay." The two went downstairs, and after a brief breakfast, they flew to the front line of Germany and the polar bears. In the air, Wu Fan held Diana in his arms as a princess. Diana put her arms around Wu Fan's neck and buried her head on Wu Fan's chest. Wu Fan formed psychokinesis into a shield to protect the two of them from the cold wind in the extremely fast flight. A few hours later, the two flew over the Soviet Union and came to the European battlefield where Germany fought the polar bears. At the moment the two sides were fighting fiercely. The battlefield was filled with smoke and artillery fire was deafening. "Let's go down," Wu Fan said. "Good," Diana replied. Then the two slowly fell from the sky. It definitely fell on the side of the polar bear camp. "Who are you?" A polar bear soldier immediately spotted them. Although he was a little shocked by the way the two played on the stage, they were immediately surrounded. "We are here to help you," Diana explained. But Wu Fan didn't talk nonsense, drew out his long sword and cut it out in the direction of the German army. Then there was a scene that shocked all the soldiers of the polar bear and bewildered all the soldiers of Germany. With Wu Fan's sword cut out, all the tens of thousands of German soldiers knelt to the ground in front of him, their hands clasped together. Is this magic?" a polar bear soldier murmured to himself. "Capture them all first," Wu Fan said. Okay. All German soldiers and polar bear soldiers are still in shock and deception. Hearing Wu Fan's reminder, the polar bear soldiers stepped forward and captured all the German soldiers. Soon there were soldiers who reported the situation on the battlefield to the polar bear Marshal Zhukov. Zhukov personally met Wu Fan and Diana. Zhukov naturally heard about Daxia's affairs, so he guessed the identities of Wu Fan and Diana in the first place. "The two are the ones who wiped out all the soldiers of the country in Daxia recently, right?" Zhukov said while looking at the two. Wu Fan and Diana didn't conceal it either, and directly nodded in confession. Polar bear Marshal Zhukov flashed his eyes and said with a smile, "As a polar bear marshal, I invite you to join our Red Army to defeat the evil Axis." "I'm afraid this won't work. We have to find Ares and defeat him. This war that has spread to the whole world can end," Diana replied. Zhukov was immediately stunned when he heard it. "Ares? Greek god of war? What the hell?" Seeing the suspicion in Zhukov's expression, Diana briefly explained why she suspected that the war was related to Ares. After hearing Diana's explanation, Zhukov naturally didn't believe it, but still said, "If this is the case, then I won't force it, but I heard that there is a guy named John Schmidt in Germany. He is the leader of an organization named Hydra. It is very likely that he is the incarnation of Ares." Wu Fan naturally knew that John Schmidt was the Red Skull, not some Ares. Diana said, "Thank you for the Marshal's information. We immediately set out to look for this organization." "Wait a minute. Zhukov smiled, took out 2 medals from his arms and handed them to Wu Fan and Diana, and said, "This is the polar bear's highest honor personal badge. If you encounter any trouble with the polar bear in the future, you can take it out." Wu Fan and Diana did not refuse, but took them over. Then Wu Fan hugged Diana, and the two flew into the sky again, heading towards the battlefield in Europe. Wu Fan hugged Diana and flew to Europe. By the time Wu Fan and Diana arrived in a small town near the European frontline battlefield, it was already night. The two of them found a hotel in this small town to stay. Wu Fan came to his room and did not go to bed immediately. Because today is April 30th, after 12 o'clock, it is May 1st. At that time, you can draw the lottery again. Time passed by every minute, and it finally passed 12 o'clock at midnight. The voice of the system sounded in Wu Fan's mind, "This month's lucky draw opportunity has been activated. May I ask whether the host will start the lucky draw immediately?" Wu Fan's voice fell, and the familiar lottery turntable appeared in his mind. "Start the lottery," Wu Fan said to the system in his heart. The pointer in the middle of the turntable began to rotate. After a while, the pointer stopped on a red treasure chest. The treasure chest opens automatically. "Congratulations to the host, got a Punch of Superman ability card. 1 Punch Superman ability card, after using it, the host can obtain the 1 Punch Superman ability." Punch Superman? Damn it! It turned out to be a Punch Superman. Wu Fan was stunned. Punch Superman is a monster. Unexpectedly, this time I got his ability card in the lottery. But that guy is a bald. If he used his ability card, would he have the side effect of losing his hair? Wu Fan looked at the Superman ability card with a punch, and got stuck. "Do you use it yourself? Still use it?" Asterisk. Chapter 11 The Future of Black Widow. 3 seconds later, Wu Fan made a decision. Use the Punch Superman ability card immediately. When Wu Fan's voice fell, the card had already turned into a little bit of starlight and merged into Wu Fan's body. After a little bit of starlight merged into Wu Fan's body, Wu Fan suddenly felt as if an extremely powerful force was pouring out of his body in an instant. It was a kind of power that seemed to be pierced by a punch even if there was a mountain in front of it. Wu Fan knows that this is not his own illusion, but his own strength can really do it. But then Wu Fan quickly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Feeling the thick hair, he breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! Fortunately, I am indeed stronger, but I am not bald. After moving his body, feeling the powerful force in his body, Wu Fan was full of joy. The next day, Wu Fan and Diana got up early, and after having breakfast, they searched for news about the Hydra base. With the help of Diana's mantra lasso, the two interrogated some German high-level officers and finally learned the location of a Hydra base. Although it was night, Wu Fan held Diana and flew towards the base. Because Diana really wanted to find Ares as soon as possible. After punching Superman's superpower, Wu Fan's flight speed is also much faster. From close to the speed of sound, it directly broke through to the speed of supersonic. Your ability has improved again. Diana looked at Wu Fan in surprise and asked. Wu Fan smiled triumphantly, yes. When Diana heard the words, she couldn't help sighing for a while, this man's strength was growing so fast. Under Wu Fan's supersonic flight, the two quickly arrived over the Hydra base. Wu Fan hugged Diana and looked at the Hydra base below from high above. There is the Hydra base, Diana said. Wu Fan nodded and said, yes. I hope Ares is inside, Diana said. At this moment, the two saw a graceful red-haired woman in a black tights sneaking away from the Hydra base cautiously. Wu Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Diana. The woman seems to have come out of the base, she doesn't look like someone from Hydra, Diana said. Wu Fan nodded. He also felt that this sneaky figure should not be from Hydra. Why don't we go down and take a look? Wu Fan said. Okay. Diana nodded. Wu Fan hugged Diana and slowly fell from the air. The graceful red-haired woman sneaked all the way. After leaving the Hydra base, she was obviously relieved and prepared to leave. A feeling of being peeped came out spontaneously, and the woman suddenly drew her gun and turned around, pointing behind her. However, after seeing Wu Fan and Diana slowly falling in the air behind him, he was taken aback. "Are you the two who killed hundreds of thousands of Japanese soldiers in Daxia?" The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes and asked Wu Fan. Wu Fan saw the woman in black in front of him. It was wrong, it should be said that it was the appearance and dress of a girl, and subconsciously raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you Natasha Romanoff?" The red-haired woman was taken aback, and asked with some confusion, "Who is Natasha Romanoff?" "By the way, you should be called Natalia Leonovna Romanova now," Wu Fan said with a smile. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback for a moment, with a curious look on his face, looking at Wu Fan and asking, "How do you know my name?" "She is the agent for the secret cultivation of polar bears, and all information is confidential." Wu Fan put Diana down in his arms, shrugged and said, "You don't need to know about this." Wu Fan saw that he took out the medal previously given to him by the polar bear Zhukov, showed it to Natasha Romanoff, and said with a smile, "You only need to know that you and I are in the same group." Natasha Romanoff glanced at the medal, nodded and said, "Well, I believe you. Also, I like the name Natasha Romanoff you just said, maybe I can use this name in the future." "Do you know her?" Diana asked with a hint of jealousy that she didn't even notice. Wu Fan vaguely remarked, "Forget it." Naturally, he cannot say that he actually knew Natasha Romanoff 70 years later. "By the way, you are here to see Schmidt?" Natasha Romanoff asked when he looked at the two. "Yes," Wu Fan said. Natasha Romanoff heard the words and said, "Then you two must be careful. I found that Schmidt is working on a new type of energy weapon, which is very powerful. And I found that Schmidt's strength is also very strong. I suspect that he has been reformed, should not be underestimated." Diana's heart suddenly moved after hearing Natasha Romanoff's words. She suspected that this Schmidt might not have been transformed, but the incarnation of Ares. In this way, this Schmidt is probably the incarnation of Ares, and we will destroy him now. After Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, he pulled out the sword and shield he was carrying, and rushed directly into the Hydra base. Wu Fan saw Diana rushed in by herself, and followed closely behind. Natasha Romanoff saw Wu Fan and Diana all rushing in, but did not follow. He looked deeply at the backs of Wu Fan and Diana, then left and turned away, quickly disappearing into the night. "Who?" Someone rushed into the base. "Shoot! Shoot!" The soldiers of Hydra found Diana and Wu Fan for the first time. They raised their energy guns and shot them at Wu Fan. Choo choo choo! The gunshots peculiar to the energy gun sounded continuously, and beams of energy bounced toward Diana and Wu Fan. Dang dang dang! Diana raised the shield in her hand to block the opponent's energy gun. Although the energy of the energy gun used by these Hydra soldiers came from Tesseract, because it had been diluted and the shield in Diana's hand was also an artifact, it was easily blocked. Then Diana strode forward and quickly rushed in front of these Hydra soldiers, brandishing the sword of killing in her hand, killing the Hydra soldiers one by one. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Steve Rogers. Look at the sword. Naturally, Wu Fan was not idle either, swinging a long sword in his hand. The remaining Hydra soldiers only felt that their bodies were controlled by an unstoppable invisible force. They instantly dropped their weapons, folded their hands together, and knelt in front of Wu Fan. With Wu Fan's thoughts, the invisible psychokinesis gushed out, forming a huge psychokinesis palm, which was shot with one palm. Boom! A loud noise stirred up smoke and dust in the sky. A huge amounts of palm print pit appeared on the concrete floor of Hydra base in an instant. As for the Hydra soldiers, they were photographed as a pool of fleshy mud. At this moment, the iron door of a 4-story building not far away slowly opened from the inside. A middle-aged man in the coat of a German officer came out. "It is John Schmidt, the leader of Hydra." Seeing the situation in the field, Schmidt narrowed his eyes, looked at Diana and Wu Fan with interest, and said, "You two are not ordinary people, aren't you?" "You're Schmidt." Diana clenched the sword of killing in her hand, staring at Schmidt with her eyes tightly. "Yes, I am." However, Schmidt's words were not finished yet, and Diana flashed in shape, then appeared in front of Schmidt in the next instant, slashing at Schmidt with a sword. Schmidt was startled, and hurriedly dodged away. Diana lost her sword, raised her long legs and kicked it out. Diana thought Schmidt was the incarnation of Ares in her heart, and she exhausted all her strength. This time Schmidt didn't escape and was kicked directly in the chest. Boom! Schmidt was kicked upside down by Diana. He flew straight for tens of meters, and spent more than 10 meters on the ground before stopping. Cough cough cough. Schmidt was lying on the ground, feeling terribly painful all over his body, coughing up blood constantly, but he was completely confused in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? Correct. This is John Schmidt. I am the leader of Hydra. I am the strongest fighter who injected super serum, right? Schmidt, who was originally injected with the super soldier serum, was very confident in his own strength. But now Diana's kick directly knocked his confidence away. Diana's figure flashed and came to Schmidt again. He pulled him up by the collar and punched Schmidt in the face. Boom! This punch was so powerful that it directly smashed the human skin mask on Schmidt's face. Diana was taken aback, and tore off the mask on Schmidt's face, revealing the red face that looked like a skull. Looking at the ugly face after testing the human skin mask, Diana narrowed her eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Are you Ares?" "Ares?" When Schmidt heard the words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then sneered, "So if you are looking for that brave idiot." As the leader of Hydra, Schmidt has indeed contacted Ares before. Diana heard Schmidt's words, and suddenly understood that although the guy in front of him was not Ares, he must also know the whereabouts of Ares. "Tell me he is there," Diana said, looking at Schmidt. "Want to know where he is? Humph! Do you think I would say it?" Schmidt sneered. "Don't tell me. It doesn't matter, I will let you tell everything you know." Diana took out the mantra lasso from her waist and put it on Schmidt's body. "Where is Ares?" Diana asked again. Schmidt showed a struggling look on his face, but still said, "Ares, in the European and American battlefields, he was incarnate, became, England's, Sir Patrick Morgan." There was a look of disbelief on Schmidt's face, which he didn't want to say. But an inexplicable force manipulated his body, allowing him to tell all the truths he knew. "Ah, what did you do to me?" Diana snorted coldly, "You don't need to know." "Diana, since we already know the whereabouts of Ares, it's useless to keep this guy," Wu Fan said while looking at Diana. Diana heard the words and nodded and said, "Well, good." Wu Fan thought. An invisible psychokinesis flew up an energy gun on the ground, aiming at Schmidt's head. Tweet! After an energy gun peculiar to the gun, Schmidt's body fell to the ground. However, neither Wu Fan nor Diana noticed that after Schmidt's body fell to the ground, Schmidt's illusory soul slowly floated out. In the next moment, it disappeared. Boom! At this moment, the gate of the camp was suddenly blasted open from the outside, and a large group of soldiers broke in with their weapons. The leader is wearing a blue tights, holding a shield in his hand, and the letter A on the helmet. Wu Fan recognized at a glance that the other party was the Captain of the United States, Steve Rogers. Wu Fan secretly said in his heart, "I didn't expect to see 2 future Avengers members today." The Captain of the United States and the people behind him were stunned when they saw the corpses everywhere in the camp. Then the Captain of the United States looked at Wu Fan and Diana, frowned and asked, "Who are you?" A burly soldier looked at Wu Fan and Diana carefully, and then whispered in the ear of the Captain of the United States, "Steve, I have seen these two men in the newspaper. They killed hundreds of thousands of people in Daxia. The soldiers of the Japanese nation can also be regarded as people on the side of the Allies. This person is Bucky, a good friend of Captain the United States." Diana ignored the inquiry from the Captain of the United States, but looked at Wu Fan and said, "Since you already know the whereabouts of Ares, let's go find him now." "Good." Wu Fan picked up Diana, and ignored the Captain of the United States and the others, floating in the air and flying towards the front line of the battlefield between England and Germany. Everyone in the roaring assault team looked at the two people who floated in the air and flew away, all in a daze. Although the Captain of the United States is a super soldier who has undergone genetic modification, he has not seen any extraordinary humans except for Smith until now. Although I have seen news about Wu Fan and Diana in the newspaper, I still feel shocked by seeing it with my own eyes. "I seem to see God," a black soldier behind the Captain of the United States said incredulously. "They are not gods, but they are probably demons." The Captain of the United States frowned and said lightly. He himself didn't like killing. In his opinion, even though the soldiers of the Japanese nation invaded Daxia, Wu Fan's method of killing them all was a bit too much. "Well, no matter what they are, the most important thing for us now is to search this base to see if there are any Hydra soldiers alive," Bucky said. Bucky is right, everyone is on guard and scatters the search. The United States captain said. "Yes." Everyone in the roaring commando responded. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Ares the God of War. Wu Fan hugged Diana and flew all the way. Finally, after more than an hour, he came to the front-line battlefield between England and Germany. The two were in the air, looking at the British barracks below. "The following is a military camp in England, maybe Ares is inside, let's go down," Wu Fan said while looking at Diana in his arms. Diana nodded, her eyes full of fighting spirit. "Okay. Ares killed so many people, today I must kill him to end this war." "Okay. Let's kill him together and end this war," Wu Fan said solemnly, holding Diana towards the English barracks below. "Who?" The two English soldiers below happened to be passing by, and they saw the two descending from the sky for the first time. Wu Fan didn't answer, but with a thought, he fixed the two soldiers with psychokinesis. Wu Fan hugged Diana and slowly landed on the ground, then looked at Diana and said, "This barracks is so big, it's also very difficult for us to find Ares. Why don't you use the mantra lasso to ask the whereabouts of Ares from the mouths of these two soldiers?" Diana nodded, broke free from Wu Fan's arms, took out the mantra lasso, and wrapped it around an English soldier. "Where is Ares?" Diana asked with a frown. "Who is Ares?" the English soldier asked back. Wu Fan reminded Diana in a low voice, "Ares' current identity is Sir Patrick Morgan." "Where is Patrick Morgan?" Diana asked again. "I cannot." The English soldier obviously wanted to resist, but the mantra lasso that was set on him appeared golden. "Ah! Sir Patrick Morgan, in the headquarters, near the airport." The English soldier had no ability to resist the magic power above the mantra lasso, and said the location of Ares's incarnation. Wu Fan and Diana looked at each other, knocked out the soldier casually, and headed towards the barracks headquarters. In the headquarters of England, Ares, who became Sir Patrick Morgan, was speaking. "Germany actually used gas bombs, a vicious biological weapon on the battlefield, to slaughter so many of our soldiers and comrades. In the face of such a vicious and evil generation, we must not succumb. England must resist to the end. Let those Germans pay for it." There was a peculiar rhythm in Ares's tone, and the eyes of those who listened to him were full of enthusiasm. "Resist to the end. Blood debt is paid. Resist to the end. Blood debt is paid." Upon seeing this scene, Ares couldn't help but smile. His purpose is to make this war that has spread to the whole world not end so easily. Only in this way, as the god of war, can he continue to draw strength from the war. Boom! The door of the command room was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and two tall figures stepped into the command room. Who? The officers in the command room drew their pistols from their waists and aimed at the two people who walked in the door. Wu Fan and Diana walked in slowly, and the English officers in the command room finally saw their faces clearly. Yes, the two who killed hundreds of thousands of Japanese soldiers in Daxia. An English officer recognized Wu Fan and Roar couldn't help but scream. Because of the report in that newspaper, many people in the world now know how they look like. When other English officers heard this, they also changed their colors. I don't know why these two men who are already world famous and powerful appeared here. After Diana entered this command room, she sensed the remaining magical power in the room. At this time, Ares used magic to confuse the remaining magical energy of many English officers on the scene. And the source of this power is the thin middle-aged man not far away. Ares, I finally found you. Diana sneered as her eyes fell on Ares. What are you talking about? What Ares? Ares, who became Sir Patrick Morgan, asked suspiciously. Diana drew out the sword of killing god, looked directly at Ares, and said in a cold voice, Ares, you don't have to pretend, since I have come here and called your name, naturally I have determined yours real identity. Since you already know it, then I really don't need to hide anymore. Ares simply stopped pretending, and said with a cold look. Seeing Ares's admission, Diana snorted coldly, because of your selfishness, countless countries have been involved in the war, and countless innocent people have died in the war. Today, I will avenge those innocent people. As Diana said, she rushed towards Ares with the sword of killing god. In the blink of an eye, Diana had already arrived in front of Ares, jumped up, and severely cut down the sword of killing god in her hand. Seeing this, Ares didn't show any panic, and with a flash, he escaped Diana's sword. You, who have the high hopes of the gods, are nothing but this. With your speed, you still want to kill me. Ares sneered, fisted with his right hand, and slammed it at Diana. Diana hurriedly swung her sword to resist. Boom! Ares slammed Diana's sword of death with a fist. Diana's figure was thrown out with a punch by Ares, and hit the wall of the headquarters. Bang, bang, bang. The officers in the at the moment command room were filled with blank eyes, apparently controlled by Ares using magic, and shot at both Diana and Wu Fan one after another. Upon seeing this, Wu Fan couldn't help snorting coldly, "Hey! I'm looking for death." Immediately lifted his left hand, opened his 5 fingers slightly, and activated psychokinesis. The bullets shot at the two people seemed to hit an invisible barrier, floating in the air. Wu Fan also had no good feelings for these foreign devils who had invaded Daxia, and with a wave of his hand, all the bullets that had been set in the air flew back. Puff 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 puff. The bullet went into the flesh, and all the English officers were shot dead. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Even gods must kneel down. Diana, do you need my help? Wu Fan, who had solved a group of miscellaneous soldiers, looked at Diana and asked. No. I want to defeat him myself. Diana replied in a deep voice. Okay. Wu Fan said helplessly, and then stood aside, holding his arms to watch the battle. Ares looked at Diana and said lightly, Diana, you are a demigod. These selfish and weak human beings are not worth your rescue at all. Diana was unmoved. They are worthy of being saved, it's not your decision. Ares looked directly at Diana and said with disdain, you are not my opponent yet, maybe you should let this man help. Diana sneered, kill you, I'll be enough. When the voice fell, Diana swung the sword of killing gods and rushed to Ares again. Rushing in front of Ares, a sword pierced towards Ares. Upon seeing this, Ares smiled lightly on his face, raised his palm, and greeted Diana. Diana's sword of killing god pierced Ares's palm. However, an unexpected scene appeared for Diana. Sword of killing god. After this long sword known to kill the death god was pierced into Ares's palm, the body of the sword turned into fly ash until it reached the hilt. Diana couldn't help but froze for a while. This sword of killing god was originally made by the god of fire Hephaestus, and it was extremely sharp. According to legend, it is an artifact that can kill gods and is the supreme treasure of the Amazons. But now that it has been ruined by Ares. However, just as Diana was stunned, Ares slammed Diana with a punch. Diana recovered, and hurriedly intertwined her hands in front of her to resist. Boom! Ares's fist slammed hard on Diana's guardian silver bracelet. Diana only felt an unstoppable force coming from her, and her body flew upside down, hitting the wall behind her, directly smashing through the wall, and flew out of the command room. Diana! Wu Fan gave roar a surprise, his figure flashed, and he slammed into the wall with a thud, and chased him closely. Then before Diana fell to the ground, she reached out and embraced her in her arms. Diana, are you okay? Wu Fan asked caringly while looking at Diana in his arms. I'm fine. Diana shook her head and said. The guardian silver bracelet has helped Diana absorb most of the strength that resisted Ares, so Diana was not injured. Boom! There was a loud noise from the command room, the roof was broken, and Ares slowly flew up into the air. At the moment, the movement in the direction of the command room had already alarmed the English soldiers in the barracks, and these soldiers ran out of the camp with weapons. Ares looked at Diana and slowly said, Diana, you are not yet awakening. The so-called sword of killing god is just a defective product created by the god of fire Hephaestus. And the one who is called the weapon of killing gods is really high hopes of the gods, you are actually yourself. Having said this, Ares sneered disdainfully, but now it seems that Zeus had also been wrong. When Ares said this, there was a sneer on his face, and he stretched out his hand. The command room under him instantly turned into fragments, gathered and covered Ares's body, and turned into a hideous figure with two helmets growing on it. Armor with long curved corners. Immediately, Ares waved in the direction of the airport again, and the fighters on the airport also turned into fragments and flew toward Ares. In the next instant, these fragments turned into two long swords in Ares's hands. With the long sword in his hand, Ares is more vigorous, exuding an unspeakable majesty all over his body. As the saying goes, the might of God is like prison, and the grace of God is like the sea. At the moment, Ares has fully revealed his body of god of war. Those English soldiers felt the supreme majesty emanating from Ares in mid-air, and a feeling of surrender was born in their hearts. What's more, even dropped the weapon in his hand, bewildered by Ares' power, kneeled and prayed. Diana broke free from Wu Fan's arms, took off the mantra lasso, and rushed towards Ares again. Ares, no matter what, today will be your death date. With that said, Diana put the mantra lasso in her hand to Ares. Upon seeing this, Ares waved the long sword in his left hand and opened the mantra guide. Diana, it turns out you are nothing more than that. Ares sneered, and the long sword in his other hand pointed towards the sky. I don't know when lightning appeared in the clouded sky, carrying the unparalleled mighty power to Diana. Upon seeing this, Diana raised her arms to resist. Lightning slammed on the guardian silver bracelet, and was absorbed by the guardian silver bracelet. Wu Fan had already regarded Diana as his own woman. At the moment, seeing that Ares had killed Diana, Wu Fan was worried about what Diana had said before. Hey! Let Lao Tzu come to meet you, the so-called god of war. Wu Fan drew out the long sword and slashed it with one sword. Look at the sword. Boom! Ares knelt heavily in front of Wu Fan, with a dazed expression, completely unsure of what happened. How could he suddenly kneel in front of this guy, the god of war? What kind of magic is this? What did you do to me? Ares tried to struggle to get up, but found that his body was out of control at all. Hey! In front of being 100% empty-handed, you have to kneel down for me, whether you are a god or a devil. Wu Fan sneered and looked down at Aries condescendingly. Although Aries was still a little confused, but there was a sneer on his face. With a thought, the airport floor next to Wu Fan seemed to have been dug up by a huge amount of concrete with an invisible hand and smashed towards Wu Fan. Seeing this, Wu Fan sighed secretly in his heart. Although 100% of his own was taken empty-handed, it seemed very awesome, but it was clear that besides being unable to kill, he also had a lot of shortcomings. For example, in the face of being able to use psychokinesis like Aries, although it can control the opponent's body, it cannot confine their ability. Wu Fan, be careful! Diana let out a startled roar. Wu Fan turned his head towards Diana and smiled indifferently and said, "It's okay, such a small thing can't hurt me." At the moment, the huge amounts of concrete had already flown in front of Wu Fan under the control of Aries. "No matter what magic you, the ant, used to me, now, you go to my death." The huge amounts of concrete block hit Wu Fan severely. "Really ignorant? Thinking that this would kill me? I can only say that you are really naive." Wu Fan's voice fell, his right hand held the sword still, and his left hand clenched a fist and threw it out. Boom! The fist pierced the air and directly produced a burst of air. Immediately, it hit huge amounts of concrete stones. Boom! There was a loud noise and smoke filled the sky. Under Wu Fan's punch, the huge amounts of concrete block instantly turned into dust. Asterisk. Chapter 15. I am the strongest form without a sword. Before you die, I will give you a word: never underestimate your opponent. Wu Fan said, looking at Aries who was kneeling in front of him. However, when Aries heard this, there was a weird smile on his face and said, "This sentence is what I want to give you." The next moment, I saw Aries' palm gradually turning red, like a soldering iron, and the long sword between his hands was instantly fused into two segments. "Seeing you don't have a sword, what else do you have?" Aries slowly stood up and said with a sneer. Wu Fan threw away the broken sword in his hand and squeezed his fist. There was also a sneer on his face. He looked at Aries and said, "There is something I should tell you, but actually, you shouldn't break it." "My sword? Because I can't kill people with a sword, and I without a sword is the strongest form." After saying this, Wu Fan himself was taken aback, saying that he has entered the legendary realm where no sword is better than a sword? Putting aside these messy thoughts, Wu Fan's figure flashed, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Aries. He made a fist with his right hand and slammed it towards Aries' head. This punch was made for Diana. Boom! With a loud noise, Aries was hit by the unparalleled force carried on Wu Fan's fist and flew out instantly. Wherever the body passed, the buildings in the barracks and the parked tanks and fighter jets were crushed one after another. A fist smashed Aries into the air. Wu Fan's figure was like electricity, and he chased after him in the next instant. With that punch just now, Wu Fan didn't use his full strength, but he had already smashed Aries' helmet to pieces. "This punch is for those who are in the flames of war because of you." After Wu Fan caught up, he smashed Aries in the face with a fist. Boom! Aries flew out again, smashing many military installations along the way. Wu Fan's figure flashed, catching up with Aries who was flying backwards, and punching out again, hitting Aries' old face. This punch was made for labor and management. "You dare to hit my woman and make labor and management feel distressed and worried, damn you!" Boom! Aries flew out again. Diana, who was not far away, heard Wu Fan's words, and her face couldn't help showing a blush. However, at the moment Aries has been completely stunned by Wu Fan's fist. Labor and capital are a god of war anyhow. Now that he is smashed like a ball by such a guy who doesn't know what it is, do you lose your face? "You ant, you successfully angered me. I must kill you, and then draw out your soul, torturing me day and night for 10,000 years. Ares was smashed by Wu Fan and went violently. Flames burned on his body. When Wu Fan punched again, his right hand fisted to greet him. Boom! The two fists slammed together. Then Ares flew out again. This time Ares was completely dumbfounded and stunned. Under his own rage, he exploded, and his strength was 102%. How could he be smashed into the air by this ant-like mortal again? However, Wu Fan had already chased him up again at this time, reaching out and grabbing Ares's shoulders, and then squeezing him hard to pinch him to the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, cracks appeared on the concrete floor, and a circular shockwave centered on Ares, who was pinched on the ground by Wu Fan, spreading towards the surroundings. Where shockwave passed, all the buildings in the entire English barracks were shattered. The English soldiers in the barracks were also smashed to death by this powerful shockwave, almost none of them survived. Suddenly, the entire English barracks were full of smoke and dust. Boom! Wu Fan slammed Ares in the face and sneered, "Ant." Then there was another punch. Boom! Mortal! Boom! Today I, the mortal in your mouth, will kill the gods. Boom! When did Ares suffer such humiliation? At the moment, his face was already covered with blood, and he couldn't help but roared, "Ahole! I'm Ares!" Boom! However, before Ares's roar was finished, Wu Fan slammed Ares in the face again. Wu Fan shook his fist quickly, hitting Ares's face punch after punch. I saw Ares' head hitting the ground constantly. Every time Wu Fan punched, the ground under Ares was smashed and sank 1 meter. Just as roar sucked, Wu Fan had already hit Ares hundreds of punches in succession, and at the moment the two were already in a pit nearly 100 meters above the ground. However, Ares deserves to be the god of war in Greek mythology, and the reason why he has drawn a lot of power in this world war has greatly increased Ares's strength. So although Wu Fan was beaten with a violent iron fist, he was only seriously injured and did not die. I am a god. You ant. You can't kill a god. You are God. Hearing these words, Wu Fan couldn't help but think of a fragment that might happen in this world in the future, sneered, and reached out and grasped Ares' ankle. What are you going to do? A feeling suddenly felt bad in Ares's heart. However, Wu Fan quickly told Ares what he wanted to do with his actions. I saw Wu Fan holding Ares' ankle, slowly flying out of the pit, and after falling to the ground, he lifted Ares like a dead dog and smashed him down to the ground. Bang! 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 After hundreds of hits, Wu Fan looked at Ares, who was almost out of shape, and snorted coldly, "Actually, you are just a weak force." Ahem! Ares coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, with a sneer on his face, "But you still failed to kill me. As long as there is war in this world, pure physical attacks can't kill me." At this time, amidst the smoke and dust, a tall and graceful figure slowly approached. "I think you are right, Ares, maybe I am the weapon that can kill the gods. I should be able to kill you." It was Diana. When Ares heard Diana's words, his face changed slightly. "Diana, you are a demigod, I am a god, we are all in one group. Those humble, lowly, weak, and selfish human beings are not worthy of your guardianship." Asterisk. Chapter 16 The Confused Diana. No. Diana shook her head, thinking of the Hyuxia people she had come into contact with before, and said, "Perhaps there are selfish people among human beings, but there are also selfless people. Maybe they are weak, but they have beliefs and thoughts in their hearts that even the gods can't shake. It is such a human being that I want to protect." Diana had a firm look on her face, and the silver guardian bracelet on her arms was also flashing purple lightning at the moment. Seeing this scene, Ares knew that Diana was a sign of awakening, and suddenly an inexplicable fear grew in his heart. "No. Diana, listen to me, as long as you help me rule the world, I can give you half of the control of the world." Aries, you will never understand that there is an emotion called love in human beings. Diana said, looking at Wu Fan. At the moment Wu Fan was also looking at Diana, and the two eyes met, both of them were tender. Funny. Diana. You will regret it. You will regret it. Seeing that Diana had not been persuaded, Aries screamed hysterically. However, Diana didn't pay any attention to Aries, her body slowly floated up, her eyes turned to Wu Fan. After the demigod bloodline awakening, Diana has completely mastered flight's ability. Wu Fan understood, and suddenly threw Aries in the air. Diana's figure was suspended in the air, her hands and arms suddenly intertwined in front of her. A dazzling lightning shot out from the guardian silver bracelet and directed towards Aries. Upon seeing this, Aries couldn't help showing a look of fear, and shouted, "No!" In the next instant, the lightning from the guardian silver bracelet hit Aries severely. "What?" Aries screamed, and the body of the god of war turned into bits of fly ash in the air, disappearing with the wind. Diana saw that Aries was dead, with a rare joy on her face. She thought the war could finally be over. Diana slowly fell beside Wu Fan, with a smile on her face and said, "Aries is dead, this war can finally be over." Wu Fan definitely knew that this war would not end like this, shook his head and was about to speak. However, at the moment, there was a roar of aircraft engines in the sky. Rumble rumbling. The two looked up, and several German airplanes in the distance flew over a small town and began to drop bombs. "How so?" Diana showed an unbelievable look on her face and looked at Wu Fan and asked, "Aries is dead, but why has the war still not stopped?" Wu Fan sighed and said, "The war is not over, in fact, it was not brought by Aries at all. The most fundamental reason for the war is human desire and selfishness. And Aries in this war just released the desires and emotions in some people's hearts." After Diana heard this, she stood still and felt a little at a loss. She always thought that the war was actually brought about by Aries. But now she is a little confused, because this war it doesn't seem to be a conspiracy of Aries entirely. "Diana, do you really want to end this war?" Wu Fan asked, looking at Diana. "If you want to end the war, the two of us go to Germany. As long as we catch Hitler in Germany, the war will naturally end." Diana heard the words, nodded and looked at Wu Fan and said, "All that war can bring is pain and death. I don't want more people to die. In that case, let's go to Germany now to end this war completely." Wu Fan said, bending over to pick Diana up. However, Diana refused. "I can already fly." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan said with regret, "Well, let's go to Germany now." "Good." Diana responded, and then the two flew to Germany together. Diana's flight speed of ability awakening is comparable to Wu Fan. Diana looked at Wu Fan flying beside her, although she missed the warmth of Wu Fan's embrace, but with the awakening of her own ability, even if she encountered a powerful enemy like Aries in the future, she would be able to interact with Wu Fan. Fight side by side together. Thinking of this, the corners of Diana's mouth curled up slightly, a little joyful inexplicably. Wu Fan at the moment is not in a very happy mood. After all, he has held Diana flight for more than a month. The beauty in her arms and the empty in her arms naturally feel different. After several hours of flight, the two arrived in Germany. Although it was almost dusk at the moment, Diana wanted to end the war, so she looked at Wu Fan and said, "Wu Fan, let's go to Hitler." Wu Fan would naturally not object, and nodded, and said, "Okay." A smile appeared on Diana's mouth, and then the two flew towards Hitler's presidential palace in Berlin together. Wu Fan and Diana floated above the presidential palace, looking at the presidential palace below. "Diana, here is Hitler's presidential palace, let's go down," Wu Fan said while looking at Diana. Diana nodded, and then looked at Wu Fan and said, "Hitler is the president of Germany. There must be many guards around him. Be careful. Diana is the princess of Amazon. Her mother, Hippolyte, Queen of the Amazon, has many powerful female warriors as guards. So Diana felt that Hitler must have a lot of guards beside him. Wu Fan heard the concern in Diana's tone and said with a smile, "Don't worry, and you should also have confidence in my strength." Diana heard the words and thought that when Wu Fan faced Ares, Ares could not fight back, so there really was no need to worry too much. Wu Fan and Diana fell from the sky like two meteors. Boom! Boom! With two loud noises, the two landed at the same time. The strong impact force suddenly cracked the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Hitler. Who? The sound of the two landings immediately alarmed the SS soldiers in the presidential palace, and the SS soldiers aimed their guns at them. However, Wu Fan and Diana would naturally not put these soldiers in their eyes. Diana took out the mantra lasso, waved it casually, and circled one of the SSS. Before the SS reacted, he pulled hard, and instantly pulled the SS in front of him and Wu Fan. "Where is Hitler?" Diana asked, looking at the soldier. At the moment, the other SSS saw this, and immediately shot. Bang, 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 gunshots sounded one after another. The corners of Wu Fan's lips curled up slightly, raised his right hand, and opened his 5 fingers slightly. Psychokinesis was launched, and all the bullets that rushed towards the two of them suddenly stopped in the air. Seeing this, all the SS soldiers present were dumbfounded. They have never seen such a method. Then Wu Fan waved his right hand and all the bullets turned around and shot at the SS. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the dead body falling to the ground came one after another. Although the at the moment SS who was trapped by the mantra lasso wanted to resist, after all, he could not withstand the magic above the mantra lasso. "Hitler, in the office of the president." The SS replied uncontrollably. Knowing the location of Hitler, Diana threw the SS away, and then withdrew the mantra lasso. The two pushed open the door of the presidential palace, and the SS who had been found to be in bad condition had already raised their guns and aimed them at the door. At the moment, seeing the two enter the presidential palace, they immediately shot at them. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots continued to sound, and bullets fired. However, the following scene stunned the SS who were not afraid of death. When a bullet approached the two people who broke into the presidential palace, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, and all stopped in the air. Wu Fan was as before, and with a wave of his hand, bullets flew back, instantly killing the SS who fired at them. The fighting here also shocked the SS in the presidential palace, and they immediately surrounded Wu Fan and Diana. Upon seeing this, Wu Fan clenched his right hand and squatted to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground quickly cracked centered on Wu Fan's right fist. The gravel on the ground rushed towards the SS with a huge gas wave. The SS fell to the ground one after another, and their weapons fell to the ground, groaning in pain. When Wu Fan saw this, psychokinesis moved, and the scattered weapons floated into the air. The muzzle was pointed at the SS who came to support, and the bullets were loaded one by one. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were shot at the SS one by one, and with the screams, one famous SS fell to the ground one after another. While Diana blocked the bullets with her guardian silver bracelet, she held the shield and attacked a famous SS, knocking them to the ground one by one. Diana of Ability Awakening has more attack power. In the presidential palace. Within an office. The door was pushed abruptly from the outside. "Your Excellency, 2 people have entered the presidential palace. They are powerful and have abnormal abilities. They are very dangerous. Now you must go to the refuge for a while." A middle-aged man in military uniform looked at Hitler and said. Hitler frowned, but nodded, and said, "Okay. Let's go to the refuge now." Hitler then walked to the bookshelf and clicked an ornament on the bookshelf. The next moment, the bookshelf separates from the middle, revealing an elevator behind. The elevator door opened, and Hitler walked in with the middle-aged officer. Then the elevator doors closed and the elevator went underground. Wu Fan and Diana are like tigers entering the flock. Even though there are many SS guards in the presidential palace, they still can't resist them. Soon the two rushed into Hitler's presidential office. However, at the moment the president's office was empty. Diana frowned, looked at Wu Fan and asked, "Did Hitler escape?" Wu Fan's psychokinesis was released, sweeping across the president's office in an instant. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Diana and said, "Hitler did leave this office, but he took the elevator to the underground presidential refuge. Then what shall we do?" Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. Wu Fan smiled, "Definitely is chasing it down." With that, Wu Fan walked to the bookshelf that had been reunited and threw a punch. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the office was dusty. Naturally, the dust couldn't stop Diana's sight. I saw behind the bookshelf that was blasted open by Wu Fan, revealing an elevator passage extending downward. Wu Fan turned his head to look at Diana, smiled and said, "Let's go down and meet Hitler." Diana nodded. Wu Fan smiled and jumped down. Diana followed closely behind and jumped into the downward elevator passage. The two fell all the way, about 100 meters long. Boom! The bodies of the two smashed into the elevator below. Then Wu Fan grabbed the shape-shifting elevator door that had been blown up by the shockwave created by the two when they fell with both hands, and forced a point to both sides. Amid a toothy squeak, the elevator doors were separated, and a passage appeared in front of the two of them. In the passage, dozens of SS troops were armed with submachine guns, aiming in the direction of the elevator. At the end of the passage, there is a tightly closed iron gate. When the SS saw Wu Fan and Diana walk out of the elevator, they shot immediately. Da-da-da-da. Gunshots continued to sound, and countless bullets shot at Diana and Wu Fan. Before Wu Fan could take a shot, Diana took a step forward, holding a shield in one hand and a protective silver bracelet in the other to resist the bullet. Bounce the bullets that came. The Guardian Silver Bracelet has the ability to attract firepower. Weapons such as bullets and arrows can change the original trajectory and hit the Guardian Silver Bracelet to avoid injury to the wearer. Even if the shot is aimed at Diana's leg, the trajectory will be changed by the magic covered by the Guardian Silver Bracelet, and it will eventually hit the Guardian Silver Bracelet. Sometimes magic is so unreasonable. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Threatening Hitler. While blocking the bullet, Diana quickly rushed to the front of the SS, opened her bow left and right, and knocked all the dozens of SS to the ground in just a few breaths. "Let's go." Diana turned to look at Wu Fan and said with a smile. Wu Fan smiled and walked to the tightly closed iron gate with Diana. At this moment, a voice came from the speaker above the iron gate, "Who are you anyway? Why are you attacking the presidential palace?" Wu Fan looked up at the speaker and replied, "Presumably you are Hitler? The reason why we attack the presidential palace is to see you. By the way, let you announce a total cessation of the war." "Impossible." Hitler suddenly refused excitedly. Although Germany was in an unfavorable situation before, with the successful development of new gas bombs, Hitler believed that he would soon be able to reverse the situation. Having said that, I have to talk about the gas bomb developed by Dr. Maru. Even one such new type of gas bomb could easily take the lives of 100,000 people. And this is where Hitler's confidence lies. I admit that you are very powerful and have non-human strength. However, the thickness of the iron gate in front of you is 100 centimeters thick. I have notified the Berlin army to come to support you. No matter how strong you are, it cannot be an army. Opponent. But if you choose to surrender now and switch to the German side, I can leave the blame and even appoint you as the commander of the presidential SS. Wu Fan couldn't help but sneered when he heard the words. 100 centimeters iron gate? Hee. Today I will let you see what true power is. It's just an iron gate measuring 100 centimeters away. Do you really think it can stop us? As Wu Fan said, moving his hands and wrists, he warned Hitler inside, "Your Excellency President Hitler, I hope you better stay away from the door now, otherwise, if you accidentally hurt you, then I can only express regret." Hitler in the refuge was taken aback when he heard this. However, the middle-aged officer standing with him obviously thought of something, and suddenly grabbed Hitler's arm and pulled it aside. In the passage outside the refuge, Wu Fan clenched his right hand into a fist, slammed a fist, and slammed into the iron gate in front of him. Boom! Wu Fan's fist slammed into the iron gate, and instantly smashed the iron gate away from the wall, flew into the refuge, and embedded it into the wall made of stainless steel. Hitler and the middle-aged officer who had escaped in advance were already stunned when they saw this scene. Wu Fan and Diana walked into the shelter slowly. "Your Excellency President Hitler, it's nice to meet you," Wu Fan said with a smile on his face, looking at Hitler with this small beard. When Hitler heard the words, he came back to his senses, his complexion alternated between green and red, and his gaze at Wu Fan and Diana was full of complex expressions. He originally thought that he was already invincible, but he did not expect that the strong defense in his eyes would be so vulnerable in front of the two men in front of him. "Don't want to hurt the president." The middle-aged officer was obviously very loyal to Hitler and stood up to stand in front of Hitler. "Arlov, go away, after all, you can't stop them," Hitler said dejectedly. With that, Hitler pushed the middle-aged officer aside and looked at Wu Fan and Diana. "I didn't expect the two of you to be so powerful. I underestimated you, but if you thought that this would allow me to issue a truce, you would be wrong." Hitler showed a crazy look on his face. Today Germany still occupies a large area of land, and the German soldiers are also very brave. The world belongs to Germany. We will never stop fighting. This is the key to the rise of Germany. Hitler, as a top politician, naturally knew that if at the moment Germany declared a truce, it would be tantamount to surrender. As a defeated country by then, it will become a big cake on the table and let the Allies share it. And Germany will be devastated. "I wonder if Your Excellency President Hitler has ever heard of what happened in Daxia?" Wu Fan asked Hitler with a faint smile on his face. When Hitler heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he looked at Wu Fan's gaze more and more shocked. You two are the demons who killed more than 1 million Japanese troops in Daxia." Wu Fan's face turned black and said, "The Japanese country invaded Daxia, slaughtered my Hyuxia people, and occupied my Hyuxia land. As a person of Daxia, I am a man of justice to avenge my compatriots and defend the country. How come I am the devil?" Hitler choked. "People are trying to defend their country and avenge their compatriots. Nothing wrong." Looking at Hitler who was choked by himself, Wu Fan smiled. "Besides, the human beings who lost their lives because of your orders are probably less than 1/10 of what I killed, right?" Speaking of this, Wu Fan looked at Hitler and said, "Since the president knows my deeds in Daxia, if you don't declare Germany's surrender, I will kill all the German soldiers just like the soldiers of the Japanese nation. In this way, this war can also be stopped. I will give you the opportunity to choose now, which one do you choose?" Hitler naturally knew that Wu Fan had such an ability. I have to say that although Hitler is cruel and is a generation of heroes, he still loves his motherland very much. He could not sit back and watch Wu Fan kill all the soldiers in his country. Hitler clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I promise you." Wu Fan curled his lips and smiled, looking at Hitler and said, "A person who knows the current affairs is a handsome, you have made a very correct choice." After speaking, Wu Fan turned his head to look at Diana on the side, and whispered softly, "Diana, the war will end as you wish, happy." Diana looked at Wu Fan and nodded with a smile. This man, as he said, accompanies himself to end the war that has spread to the entire world. At the moment, Diana only felt that Wu Fan's image in her heart became bigger and bigger. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Return to Paradise Island. In the middle of the night, everything is silent. However, a German broadcast shocked the whole world in an instant. Hitler announced the surrender of Germany to the world via radio. This smoke-filled world war ended because of this broadcast. Wu Fan, can this war finally come to an end? Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. Yes, it's over, no one will die because of the war. Wu Fan looked at Diana with a gentle look in his eyes and a smile. Great! This is really great! Diana laughed happily, her eyes flashing with joy. Diana, things have come to an end, let's leave here first. Wu Fan said, looking at Diana who was smiling. Good. Diana replied. Then the two slowly flew into the air and flew towards the east. That night, Hitler returned to the presidential palace, looking at the SS soldiers who were standing to pack the bodies, his eyes were gloomy. The war is over, everything is over. Germany will be divided by many countries. I will be the center of Germany. Hitler whispered with a trembling voice. Shaking his body, Hitler walked slowly to the president's office step by step. He sat on the office chair, his eyes dull and silent for a long time, then he reached out to open the drawer of the desk and picked up a small pistol inside. I am a sinner in Germany. Hitler raised his pistol and aimed it at his temple, closed his eyes, feeling utterly disappointed. Boom! With a gunshot, a generation of heroes fell. At the same moment, the United States, the polar bear and other countries received news of Germany's surrender, and they were all shocked. Some time ago, as Germany successfully developed a new type of gas bomb, the battle will be reversed because of this terrifying biological and chemical weapon. The United States, polar bears, and many other countries are also experiencing headaches about how to prevent gas bomb attacks. At this critical period, Hitler unexpectedly announced his surrender. Countries such as the United States and the polar bear are very surprised and puzzled by the operation of Germany's mystery, and even a little inexplicable. What happened? Why did Hitler suddenly announce his surrender? This is really confusing. After all, Germany has only successfully developed a new type of gas bomb not long ago, and it is very powerful, but at the moment it announced its surrender. In a conference room in the United States, senior military officers discussed this matter in the conference room. Just then, an officer with glasses and a beard walked in. Just now, the people we planted in Berlin sent back a secret telegram. A Huxia man and a white woman broke into Hitler's presidential palace, captured Hitler, and forced Hitler to declare Germany's surrender and end the war. Huxia men and white women. An officer frowned, as if thinking of something. It is so difficult that the two people who massacred more than 1 million soldiers from the Japanese kingdom in Daxia. At the same time, polar bears and other countries have also received news from their respective eyeliners in Berlin, all of them dumbfounded. Diana, Ares has been killed by you, and the war is over as you wished. Where are you going next? Wu Fan asked, turning his head to look at Diana flying beside him. It's been more than a month since I left Paradise Island, and I kind of miss my mother. Now Ares is dead, the war will end. The world will return to peace, and I want to return to Paradise Island. Diana replied. Wu Fan nodded when he heard the words. Diana hesitated for a while, looked at Wu Fan and suddenly asked, Wu Fan, will you come back to Paradise Island with me? Diana suddenly became nervous, afraid that Wu Fan would not agree to her. Through this more than a month of getting along, Diana naturally has a good impression of Wu Fan in her heart. And she knows that although Wu Fan is from Huaxia, he does not have a home in this world. If she separates from Wu Fan, Diana doesn't even know where to find Wu Fan in the future. Wu Fan was taken aback for a moment, and then replied with a gentle smile, I am definitely willing. During this time of day and night, Wu Fan has long been fond of Diana, not to mention that he is in this world, and there is really no good place to go for the time being. Seeing Wu Fan's gracious consent, Diana instantly became relaxed in her heart, and the corners of her mouth were slightly cocked out of control. It's late now, and we have experienced several battles today. Let's find a hotel nearby and rest for one night. Shall we return to Paradise Island tomorrow morning? Wu Fan asked. Okay, listen to you. Diana replied. Then the two of them found a hotel nearby and stayed in. The next day, after Wu Fan and Diana had breakfast in the restaurant, they flew to Paradise Island. After half an hour, the two passed through the barrier, and Paradise Island appeared in front of them. Diana could not wait to fly to the palace to meet Hippolyte. Wu Fan followed closely behind. In the palace of the Amazon Queen. When Hippolyte saw Diana falling from the sky, tears burst into his beautiful eyes. Diana has been by her side since she was born. This time Diana was away for more than a month, and she was also very worried about her daughter. Mother, Ares is dead, and Paradise Island will never be threatened again. Diana said happily, looking at her mother. Hippolyte smiled and nodded, then looked at Wu Fan behind Diana, and nodded slightly. Wu Fan, thank you for taking care of Diana during this period of time. Diana is my friend, and in Daxia, friends should help each other, and Diana has also helped me a lot along the way. Wu Fan replied with a smile. Hippolyte smiled and nodded. After calling an Amazon female soldier to arrange a place for Wu Fan, he took Diana to his room. Chapter 20 The Spokesperson of Paradise Island. For more than a month, what have you experienced in the outside world? Can you talk to your mother? Hippolyte smiled and looked at Diana, with a soft light in his eyes. Diana told Hippolyte in detail what she had seen and heard along the way. Hippolyte learned from Diana about the rapid changes in science and technology in the outside world and various weapons of mass destruction. He couldn't help but made a major decision. What's the matter? Mother. Diana looked at Hippolyte and asked. Hippolyte stroked Diana's face and smiled gently and said, You will know soon. That afternoon, Hippolyte ordered the preparation of a reception. On the one hand, he wanted to thank Wu Fan well, and on the other hand, he wanted to announce her latest decision at the banquet. People in the lobby of Paradise Island kept coming and going, and it suddenly became lively. Diana came to the hall and looked at Hippolyte and asked, Mother, what is this going to do? I want to host a banquet to thank Wu Fan for taking care of you during this period, and announce something by the way. The reception is almost ready, you can invite Wu Fan to come over to the reception. Hippolyte said. Okay. Diana responded and walked to Wu Fan's room. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Wu Fan walked over and opened the door. Wu Fan, my mother wants to thank you for hosting a banquet, so come with me. Diana said while looking at Wu Fan. Good. Wu Fan replied, and then went to the hall simultaneously with Diana. Wu Fan, this banquet is for me to thank you for taking care of Diana over the past month or so. Hippolyte said with a graceful smile on his face, looking at the two of them. Queen, you are so polite. Wu Fan said with a smile. After Wu Fan and Diana were seated, Hippolyte raised his glass and looked at Wu Fan and said, Wu Fan, thank you very much for taking care of Diana during this period. She has been living on Paradise Island since she was a child. Without your care, I don't know how much trouble Diana will experience in the outside world. Wu Fan raised his wine glass when he saw Hippolyte and said sincerely, Diana and I are friends. In fact, along the way, it is not so much I take care of Diana, it is better to say that Diana and I take care of each other. In fact, Diana also helped me a lot. Hippolyte smiled, reached out his hand to touch a glass with Wu Fan, and the two drank it. After halfway through the banquet, Hippolyte glanced at the people at the banquet, and said solemnly, Now Ares is dead, and yesterday Diana also told me about her experience in the outside world. From Diana's story, I know that the outside world is changing with each passing day, and human technology has become more powerful. It is no longer what we knew it was. Paradise Island can't stay in isolation like before, so I decided to let Diana stay in the outside world and be the spokesperson of Paradise Island. All the Amazon women warriors in the banquet hall were shocked when they heard Hippolyte's words, which completely shattered their past perceptions of the outside world. Diana was very surprised when she heard Hippolyte's words, and said firmly, "Mother, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Hippolyte looked at Diana with resolute eyes, smiled and nodded. Although Wu Fan knew that Hippolyte would make such a decision, he was still very happy. After the banquet, Diana talked to her mother and followed Wu Fan out of the hall. As Diana walked, she asked, "Wu Fan, where are you going in the future? Are you going back to Daxia?" "I don't know, I haven't made any plans yet." "What about you? When are you going to leave Paradise Island?" Wu Fan said softly. "I have left Paradise Island for more than a month, and now the outside world has gradually calmed down. I want to live on Paradise Island for a period of time. Will you stay?" Diana looked expectantly. Wu Fan looked at Diana with a smile, and replied softly, "Definitely yes." Diana breathed a sigh of relief, and instantly opened her eyebrows and smiled. The United States. A secret military experimental base in Manhattan. Many scientists from the United States have gathered here, and are conducting final data tests on 2 special super bombs. And these 2 super bombs also have another name called Rohr atomic bomb. In a laboratory, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and several scientists around him are talking. At this moment, an officer came over and looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Mr. Howard Stark, the president wants to see you." "Okay." Howard Stark replied. After asking the scientists a few words, he followed the officer out of the laboratory. In an office of a military experimental base. How long will it take for the atomic bomb to be successfully developed? Truman, the current president of the United States, looked at Howard Stark and asked. "It only takes 2 months at most for Mr. President to see the power of these 2 super bombs." Howard Stark replied with a smile. "The successful development of the atomic bomb will determine whether our country can dominate the world in the next 100 years and achieve world hegemony, so I hope you can successfully develop it as soon as possible," Truman said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Howard Stark said with a solemn expression, "Mr. President, although you can rest assured, I will develop the atomic bomb as soon as possible." Truman nodded and said with a smile, "I believe you, Howard. After all, you are the most outstanding scientist in the United States and the largest arms dealer in the United States. I believe you will not let me down." Asterisk. Chapter 21, The Captain is Frozen Again. "Definitely, Mr. President," Howard Stark said with a confident smile. Howard Stark is indeed qualified to be confident, because he can be said to be one of the most talented scientists in the world today. Many things invented can be called technological inventions across the ages. The president of Country M nodded and suddenly said, "Howard, I heard that you and the genetically modified fighter Steve Rogers are good friends." Howard Stark froze for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, we are indeed friends." "That's unfortunate, I have bad news to tell you." The president of Country M said with a sad look on his face, and said, "Just this morning, I received bad news. Our national idol Captain Steve Rogers of Country M was fighting against the remnants of Hydra in order to prevent it was equipped with a super energy bomb developed by Hydra and attacked the coastal cities of our country. Unfortunately, the plane crashed in the North Pole. I am afraid that we are now killed." When Howard Stark heard the words, he was dumbfounded on the spot. It took a long time before Howard Stark came back to his senses and looked at the president of Country M and asked, "Isn't the war over?" The president of Country M sighed. Although Country D announced its surrender, the Hydra forces that were once affiliated with the Nazis chose to break away from the control of Country D's military and have to retaliate. And their action was learned by the Roaring Commando. They went to stop it. Steve got on the plane full of bombs and fought against the Hydra forces. As a result, the president of Country M patted Howard Stark on the shoulder, and said in a sad tone, "He is a hero. He is a hero of Country M. He is also a hero of the whole world. If Wu Fan was here, he would definitely lament that the world's correction ability is really powerful." He and Diana killed the Red Skull, but they still did not avoid the fate of the captain of Country M being frozen. After telling Howard Stark the bad news, the president of Country M left this office. Only Howard Stark was left alone in the room. After the president of Country M left the military experimental base, he flew back to Washington by special plane and returned to the Wuling building. Presidential Secretary Gator has been waiting outside the office of the president of the Wing building for a long time. At the moment Gautier saw the return of the president of Country M and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Mr. President, we have just received news that although Country D has surrendered, Country R, which is an ally of Country D, has decided to resist to the end, and even R." Someone from the Hyuxia military chanted the slogan of 100 million pieces of jade. In this war, the Country R has paid extremely hard, so it is naturally unwilling to surrender so easily. Therefore, in the face of the urgency of the Allies, someone in the R country's military immediately clamored for 100 million pieces of jade and would never surrender. Hearing this, the president of Country M showed a trace of hatred on his face and issued an order that will affect the world structure for decades in the future. And this will be the first time a super weapon has been used in warfare. Paradise Island. Inside Wu Fan's room. Now Wu Fan has been in Paradise Island for a month, and today is June 1 in 1945. Wu Fan ushered in another lucky draw opportunity. "Host, this month's lucky draw opportunity has been activated, may I proceed with the lucky draw immediately?" The voice of the system sounded in Wu Fan's mind. "Start the lottery," Wu Fan said to the system in his heart. As soon as the voice fell, the pointer in the middle of the lottery turntable in Wu Fan's mind began to spin rapidly. Wu Fan stared at the rapidly rotating pointer, his eyes gleaming with expectation. "I don't know what will be drawn in this lottery." For the new rewards of the system, Wu Fan is very much looking forward to it. After a while, the rapidly spinning pointer slowly stopped, and finally pointed to a purple treasure chest. Ding! "Congratulations to the host, I got Penglay Island." In an instant, the purple treasure chest opened, and a palm-sized island flew into Wu Fan's hands. Wu Fan looked at the small island in his hand, surprised. "Penglay Island? Isn't that one of the fairy islands in the Hyuxia legend? But why only slap file size? It's not even as big as the big screen mobile phones of later generations. Did you tell me this is Penglay Fairy Island?" "Host, you only need to choose a good location and put Penglay Island into the sea. The island will instantly become bigger, with a radius of 900 miles, and the island will have unlimited aura. Note, once it becomes an island, it cannot be moved anymore. Please choose the sea area carefully." Listening to the introduction of the system, Wu Fan played with the palm-sized Penglay Island. I have to say that the products produced by the system are indeed high-quality products. Although Penglay Island today only has the file size of slap, it can still be seen that the scenery on Penglay Island is extremely beautiful. Once enlarged, it must be a small island with fascinating scenery. It seems that I will become the master of an island in the future. But it seems that being an island owner is not bad. Wu Fan is still very satisfied with this lottery. After tomorrow and Diana leave the Paradise Island, he will find a sea area to put down Penglay Island. By then, he will have a home in this world. By the way, a few days ago, Diana and Wu Fan had agreed that they would leave Paradise Island together tomorrow. Putting the island on the head of the bed, Wu Fan already had some thoughts on the sea area where Penglay Island should be placed. Then Wu Fan lay on the bed and fell asleep. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Penglay Island. Chapter 22 Penglay Island. Early the next morning, Diana knocked on Wu Fan's door. After Wu Fan opened the door to let Diana in, Diana looked at Wu Fan and said softly, "Wu Fan, let's say goodbye to our mother, and then leave Paradise Island." "Okay." Wu Fan looked at Diana and replied, with a gentle expression. Then Wu Fan followed Diana to the palace of Hippolyte. Diana took Wu Fan's hand and came to Hippolyte. Diana looked at her mother and said, "Mother, I'm here to say goodbye to you. It has been a while since I returned to Paradise Island, so I plan to leave Paradise Island with Wu Fan today." As Diana said, she turned her head and glanced at Wu Fan. Her eyes were gentle and full of affection. In fact, during the period when Wu Fan lived on Paradise Island, Hippolyte also gradually discovered the unusual intimacy of Diana and Wu Fan when they got along. Now seeing Diana holding Wu Fan's hand, Hippolyte felt a moment of emotion. His daughter has grown up. Hippolyte stretched out his hand and hugged Diana in front of him lightly, and said softly, "Diana, you have really grown up, you no longer need my protection. Go, I will always support you, you will always be my pride. But if one day you feel tired, or come back to Paradise Island when you miss me, this will always be your home, and you are always welcome to come back." When Diana heard this, tears burst into her eyes. "Well, I will." Diana hugged Hippolyte. "Wu Fan, Diana will leave Paradise Island with you this time. I believe you will still take care of her as you said when you took Diana away for the first time, right?" Hippolyte looked at Wu Fan and asked. "Don't worry, I will take good care of Diana and won't let her suffer any harm," Wu Fan said firmly. Hippolyte looked at Wu Fan with a firm face and nodded with relief. After Wu Fan and Diana bid farewell to Hippolyte, they flew away from Paradise Island together. A man and a woman were suspended in mid-air above the sea. "Where are we going now? Do you have a plan?" Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. "I'm looking for a sea area close to the United States," Wu Fan replied. "Find a sea area close to the United States? Why?" Diana asked with a puzzled look. "You'll find out later." Wu Fan grinned, pretending to be mysterious. Diana saw that Wu Fan didn't say anything, so she didn't continue to inquire. Then the two flew to a sea about 500 kilometers from the west coast of the United States. The United States announced that the width of the territorial sea is 3 nautical miles, and the location chosen by Wu Fan does not have an island in the United States. Therefore, it is not within the territorial waters of the United States, but belongs to the international high seas. Just because the United States owns islands such as Summer Island, it has always been regarded as its back garden by the United States. But will Wu Fan be afraid of the United States? The answer is definitely not afraid. Wu Fan and Diana were suspended in midair. "It's here," Wu Fan said with a smile on his face. "Diana, let me show you a magic of our East, the Great Transformation Island. You have to open your eyes and look carefully." Wu Fan blinked at Diana and said with a smile. Diana looked at Wu Fan without knowing it, and asked a little puzzled, "Magic Island? What kind of magic is that?" When the two talked, they used Hyuxia most of the time. After all, Diana's Mandarin is no longer inferior to Wu Fan. Wu Fan didn't answer Diana's question, but reached into his arms, and then took out a file-size island. "Next is the time to witness the miracle. Don't blink," Wu Fan said, and then threw Penglay Island, which was slapped file-size, into the sea. The next moment, Penglay Island came into contact with the sea, and a magical scene appeared. Penglay Island, which slaps file-size, swells and grows instantly. In the blink of an eye, it has changed from a small file-size island to a super-large island with a radius of 900 miles. Diana's eyes widened in shock at the scene before her eyes. Wu Fan looked at Diana, who was shocked but still extremely beautiful. He couldn't help but smiled. He stretched out his hand and gently smoothed Diana's messy hair that was blown by the sea breeze. He smiled and said, "How is it? Is this magic magical?" Diana nodded first, then looked at Wu Fan and asked, "How did you do it?" The system is Wu Fan's biggest secret in this world. Even if it is Diana, Wu Fan does not intend to tell it. Therefore, Wu Fan smiled and said the explanation that he had thought up a long time ago. This island is called Penglay Island. It is a fairy island in Hyuxia legend. I got it by chance. Let's live here in the future, and I will be the owner of this Penglay Island from now on. When Penglay Island was still slapped file size, Wu Fan could already vaguely see the beauty of Penglay Island. Now Penglay Island has become larger, more picturesque, beautiful, ample aura, and suitable for the climate. A mountain with a height of more than 2,000 meters stands in the center of Penglay Island. Let's go down, Wu Fan said, and stretched out his hand to fly Diana down. The two landed on the highest point of the mountain, with a panoramic view of Penglay Island. Diana looked at Penglay Island, which was even more beautiful than Paradise Island, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprises. Although Diana does not need to practice, she can still feel the aura on Penglay Island. This is a mysterious energy that Diana has never felt before. Even Diana and Roar could even feel his divine power faintly strengthened. Wu Fan, will we really live here in the future? Diana asked with excitement. Definitely, it's just that there is nothing on this island right now. If you want to live there, you need to build it first, Wu Fan said with a smile. Construction? Indeed, let alone houses on this island, even a cave does not really need to be built. Diana nodded in response. Then we first think about what buildings and facilities we want to build on the island, and then we can find a way to become a reality later, Wu Fan said while looking at Diana. Okay. Diana looked at the beautiful Penglay Island, thinking that this would be the place where she and Wu Fan lived together in the future, and felt a burst of happiness in her heart inexplicably. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Mystique as a Child. Then I will get some wood. Let's build a few wooden houses for temporary stay, Wu Fan said with a smile looking at Diana. Need my help? Diana asked. No, I can do this kind of heavy work myself, Wu Fan replied with a smile. Wu Fan said, walking towards the towering trees in front of him. Boom! Wu Fan lightly swiped his right fist, and a huge amounts of tree fell to the ground. Then Wu Fan walked towards the next big tree. Boom boom boom! Giant trees fell to the ground one after another, stirring up dust. Subsequently, Wu Fan and Diana built several wooden houses on the clearing in front of the woods. The wooden house is set up, but now there is nothing here. We still need to go to the city of the United States to buy some daily necessities, Wu Fan said while looking at the empty wooden house. Okay, let's go now, Diana replied. Then Wu Fan and Diana flew to the United States. Wu Fan and Diana bought some daily necessities in a mall in Washington. Wu Fan and Diana were flying back to Penglay Island. When they were flying through a jungle, a blue figure flashed in Wu Fan's eyes. Wu Fan stopped immediately and took a closer look, and found a thin figure with blue skin and red hair in the jungle. Diana, there seems to be someone over there, let's go and take a look. Wu Fan pointed to the thin blue figure. Following the direction Wu Fan's finger pointed, Diana also saw the figure that seemed a little different. As the two of them flew closer and closer, they gradually realized that the thin blue figure was an 8 or 9-year-old girl with red hair but dark blue skin covered with strange patterns. A pair of golden eyes are unusually bright. Wu Fan recognized at a glance that this was Mystique Raven when he was a child. Mystique can arbitrarily change its own cells and tissue structure, so that it can change into anyone's appearance, including iris, fingerprints, skin texture, voice, and even gender. The clothes on the body can also imitate the texture of any clothing, even glasses. She can also change the position of her body's organs to avoid fatal injuries to her body in a critical moment. She even has the ability to age slowly, so that you can't tell her age by her appearance. Just why Raven appeared here, Wu Fan was a little confused. Raven felt that something seemed to be getting closer, and when he looked up, he was shocked when he saw a Huxia man and a beautiful white woman descend from the sky. Diana looked at the huge amounts of the little girl who looked different from ordinary humans, and was very surprised. Diana walked towards Raven slowly, with a gentle smile, and asked in a friendly manner, "Little girl, what is your name? Why are you alone here? Where are your parents?" When Raven heard Diana ask her parents, his face gradually dimmed. "I am Raven. You have also seen that I look completely different from others. My parents thought I was a monster, so they abandoned me. I can only wander around by myself." The expression on Raven's face was a little sad. Today, Raven is just a little girl, far from the subsequent decisive killing. When Diana heard Raven's words, she felt distressed and a thought flashed through her mind. So Diana turned her head to look at Wu Fan, and said slowly and firmly, "Wu Fan, I have always wanted to have a younger sister. I met Raven today. I feel very fate. I don't want her to wander around anymore. I want to adopt her as my sister." Wu Fan naturally wouldn't refuse, nodded, and smiled, "Okay, but it also depends on Raven's disagreement." "Raven, would you like to live with us?" Diana asked with a gentle look at Raven. Raven stared at Diana, and after a few seconds of silence, he nodded slowly. Diana smiled gently, and said sincerely to Raven again, "Since you agree, let's go home together." Raven couldn't help feeling a little moved when he heard the word home. The word home is a bit strange to her. A mist suddenly appeared in Raven's beautiful, shiny eyes. Raven looked at Diana with some hesitation and asked, "Do you think I look like a monster when you see me?" "I definitely won't be afraid of you, you are not scary at all. I will never abandon you either, you believe me, okay?" Diana looked into Raven's eyes and said sincerely. Raven clenched his palms a little nervously, then raised his head and looked at Diana carefully. Looking at Diana's sincere eyes, Raven nodded slowly and nervously, and slowly said, "Okay." Diana laughed happily, stretched out her right hand, and waited for Raven to pull it. Raven hesitation had to put his little blue hand in Diana's hand and looked at Diana's brilliant smile. He couldn't help but bend his eyes, cocked the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled. "My name is Diana, you can call me Sister Diana, this brother is Wu Fan," Diana said to Raven. Raven quietly jotted it down in his heart. "You are Diana's sister and will be my sister in the future. Let's go home first." Wu Fan smiled at Raven and said softly, "Okay." Raven nodded and replied. Afterwards, Wu Fan carried the purchased daily necessities, Diana held Raven, and the three flew back to Penglay Island together. Obviously, it was the first time that Raven was held by someone like this. His face was full of curiosity, but he didn't look scared. After arriving at Penglay Island, Raven looked at the beautiful island below that seemed to be inhumane, and couldn't help showing a look of joy in his eyes. "This is Penglay Island, we will live here." Diana flew over Penglay Island and said softly to Raven in her arms. A few seconds later, the three fell on the ground in front of the cabin. "Penglay Island is still very rudimentary now, but I will find a way to make a better house," Wu Fan said with a smile on his face as Wu Fan entered the house with daily necessities. "It's okay, I don't mind. Since she was abandoned by her parents, she has lived alone in the jungle. Don't talk about wooden houses in the jungle, it would be nice to have a cave." Diana pointed to a wooden house and smiled at Raven and said, "Raven, you will live in this wooden house with Sister Diana from now on." Raven smiled and nodded, "Okay." After Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven sorted out the daily necessities they bought, the sky gradually dimmed. "Cuckoo!" There was a noise in Raven's stomach. "You go get some snacks first, and I'll see what to make delicious." Wu Fan looked at Raven and smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 24 The Arrival of the Fleet. Two blushes appeared on Raven's face, and he looked a little embarrassed. Diana took out a loaf of bread she had bought before and handed it to Raven. "Raven, eat a loaf first." Raven reached out to take the small bread and began to eat. During the period of time Wu Fan spent with Diana, she knew that Diana, as the Princess of Paradise Island, did not know how to cook, so this kind of thing must have happened to him. Fortunately, I can cook by myself, and my cooking skills are pretty good, otherwise it would be really difficult. Wu Fan flipped through the food he bought today and took out a few samples. Within half an hour, Wu Fan quickly cooked a few huxia dishes. The dinner table. Diana looked at Raven, who was eating like a hungry tiger, her eyes full of pity. She doesn't know how long Raven has lived a life of sleeping and eating. Raven, eat slowly and stop choking. Diana looked at Raven with a distressed look, and felt that the little girl had really endured the hardship that she might not have to endure at her age. Raven heard this and slowed down a little embarrassedly. This meal is the best meal Raven has eaten in this time. At the same time, while passing here, a fleet of the United States found Penglay Island that suddenly appeared. "Captain, we found an island that shouldn't exist in the first place," a member of the United States Navy reported to the captain of the fleet. Upon hearing this, the captain took the binoculars in the hands of the observer and saw Penglay Island as expected. "How is this possible? We have gone this route many times. We have never seen this island. Where did it come from?" The captain frowned and said to himself, "We don't know exactly when this small island appeared, but it seems that the last time we took this route, we hadn't seen this island yet," said the United States soldier. The captain pondered for a moment, walked to the side of a communications soldier, and ordered, "Contact the Wooling building immediately, and I want to report the matter to the president." An unknown island suddenly appeared 1,000 kilometers off the west coast of the United States, but the United States knew nothing about it. This matter must be reported. The call was quickly connected to the President's office in the Wooling building. "Mr. President, I am the captain of the Second Fleet of the Navy. We found an unfamiliar island about 540 nautical miles off the west coast of the United States. The area of this island is huge, but it has never been discovered." The captain simply reported the discovery of Penglay Island to Truman. Truman was taken aback when he heard the captain say that he had discovered an unfamiliar island on the west coast of the United States. After all, with the current strength of the United States, an island has just been discovered in the waters near the mainland, which made him not surprised. Truman immediately ordered the naval fleet to approach Penglay Island and go to the island for reconnaissance. Penglay Island comes from the system and has an inexplicable connection with Wu Fan. So when the United States Navy soldiers landed on Penglay Island, Wu Fan was aware of it. Wu Fan frowned slightly and said to Diana and Raven, "I'll send a few flies. You and Raven will wait for me here for a while." As soon as the voice fell, Wu Fan got up and walked out of the wooden house. "Fly." Diana and Raven glanced at each other with a look of confusion. Obviously they didn't know what the fly Wu Fan was talking about. More than a dozen of the United States Navy soldiers are preparing to explore the depths of the island, looking left and right, with vigilant faces. At this moment, there was a cold voice in the air, "This island is my private island. Outsiders are not welcome, please leave." When the soldiers of the United States heard this voice, they all looked up. I saw a handsome young man with yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes floating in the air, staring at them with a calm expression. Because Truman previously ordered a complete blockade of news about Wu Fan and Diana in the United States, the United States Navy soldiers did not know Wu Fan at all. Who is this man? Can actually fly in the sky? Those soldiers of the United States who saw Wu Fan floating in midair were all surprised and dumbfounded. Those soldiers of the United States were stunned for a few seconds. They wanted to come back to their senses. They pointed their guns at Wu Fan and shouted sharply, "We are the United States Navy soldiers and are ordered to explore this island. No matter who you are, immediately come down and surrender, or we will shoot." Humph! Overwhelming! Wu Fan sneered when Wu Fan curled up his lips when he saw this. Then Wu Fan stretched out his right hand, pressed his 5 fingers, and waved his hand casually. The invisible psychokinesis turned into a big hand, and instantly threw the United States soldiers whose gunpoints were aimed at Wu Fan back into the sea one by one. Boom boom boom. The sound of objects falling into the water one after another, the sea suddenly burst into water. Penglai Island is not far away. On a warship of the United States, the captain of the fleet is observing the situation on the island with the binoculars. However, after seeing Wu Fan, the captain's expression changed. Although these United States naval soldiers did not know Wu Fan, he did. Therefore, knowing Wu Fan's cruelty, he panicked immediately. How could this killer come to this small island off the west coast of the United States? Then I thought of this small island that suddenly appeared and Wu Fan's apparently non-human power, and suddenly an idea came up in my heart: will the non-human power of this Hyuxia person have something to do with this island? No. The United States must get this island. Thinking of this, the naval fleet captain immediately ordered, "This island is adjacent to the United States waters and should belong to us, the United States. Now fire the artillery, we want to occupy this island." Boom 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 boom. Amid the sound of the guns, the cannons on several battleships fired at the same time. The shells penetrated the air and went straight to Penglai Island. Wu Fan heard the sound of the cannon and turned his head to look around, suddenly furious. "Labor and management haven't troubled you yet, you even bombarded labor and management. It is tolerable or unbearable, can't bear to FK him." Wu Fan flew up and flew toward the cannonball like electricity. Boom! With two loud noises, under Wu Fan's punch, a cannonball instantly turned into a ball of fire. Boom 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 boom. Wu Fan flew through every shell at high speed, and exploded one with one punch. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 shells exploded. The soldiers of the United States on the warship were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Is this guy still a human? Wouldn't it be the devil who crawled out of hell? It was shocking to blast the shells out with one punch. Patter! A telescope fell on the warship, and the sound was clear. The captain couldn't believe what he was seeing, and his hands trembled with shock, like a Parkinson's attack. Asterisk. Chapter 25. He is Wu from Daxia. After Wu Fan solved the shells, he looked at the United States fleet with cold eyes. Wu Fan snorted coldly, and decided in his heart to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Otherwise, Lao Mi will definitely have to come to trouble herself every 2 days. Thinking of this, Wu Fan's figure flashed, and he flew over the Mi army fleet, clenched his right hand, and threw a punch. The fist squeezed the air, instantly forming a huge amounts of fist mark, which fell from the sky. Boom! The huge amounts of fist imprints split a warship of the United States into two, making harsh metal cracking sounds. The warship that broke in two lost its balance and fell to both sides. Boom! Boom! Huge amounts of splashes of water aroused on the sea, and for a while, the waves surged, causing other warships around them to sway. Wu Fan volleyed towards the direction of the United States Navy captain. Psychokinesis exploded, and instantly turned into an invisible master, and grabbed the captain in front of him. Wu Fan stared coldly at the fleet captain who was floating in front of him with a look of horror, and said lightly, "I will warn you one last time. This island is my private island, and it is not in your United States." Within the sea. The fleet captain nodded with trepidation. Wu Fan snorted and continued, "You should be thankful that I am in a good mood today, so let you go. But if you come to bother me again, I will never mind letting your fleet come and go, and send you all to see your god." Wu Fan said, his 5 fingers clenched slightly, and the hand of psychokinesis holding the captain was gradually clenching. The fleet captain was gripped by the psychokinesis hand, and Roar couldn't help but suck, his face turned into pig liver, and he replied with difficulty, "Let's leave, we'll leave now." The captain also knew in his heart that his fleet was not the murderous opponent in front of him, so he could only retreat first and then report to the president. When Wu Fan heard that the Navy colonel agreed to leave, he let go of psychokinesis. As soon as the captain was released by the hand of psychokinesis, he immediately fell towards the sea. What? After a startled roar, there was a sound of falling into the water. Wu Fan snorted coldly, then turned and flew towards Penglai Island. After the fleet captain was rescued from the sea by his soldiers, he thought of losing his face in front of his navy soldiers. He glanced at Penglai Island, his eyes full of resentment. However, he only dared to feel resentment in his heart. If he was asked to seek revenge from Wu Fan, he would naturally not go. When Wu Fan returned to the wooden house, he saw Diana and Raven who were standing outside the wooden house waiting for him to return. Wu Fan, what happened? Diana asked Wu Fan as she looked at the falling Wu Fan. It is a naval fleet sent by the United States. I have driven them away. Wu Fan said with a faint smile. As Wu Fan said, he stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Raven's head, and said softly, "It's too early now, little Raven, it's time for you and Sister Diana to go to bed." "Okay." Raven looked at Wu Fan and nodded obediently and replied. Then the three of them went back to their rooms to rest and were speechless all night. The next day, a naval base on the west coast of the United States. Wu, who killed more than 1 million Japanese soldiers in Daxia, appeared on that island and claimed to be the owner of that island. He possessed extremely powerful super ability, and even blasted the fired shells with his bare hands. It even beat a warship into two with one punch. The captain reported what happened on Penglai Island to Truman in the Wing Lai building and said his guess. Truman then ordered the United States Air Force to send a reconnaissance plane to do reconnaissance. A reconnaissance plane flew to Penglai Island from a military base on the west coast. Boom boom boom. A few hours later, more than a dozen planes arrived at Penglai Island and circled above Penglai Island. Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven had just finished their breakfast when they heard the rumble of aircraft engines. Wu Fan frowned and snorted coldly, "Hey! How dare these United States guys come? It seems that it was too light to just destroy their warship before, and the lesson was not profound enough. In that case, then I don't mind giving them a tougher lesson. Wu Fan, I'll go with you." Diana looked at Wu Fan and said softly, "I want to go too." Little Raven also grunted and said. She wanted to know who the bad guys were, but she came to trouble again and again. Raven will never allow anyone to destroy the home he owns again. "Well, let's go." As soon as the voice fell, Wu Fan flew up. Diana also hugged Raven and flew into the air, following Wu Fan. Both were very fast, and soon came to the Mi Army plane. Seeing the three Wu Fans suddenly appeared, the Mi Army's flight crews were shocked instantly. The order they received was only to explore the island that had suddenly appeared. "However, I didn't expect that there would be people who can fly on this island." The flight crews were shocked. This is the first time they have seen such a Superman class. It can be said that it completely subverted their cognition and worldview. However, several flight crews have seen newspapers reporting Wu Fan and Diana. After seeing Wu Fan and Diana, they recognized them immediately. After all, when Truman ordered the blocking of news about Wu Fan and Diana, the photos of the two had already been exposed. The orders received by these flight crews were only to explore the island. Their superior officers did not tell them that the owner of the island was actually the Hyuxia who killed nearly 1 million soldiers from the Japanese kingdom in Daxia. The flight man looked terrified and said loudly in the communicator, that man is Wu from Daxia, who killed nearly 1 million soldiers from the Japanese kingdom." Chapter 26. Although many of these flight crews did not remember Wu Fan's appearance, they also knew Wu Fan's existence. At the moment, after learning about Wu Fan's identity, his complexion changed drastically. In the hearts of many people in the United States, Wu Fan has even been labeled as a devil. After all, although many people died in World War II, those casualties were also caused by the army. But in Daxia, this man killed nearly 1 million soldiers of the Japanese nation with his own hands. Wu Fan looked at the oncoming planes in front of him, sneered, and threw his right fist. Boom! The plane exploded in an instant, with a loud noise, and instantly turned into a ball of fire in the air, and the fragments slowly fell into the sea. The fist wind brought huge amounts of air waves, which shook several aircraft around that aircraft to varying degrees of trauma, losing control, and falling down quickly. Wu Fan looked at the remaining dozen planes, turned his psychokinesis into a giant palm, and flew the planes in the air with a strong wave. Rumble! Several planes burst into heavy smoke and fell into the sea uncontrollably. Boom boom boom! The plane fell from a high altitude into the sea, causing huge amounts of splashes. As for the flight crews in those planes, they naturally accompanied their planes and returned to the sea. Only one plane avoided the giant palm of Wu Fan's psychokinesis, circled and turned around in the air, and fled quickly in the direction of the United States. Wu Fan squinted his eyes slightly while looking at the plane that was getting away, but didn't leave the plane behind. After all, he still needs a microphone to let the United States government know its attitude. But if the United States dared to send someone next time, then he wouldn't mind really letting them all die in the sea to feed the sharks. Diana has long known that Wu Fan's ability to deal with these United States Air Forces is effortless. However, seeing everything, Raven's eyes widened in shock and his face was full of disbelief. She had never thought that Wu Fan, who had been good to her, could be so powerful. Scared stupid. Wu Fan stretched out his right hand and waved in front of Raven with a dull face. Raven blinked, then slowly came back to his senses. No. No. Has the matter been resolved? Will anyone come to the island to trouble us? Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. If the United States is still ignorant and dare to send someone, I don't mind giving them a tougher lesson. Wu Fan said in a deep voice. The only plane that escaped arrived at the United States military base. The commander of the military base in the base who was waiting for their return saw only one plane coming back, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The door of the fighter plane opened slowly, and the flight man got off the plane. The commander of the military base greeted him and asked with a deep frown, "What happened? What about the other planes?" The flight member was pale, and said with a horrified expression, "General Kam, the owner of the island that suddenly appeared, was the Hyuxia man who killed nearly 1,000,000 Japanese soldiers in Daxia. He destroyed all other planes." Kam's face changed slightly when he heard this. As the commander of the military base, he naturally knew that the owner of the island was Wu Fan. It's just that he didn't expect Wu Fan to dare to destroy the plane of the United States. Today, the only country in the world that has not surrendered is Japan. When the war is over, the United States and Russia are likely to become the world's two powers. However, even so, the fierce Wu Fan obviously did not take the United States in his eyes. "What are you talking about? Our plane was really destroyed by him?" General Kim asked, grabbing the flight man's shoulder. "Yes." The flight member still nodded in horror. Kim frowned. He knew that at the moment must report to the President and the Secretary of Defense as soon as possible, so that they could decide how to deal with Wu Fan next. Thinking of this, Kim turned and walked quickly towards the command room of the base. After the Secretary of Defense told Truman what had happened, Truman's face was equally ugly. Some even wanted to continue sending air forces to bomb the island. But after a long period of contemplation, Truman gave up the idea. Because judging from the strength that could not be shown in Daxia before, even if he dispatched the three armies of the sea, land, and air to attack at the same time, the result would probably be in vain. And in this way, it is likely to irritate Wu Fan. At that time, if Wu Fan came to the United States and sabotaged it, the gain would not be worth the loss. Therefore, even if he is not reconciled in his heart, Truman can only choose to compromise. Thinking of this, Truman instructed the Secretary of Defense, "From now on, all troops are prohibited from approaching the small island that suddenly appeared." "Yes." After the United States Secretary of Defense responded, he turned and left. For more than half a month, due to Truman's order, none of the United States Navy and Air Force approached Penglay Island. It has even been designated as a small restricted area on the military map of the United States. All troops are forbidden to approach here. Therefore, the life of the three Wu fans on the island is no longer disturbed, and they have a very comfortable and peaceful life. The United States hasn't sent anyone here to trouble us during this period. It seems that they won't come back again. Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. Wu Fan nodded, it should be, otherwise the United States won't be so peaceful for so long. Raven on the side heard these words and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His new home is safe, which makes Raven relax instantly. Time passed quickly, and it was June 30th in a blink of an eye. Tomorrow is July 1st, and Wu Fan will usher in a new lottery. Asterisk. Chapter 27, 9 Heavens Breathing Soil. Inside Wu Fan's room. Wu Fan sat half leaning against the wooden bed, waiting for midnight to arrive. When the second hand of the wall clock pointed to 12 o'clock, Wu Fan's mind also heard the system's voice on time. The lucky draw opportunity on the 1st of this month has been activated. Does the host start the lucky draw immediately? In the next second, the familiar lottery turntable came to Wu Fan's mind as scheduled. Start the lottery draw, Wu Fan said in his heart. As soon as the voice fell, the pointer in the middle of the lottery turntable quickly turned away. After a while, the pointer slowly slowed down, and finally stopped on top of an orange treasure chest. The treasure chest opened, and a cloud of blackish yellow like dirt flew out. At the same time, the introduction sound of the system also sounded. Congratulations to the host for extracting the weakened version of the 9 Heavens Breathing Soil. The weakened version of the 9 Heavens Breathing Soil has been removed from the function that can create humans, but it can still grow indefinitely in places with aura. It can change the shape shifting and color according to the host's mind, and has the characteristics of indestructibility. Wu Fan looked at the mysterious yellow 9-day breathing soil in his palm, and he was very happy, and he felt that the 9-day breathing soil in his hand was just like Penglay Island before, and there was an inexplicable connection with him. This lottery is simply an explosion of character. He was worrying about how to build Penglay Island recently, but he got 9 days worth of soil just today. Wu Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, God really helped me. Although it's a weakened version, it's enough. And it also has indestructible characteristics. That is to say, the buildings that have been transformed into soil will never be destroyed. It is only required to grow infinitely only in a place with aura, and it seems that only Penglay Island can have aura in this world. But it's too late now, Diana and Raven are already asleep, so even if you want to turn the soil into a building, you have to wait until tomorrow. After thinking about this, Wu Fan collected the 9 Heavens Breathing Soil in his hand. Without one worry, Wu Fan quickly fell asleep. On the second day, Wu Fan cooked a hearty breakfast for Diana and Raven. After eating breakfast, Wu Fan looked at the big one and the little 2 girls and said, Go, I'm going to make you a super magic trick. Super magic? What kind of super magic? Raven asked curiously. What kind of magic is it this time? The magic you did last time shocked me. Is it a similar magic this time? After watching Wu Fan's first magic show, Diana looked forward to this new magic show, her big beautiful eyes shining brightly. You'll know when you look at it, come and go out with me, Wu Fan said with a smile. Then Wu Fan took Diana and Raven to fly over the mountain peak in the middle of Penglay Island. Then stretched out his right palm, and a cloud of dark yellow soil appeared in the palm for an instant. Don't blink, my magic is about to begin, remember to look carefully with your eyes wide open. After speaking, Wu Fan waved his hand gently, and the 9 Heavens Breathing Soil flew down on the mountain peak. After the 9 Heavens Breathing Soil landed, it instantly grew bigger, and the soil was surging like a cloud, slowly turning into a large group of buildings. This building complex is a huge manor that integrates both Hyuxia and Western styles. The exterior is majestic and magnificent, showing grandeur. Diana and Raven were stunned and shocked when they saw that a mass of mud turned into such a beautiful complex in the blink of an eye. Wu Fan looked at Diana and Raven, whose faces were full of shock, and couldn't help but cocked the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he looked down at the buildings on the mountain and admired his masterpiece. There is an inexplicable connection between Wu Fan and Zhu Tian Xi Yang. The buildings that Zhu Tian Xi Yang has now turned into are exactly the same as what he had in mind. When Wu Fan from his previous life was in college, he fell in love with a girl in architecture. Because the girl likes to design some buildings that integrate Hyuxia and Western styles. In order to have a common topic with the other party, Wu Fan also had a research on how to integrate the two styles of the East and the West. Let's go down and take a look at our new home, Wu Fan said, turning his head to look at Diana and Raven. Okay. Diana and Raven nodded and replied slowly. Then Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven headed towards the building complex below. The three fell into the courtyard of this luxurious manor. Wu Fan took Diana and Raven to watch around the manor. We will live in this manor in the future, and we will return to the wooden house and move everything in later, Wu Fan said. Can we really live in such a beautiful manor in the future? Raven asked in surprise. Definitely. Wu Fan smiled and said softly to Raven. Great. Little Raven said excitedly to Roar. Silly girl, wait a while for you and your sister Diana to choose a room. Wu Fan stretched out his hand and rubbed Raven's little head, with a doting smile on his face. Raven and Diana nodded together, with joyful expressions on their faces. After visiting for a while, Wu Fan asked Raven to wait here, while he and Diana flew back to the wooden house and moved the daily necessities there to the manor. After moving twice, the two people finished moving the things. Although not tired, Wu Fan could not help but secretly said in his heart, it would be great if I could get something similar to the space ring in the novel in the future. After all, this kind of space item is called home travel equipment. For the next period of time, Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven lived in the manor made of 9 days of breathing soil, and their lives were very peaceful. In her spare time, Diana also teaches Wu Fan some fighting skills, and the two naturally inevitably learn from each other occasionally. Although Wu Fan's skills all come from the system, as the saying goes, there are too many skills, and you may use them when you learn the fighting skills. Although one force dropped 10 guilds, while possessing strength, he also possessed extremely strong fighting skills, which greatly improved Wu Fan's combat effectiveness. This time the United States did not come to trouble again, but the Maple Leaf Country and other countries also discovered this island. After all, this place is not far from Maple Leaf Country. Even appeared in a lot of news. Many people are full of curiosity about this beautiful island that suddenly appeared. But after all, this place is close to the United States. So there is no fleet from any country to explore the island that suddenly appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Selected City. On this day, after Diana and Wu Fan had a discussion, she looked at Wu Fan and said, Wu Fan, since I am the spokesperson of Paradise Island, I should occasionally go to human cities to stay for a while, so you want to stay in a human city for a while? Wu Fan asked, looking at Diana. Diana nodded and said, well, after all, this is also the reason why my mother asked me to leave Paradise Island. Wu Fan felt that what Diana said was reasonable. After all, if he just stayed on Penglay Island, what is the difference between staying on Paradise Island? Wu Fan nodded and said softly, okay. But if you want to live in a human city, you need money, and in the past few months, we have spent almost the money we got before. I need to figure out a way to get some money first. You give me some time. How about choosing a human city when we have enough money? Well, good. Diana nodded with a bright smile on her face. Diana spent a few months in the outside world and realized the importance of money. Then you go back to your room and rest for a while. I think about which human city we will go to next, and find a way to get some money by the way, Wu Fan said. Yeah. Diana nodded and smiled. Wu Fan wondered which country he would go to. But soon, Wu Fan chose the United States. After all, I chose to put Penglay Island here before, just to have the opportunity to watch the excitement of the United States. As for how to get the money, there are many so-called street gangs in the United States today, and gangsters are undoubtedly one of the fastest ways to get money. With a decision in mind, Wu Fan came to a certain city in the United States that night, and after spending a little money, he learned from a black man on the street the largest Hell Gang stronghold in the city. Whoosh! Wu Fan fell from the sky. 2 gangsters stood at the door of the Hell Gang stronghold, and when they saw a man suddenly descending from the sky, they all stunned. However, the 2 soon recovered and immediately raised the pistols pinned to the waist and aimed at Wu Fan. Stop! Otherwise we'll shoot. Wu Fan turned a blind eye to the pistols in their hands and continued to walk forward. When the 2 saw this, they immediately pulled the trigger. Boom! The 2 bullets shot straight towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan stretched out his right hand, psychokinesis moved slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 bullets quickly turned around and reflected back to the 2 gangsters. Boom! Boom! The 2 bodies fell to the ground. The sound of gunfire was particularly harsh in the silent night. The door of the building behind the 2 opened, and dozens of big men with different skin colors rushed out, all holding guns in their hands and looking ruthless. A white man who looked like the boss glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, and immediately knew that Wu Fan had come in badly, and immediately ordered, "Shoot! Kill him!" Bang! 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 In an instant, countless bullets shot at Wu Fan. Wu Fan's psychokinesis started, and a car parked not far away flew over and blocked Wu Fan, blocking all the bullets. With a light push of Wu Fan's right hand, the black car smashed straight at the gang members. Boom! Ah 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 ah! The people who were hit by the car groaned in pain. The white man who ordered the shooting before slowly got up. His suit was scratched in several places, his hair was messy. There were a few scratches on his face, and blood was shed. "You are the boss of the Hell Gang, right?" Wu Fan asked, looking at the tall white man who was extremely embarrassed in front of him. The white man raised his head to look at Wu Fan in front of him, and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming here?" "Very simple, I want your money." Wu Fan stared at the gang boss with a cold expression on his face. The white man was stunned for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll give you money." After all, as long as his life is still alive, he is not afraid of losing money. And the money of these gangs is black money, and naturally it will not be stored in the bank, but hidden by the white man in an underground secret room. The white man brought Wu Fan to the basement. Wu Fan took the 2 big bags provided by the other party and began to put money into it. It wasn't until the bags were full, about tens of millions, that Wu Fan flew back to Penglay Island with this large sum of money. Early the next morning, Wu Fan saw Diana as soon as he left his room. "Morning, Diana." Wu Fan walked slowly to Diana and sat down. "Morning." Diana looked at Wu Fan and smiled. Wu Fan looked at Diana and smiled and said, "I got some money yesterday, and I think New York is a good city, what do you think?" "The reason why I chose New York is naturally because there will be countless good shows in the future. New York is indeed a nice place." Diana thought for a while and said. Wu Fan nodded and said with a smile, "Since you plan to live in New York for a period of time, you can't stay in a hotel every day. So I plan to buy a house in New York, which is more convenient." "Okay." Diana naturally had no opinion, and nodded in agreement. "The weather is pretty good today, otherwise I will go to New York after breakfast," Wu Fan said with a smile. Diana nodded in agreement. After Wu Fan and Diana finished their breakfast, they let Raven stay on Paradise Island, and the two flew to New York City. After spending a long time in New York City, the two bought a house suitable for 3 people to live in. It was furnished with all kinds of furniture and beautifully decorated, so they could move in directly with their bags. After buying a suitable house, Wu Fan and Diana returned and flew back to Penglay Island. When Raven learned that the 3 were about to head to New York City, his face suddenly showed a nervous and expectant look. Today, Raven is just a child, and he naturally has expectations for the bustling city. It's just that she suffered too many strange eyes in front of people before, which left a shadow on her little heart. Wu Fan looked at Raven, moved in his heart, and asked with a smile, "Raven, do you want to go to school? Then you can have many classmates as playmates." After all, Raven is now at the age to go to school. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Raven's eyes, and then dimmed again. "They treat me as a monster." Wu Fan sighed in his heart and knelt down and looked at Raven with pity. "Relax, our little Raven ability is so powerful, and if you only need to change a little beauty, it will be too late for those classmates to like you." Hearing the words, Raven suddenly showed expectation on his face, looked at Wu Fan and asked, "Really?" Wu Fan smiled and nodded, and affirmed, "Definitely is true. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Diana." Raven looked at Diana. Diana also smiled and nodded, "Definitely, our Raven is cute and smart. Those kids will love you." Raven thought for a while, and then the blue skin on his body surged, and in the next moment, he turned into a pink jade, wearing a princess dress, like a lovely little loli, like an exquisite porcelain doll. Asterisk. Chapter 29, The Universe in the Sleeve. Raven looked at the two and asked, "Brother Wu Fan, Sister Diana, is Raven beautiful like this?" Diana looked at the cute Raven, her heart was about to be cute, and she hugged her and smiled, "Our Raven is definitely cute." Wu Fan smiled and nodded, and said, "Well, it's cute." When Raven heard the words, a sweet smile appeared on his face. After that, Wu Fan still brought some essential items, while Diana held Raven, and the 3 flew towards New York City together. In a blink of an eye, Wu Fan and Diana have been living in New York City with Raven for half a month. And Wu Fan also helped Raven contact a school, but because it is the summer vacation, it will take a month for the school to start. Today is July 31st. This means that when it reaches 0, Wu Fan can draw another lottery. In the middle of the night, Wu Fan leaned against the bedside, waiting for the activation of his lucky draw this month. When the time came to 0, the voice of the system also sounded in Wu Fan's mind as promised, "This month's lucky draw opportunity has been activated. Does the host start the lucky draw immediately? The draw is now." Wu Fan responded in his heart. The lottery turntable appeared in Wu Fan's mind, and the pointer in the center of the turntable immediately spun as usual. Wu Fan watched the pointer gradually slow down, until it finally pointed to a brown treasure chest. Congratulations to the host, for acquiring the skill in the sleeve. Universal skills in the sleeves. Once deployed, the sleeves turn into a small world, which can be collected. However, if you want to collect people, the strength of the person received cannot be higher than that of the host originally. Wu Fan was overjoyed after hearing this. Income? This skill is simply necessary for home travel. In the future, you can put the items you need to bring into your sleeves, so that it is much more convenient to travel, purchase and carry luggage. And it can also earn people. The universe in this sleeve is really much better than those spatial rings in the novel. Hey, I seem to have secretly sighed in my heart not long ago that it would be great if I could get something like a space ring, but I got it in my sleeve this month. Is there actually such an invisible passiveness in my body that I want to do? Skill? This day, Wu Fan took Diana and Raven to a movie. Although Wu Fan looked drowsy, Diana and Raven looked very happy. When the 3 returned home, they saw the door of the next room wide open, and a young white woman was carrying luggage into the next room. The woman's shoulder-length golden waves curled and her facial features were profound. Although not particularly beautiful, her eyebrows were somewhat heroic. When the woman saw Wu Fan took out the key and was about to open the door, she smiled and proactively greeted Roar and said, "Hi. Hello, I am a new resident. My name is Peggy Cart. You belong to the house next door. Residents, right? We will be neighbors from now on." Peggy Carter? Wu Fan couldn't help being speechless for a while after hearing the woman's name. This is not the girlfriend of the Captain of the United States, or an agent of SHIELD. Wu Fan thought about it carefully, as if S.H.I.E.L.D. is not called S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. But doesn't this woman know how to use a fake name? As an agent, isn't it a normal operation to hide your identity and name? Still feel that you definitely don't know her identity, even if you say your real name, it doesn't matter? Wu Fan thought for a few seconds, and felt that the latter is more likely. But what is the purpose of Katie's sudden move here? It shouldn't be so coincidental, is it? Wu Fan felt that Katie's sudden appearance was not that simple. No matter what it is for, the soldiers will come to block them, and the water will cover them. In fact, what Wu Fan didn't know was that he was discovered by the United States agents just a few days after he brought Diana and Raven to New York. Today's S.H.I.E.L.D. is not called S.H.I.E.L.D., and it has not even been renamed the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It is called the Strategic Science Corps. The Strategic Science Corps sent an agent Katie to monitor Wu Fan and Diana. After all, whether it is Diana or Wu Fan, their strength is too strong. If you don't send people to know, Truman doesn't feel relieved at all. And he also wanted to find out why Wu Fan and Diana moved to New York. So Katie bought the house next to Wu Fan and Diana. Katie recognized Wu Fan and Diana, because she had seen their photos before, so she smiled and proactively called Roar. "Hello. I'm Diana, he's Wu Fan, this is Raven. We do live next door to you." Unknowing Diana replied with a friendly face, and introduced her the names of 3 people one by one. "Then we will be neighbors from now on, and you can come to my house as a guest if you have time," Katie said to Diana with a smile. "Okay." Diana nodded with a smile. "Do you need help with the luggage?" Wu Fan asked when seeing the 2 luggage bags in Katie's hands. "No, I'll finish moving this thing. I can do it myself," Katie replied. "Okay, then Diana and Raven will go back to the room first, and we will have a chance to talk later," Wu Fan said softly. "Okay, goodbye." Katie nodded with a smile. After Diana and Raven smiled at Kat and nodded, they followed Wu Fan and walked back to the room. After Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven returned to the room, Wu Fan began to check the room with psychokinesis. Sure enough, I found a fist file-size bug under the floor. Oh, sure enough. As expected, Kat's purpose here is not simple. Wu Fan sneered, then walked to the floor where the bug was hidden, pried open the floor, and took the bug out. Although there are many black technologies in the American comics world, this is after all in the 1940s. The file size bug of this fist is already very small. What's this? When Diana entered the room, she found something was wrong with Wu Fan. Then she saw him pry open a floor in the room. When she was puzzled, she saw Wu Fan pull out a fist from under the floor. File size. I don't know what. The machine is even more confused. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Peggy Carter. This is a bug that can overhear what we are talking about in this room. Wu Fan squinted his eyes slightly, looked at the bug in his hand, and then squeezed the bug slightly, and immediately crushed the bug. Why is this bug under the floor of our house? Diana asked with a serious expression, looking at the bug in Wu Fan's hand. She didn't want to live under the surveillance of others every day. Wu Fan smiled and looked at Diana and said, "It may be that the house moved next door accidentally and moved to the wrong room, and it was put in our house. I will ask, you should take a rest at home first. Diana nodded, showing an enlightened look. Boom boom boom. Wu Fan took the obsolete bug and knocked on Kat's door. Katie opened the door and saw that it was Wu Fan. He was smiling and was about to ask Wu Fan what happened to him. He saw the bug in Wu Fan's hand, and his smile froze. Miss Kate, I think this is something you accidentally moved in the wrong room when you moved. It's just now that I accidentally damaged it, but let's return the property to the original owner. Wu Fan handed over the wiretap in his hand. Katie looked at a loss and showed an unexplained smile. Katie is the top agent in the United States after all. He glanced at the bug in his hand, immediately adjusted his emotions, and said puzzledly, I think you may have misunderstood a bit, this is not my thing. Oh? Miss Cat, don't you know if you know a soldier from the United States named Steve Rogers? I was in a secret base in Hydra, and had a relationship with him. Wu Fan said with a smile. After a pause, Wu Fan continued to say calmly, I heard that the United States has an organization called the Strategic Science Corps. It seems that there is a female officer named Kat Payne in it, and she and the captain of the United States seems to have a lot to do with. Kat's pupil shrank, and he knew that he was completely exposed. Katie also knew that it was meaningless to continue to pretend, and said, well, I admit that this is my thing. Miss Kate, I hope this kind of thing won't happen again. After Wu Fan finished speaking, he turned around and went home. Katie closed the door, and when he thought of Wu Fan's words, his face sank, his eyes were full of emotions, and his expression was serious. How do you know that the bug is from Kat? How did you discover Kat's identity? Diana asked Wu Fan as she looked at the incoming Wu Fan. Wu Fan sat down on the sofa in the living room and said with a smile, this is a secret. Do you have the ability of the prophet? Diana grinned, looking at Wu Fan and said. Wu Fan looked at Diana's excited expression as if he had discovered a great secret, and smiled non-committal. He neither admitted nor denied, but thought to himself, prophet? This is also a good reason. No wonder you were outside the Hydra base, you were able to call out that woman's name, and you were able to guess the identity of Katie in the first place. Diana looked at Wu Fan with a smile on her face. Wu Fan still did not answer. System and travel are his biggest secrets. Although he and Diana now have a good opinion of each other, they did not intend to tell her these two things. At night, someone knocked on the door of the room. Boom boom boom. Wu Fan opened the door and was not surprised to see that it was Kate. I want to have a good talk with you. Katie looked at Wu Fan seriously and said. Come in and sit and chat, please come in. Wu Fan said with a smile. Carter came in and greeted Roar, who was sitting on the sofa. Diana, good evening. Good evening. Diana replied lightly. Now that Diana already knows the identity of Kat, naturally she will not show her enthusiasm. I came tonight to tell you about the bug. I am an agent of the United States government. I came here because I received an order from my superior to closely monitor you and Diana. After all, you two are too strong. If you have any unfavorable ideas for the United States, we can't even stop it. I want to know what is the purpose of your coming to the United States. Katie asked with a serious face after adjusting his emotions. This is the main purpose of Katie to meet Wu Fan. She wanted to figure out why the two came to New York. Don't worry, I came to the United States this time without any malice. I just want to live in New York City for a while and choose a school for Raven by the way. Wu Fan said, looking at Diana. Diana understood her heart and said, I am Princess Diana of the Amazons of Paradise Island. I am the ambassador of Paradise Island and walk in the human world on the order of my mother. I hope to build a friendly relationship with the human world. Bridge. Then Diana briefly introduced the situation of Paradise Island to Kat. Katie felt a little weird when she heard Diana's words. Paradise Island? Never heard of it. Amazon warrior, What's that again? But looking at Diana's serious expression, it seemed that what she said was true. Okay, I understand the situation, I won't bother and say goodbye. Katie stood up slowly, smiled and nodded. She felt that no matter whether Wu Fan and Diana said it was true or false, the only thing she could do was to report the matter to her superiors for decision-making. Walk slowly, don't give it away. Wu Fan said lightly. Kot went out of the room and closed the door. Katie knew that it was completely meaningless to stay in the house next door to Wu Fan, so he returned to the New York stronghold of the Strategic Science Corps overnight after returning home. After returning to the base, Katie went to see his superior Dulai the first time. Boom boom boom. Kate knocked on the door of Dulai's office. Please come in. A low bass came from inside the door. Du Li was looking down at the document, and when he heard the door opening, he looked up and found that it was Kat who had walked in. He was a little surprised and frowned. Didn't you arrange to monitor Wu Fan and Diana? Why did you come back so soon? Is something wrong? Asterisk. Chapter 31. My identity was exposed, and the Hyuxia man found out the bug that I had hidden in the first place, and gave it back to me. Katie still thinks of this, but still feels a little confused about how Wu Fan knew her identity. There is such a thing. Du Li stretched out his left hand and touched his chin, as if thinking about something. Katie knew that Du Li was dissatisfied with her, and might use this mission failure to make use of the problem, so she said first, but I didn't get nothing this time. I know that the woman named Diana comes from a mysterious country called Paradise Island. It is ruled by a queen named Hippolyte, who is Diana's mother. The inhabitants of the island are all women, there are thousands of them, and they are all trained to be powerful Amazon warriors. Diana is the spokesperson of Paradise Island in the human world, and wants to establish a friendly relationship between Paradise Island and the human world, and they came to the United States this time to establish a friendly relationship between Paradise Island and the United States. Katie reported everything he knew to Duri. I see, you go out first. Du Li said lightly. Yes. After Katie responded, he turned and walked out of Du Li's office. Du Li sat in his office chair thinking for a moment, then picked up the phone and reported the matter to the Secretary of Defense. Half an hour later, the Secretary of Defense of the United States hurriedly walked into the President's office and reported the matter about Paradise Island to Truman. After Truman learned that Diana was the spokesperson of Paradise Island in the human world, and that there were thousands of powerful Amazon warriors on Paradise Island, the idea of befriending Diana suddenly came to his mind. If Diana and Wu Fan can be drawn into the United States camp, so much the better. If there are powerful people like Diana and Wu Fan to assist the United States goal of becoming the world's hegemon will be even more in sight. 2 days later, Duri received an order from the President to show his favor to Diana, and said to Diana that we can assist Diana's Paradise Island to establish friendly relations with the United States. After receiving the order, Du Li called Kat. Kato, I just received the President's instruction. The President asked Diana to be handed in and told her that we can assist her in her job as the spokesperson for Paradise Island in the United States, and this matter will continue to be handled by you. Dulai said in a deep voice. But I said, my identity has been exposed. Kat said with a headache. This is your own business. If the previous mission fails, you will think of a new way. And this is the President's order, you must carry it out. Du Li's stern and ruthless voice came from the microphone. Good. Katie replied with a helpless look, and then hung up the phone. Katie sat on the sofa, thinking about how to successfully complete this task with her identity exposed. Early the next morning, Katie came to the residence of Wu Fan and Diana in New York. Boom boom boom. Katie knocked on Wu Fan's door again. This time it was Diana who opened the door. When Diana saw Kat, who hadn't seen her in a few days, she froze for a few seconds before showing a polite smile and said, Katu, good morning. Good morning, Diana. Kat also said with a smile. Is Wu at home? I have something to tell you. As soon as Kato's voice fell, I saw Wu Fan walking out of the kitchen. What are you doing again? Does the United States government still want to monitor us? Wu Fan frowned. I'm here this time, I have something to tell you. Kat said. I am here this time to hope that the United States and Paradise Island can establish friendly diplomatic relations. Our president expressed that the United States is willing to establish a diplomatic office in the United States on Paradise Island for Diana in New York to facilitate the handover of various things between the United States and Paradise Island, and is willing to provide you with corresponding assistance. If you have any requests you can ask, as long as we can do it, we will try our best to do it, Kat said. Wu Fan and Diana looked at each other, and obviously they didn't expect that the United States would suddenly be so easy to talk. Wu Fan thought for a while and made a request, I want a luxurious manor without the United States office staff. Now that the request can be raised, Wu Fan will not be polite, after all, it is not for nothing. About this matter, I will convey your request to Mr. President. Katie said with a smile. Diana naturally didn't have any opinions. Diana was a little bit happy when she thought that she might have made great progress as a contemporary speaker of Paradise Island in the human world. Katie didn't expect this meeting to go smoothly, and he was relieved immediately. Then I will leave first, and see you next time I have a chance. After Katie said goodbye to Wu Fan and Diana, he drove back to the base of the Strategic Science Corps and prepared to report on the situation. After Katie left, Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked, Don't you hate the United States? Why would you agree to them so easily? What mansion do you want them to give away? Wu Fan smiled and said, I hate it, but they want to give us the house for nothing, why don't we? Diana was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly felt a little unable to argue. After Katie reported Wu Fan's request to Du Li immediately reported it to Truman. After Truman learned of Wu Fan's request, he immediately ordered Du Li to find a suitable luxury estate for Diana and Wu Fan in New York. At the moment Truman just wanted to draw Wu Fan and Diana to the tank of the United States as much as possible. If it succeeds, compared to the benefits Wu Fan and Diana will bring to the United States, the requirements of a luxurious manor are not worth mentioning. Truman's heart full of small abacus can be described as clinking. 2 days later, Truman's secretary came to the president's office with a copy of information in his hand. Mr. President, Dury, the head of the Scientific Strategy Corps, found a suitable luxury estate in a wealthy area of New York City. This is the relevant information he faxed. Please have a look. Truman's secretary handed Truman a copy of the information about the luxurious manor. Truman took the information and looked down for a while. I found that this manor not only has a good location, a beautiful appearance, a large area, and a variety of facilities. Okay, it's the manor. Please inform Du Li by the way and let him arrange that Wu and Diana go to the manor. Truman put down the information and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Truman's secretary nodded. And then walked out of the president's office and notified Dury of Truman's order. When Du Li received the order, he immediately called Kat. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Super Weapon Development Successfully. Cart, the president has selected a luxurious manor for Wu Fan and Diana. Here is the information about that manor. If you go to Wu Fan and Diana tomorrow, take them to the luxurious manor. Du Li threw a folder at Kat, and said lightly. Okay, I see. Katie took the folder. Early the next morning, Katie drove to Wu Fan and Diana's house in New York. Boom boom boom. Katie knocked on the door of Wu Fan's house for the third time. After opening the door and seeing Kat outside the door, Diana called out roar and said, Kate. Good morning, Diana. Katie also responded with a smile. Please come in. Diana nodded. Katie looked at Diana and smiled. Last time you asked for a mansion, we have found a suitable place, a luxurious manor, in a wealthy area of New York. I came to your house to see you today to take you to the luxurious manor. Okay, wait here for a while, I'll call Wu Fan and Raven, and I will go with you later. After Diana finished speaking, she walked to Wu Fan's room. A few seconds after knocking on Wu Fan's door, Wu Fan opened the door. Katie said that he has found a suitable luxury manor, and he wants to take us to see it. Diana looked at Wu Fan and said, Okay, it just happens to be nothing today, let's go and see. Wu Fan said with a smile. Then Diana woke up Raven again. Let's go now. Cat saw that Diana and Raven had also walked over, so he stood up and said. Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven nodded their heads and followed Katie to the parking lot. Then Katie drove Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven to the luxurious manor. An hour later, the four arrived at the luxurious manor. Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven followed Katie all the way into the manor. This manor is extremely luxurious and has a large area. In the center of the manor is a 4-story villa with a Gothic style. The front of the villa is a garden, and there is a huge pond on the right side. The villa is surrounded by lush trees for 3 weeks. Entering the villa, Wu Fan found that the interior decoration of the villa is gorgeous and exquisite, with everything there is to it, but it is a good place to stay. Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven all felt very satisfied after watching it. It's almost time to go shopping, are you satisfied with the mansion we provide? Cat asked. Wu Fan nodded faintly, it's okay. Cat twitched his mouth, barely maintained a smile and said, it's okay. With that, Cat took out a document from his bag. Diana, as long as you sign this document, the right to use this mansion for the next 100 years will belong to you. Katie handed the document in his hand to Diana along with a pen. Wu Fan, take a look at this document, too. Diana handed the document to Wu Fan and said. For some time, she has seen a lot of news about contract traps in the New York Daily. Wu Fan took the file from Diana and read it carefully, and found no traps. The file is okay, sign it, Diana. When Diana heard Wu Fan said that it was okay, she signed her name, and then handed the document to Kat. Standing in the villa, Wu Fan activated psychokinesis again and found several eavesdropping devices hidden in various hidden corners of the villa. Then he used psychokinesis to take out all the hidden eavesdropping devices. It seems that you are still a little worried about us, Miss Cat. Wu Fan looked at Kat, sneered. And several eavesdropping devices were suspended in front of him. After Diana and Raven saw these eavesdropping devices, their faces suddenly became cold. Katie looked at the suspended eavesdropping devices with an embarrassment on his face. I really didn't do it this time. I didn't even know that there was a monitoring device installed in the villa. Would you please believe me? Katie said seriously. Wu Fan glanced at Kat, and saw that the bottom of Kat's eyes were clear, knowing that she might not lie this time. Well, this time I believe you did not do it. But I don't want to see eavesdropping devices appearing in my life again. If I discover it again, the consequences may be very serious. Understood, Miss Cat. Wu Fan squinted slightly, staring at Kat's eyes. His voice was low, with a hint of coldness. I promise that it won't happen again. Katie said solemnly. Wu Fan nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, the office of the President of the United States. Howard, you are here to find me. Is there any better progress in the development of the atomic bomb? Truman asked when he looked at Howard Stark, who was in a straight suit in front of him. President, the atomic bomb has been successfully developed and only needs to be tested. Howard Stark said slowly. Successful development of the atomic bomb? This is really great. Truman laughed happily. Now that the atomic bomb has also been successfully developed, the day when the United States becomes the overlord of the world is imminent. Thinking of this, Truman became even more excited, and the smile lines on the corners of his eyes became deeper. Then where are we going to test the atomic bomb? The atomic bomb is so powerful that it must find a suitable place, otherwise it may cause great harm. Howard Stark said with a serious face. Truman pondered for a while, remembering that at the moment, it has been a while since Hitler announced his surrender on the broadcast, and the WA country was still clamoring not to surrender. I thought about letting the country taste the power of the atomic bomb before. Now that the atomic bomb has been successfully developed, it seems it's time to implement it. Truman squinted his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Let's test fire the 2 atomic bombs in WA." The Japanese nation has been restless during this period of time. It was a natural time for the war to cease, but the Japanese nation still clamored about not surrendering. Then throw 2 atomic bombs at them, give them a bitter taste, and see if they can behave. Howard Stark secretly said in his heart, "A little bit of pain?" If 2 atomic bombs are to be fired in the territory of the Japanese nation, I am afraid that the Japanese personnel will surely suffer heavy casualties. The remaining nuclear radiation does not know how long it will take to disappear, and how many people will die due to the radiation during this period. How could this be just a bit of suffering? This would simply be a huge amount of catastrophe for the WA kingdom. But now that the president has given orders, Howard Stark will naturally not object. Who made him a weapon merchant? Moreover, he led the research and development of the atomic bomb. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Redraw. The next thing is just like in history. 2 sons rose in the territory of Country R, and Country R, who shouted the slogan of 100 million jade fragments, finally lost its last courage and chose to surrender. The world has also entered a period of peace, and the aftermath of World War II has finally subsided. The next step is that the countries have begun to negotiate with each other. It is worth mentioning that in a certain military base, an officer named Yoshida R. Country was rescued by a mutant with self-healing ability. And that mutant's name is Logan. The United States, New York City. Diana and Wu Fan sat on the sofa in the living room and read the newspaper. When Diana saw the description of the power of the atomic bomb in the newspaper, she couldn't help being a little surprised. "Wu Fan, have you seen the news that Country M dropped an atomic bomb on Country R in the newspaper? It's incredible that human beings have developed such a powerful weapon," Diana said, staring at the newspaper with a look of surprise. "This is covered in such a large page in the newspaper, I definitely saw it. Country R has been clamoring for its refusal to surrender, not wanting to stop the war and bring the world back to peace. Now that Country M is bombed with an atomic bomb, it can be regarded as self-inflicted." Wu Fan sneered. He didn't have a good impression of Country R in his heart, and he even felt that the United States just threw 2 atomic bombs, which is really a cheap kid. Regarding the development of such a powerful weapon as the atomic bomb, Wu Fan just smiled. With the continuous advancement of science and technology, the weapons developed by mankind will naturally become stronger and stronger. Today's atomic bomb is still at the elementary level. Later, mankind will develop even more powerful nuclear weapons. Humans will not be satisfied. They will study further on the existing basis and will never stop. Wu Fan said softly while looking at Diana. After Diana listened to Wu Fan's words, she was slightly taken aback. "Sister Diana, brother Wu Fan, I'm a little hungry, shall we go out for dinner today? The restaurant we ate last time was so delicious, I'll go eat it again." Raven came out of the room and saw that the atmosphere in the living room seemed a bit wrong, so he quickly said to the rescue. After this time of getting along, Raven's relationship with Diana and Wu Fan became very good. Raven's name is Sister Diana and Brother Wu Fan. Diana and Wu Fan treated Raven as their sister's beloved behavior, which made Raven feel the warmth that she had never had before, and she also cherished it. "Well, if you like to eat, I will take you to eat." Wu Fan rubbed Raven's little head so much. "It's too early now, let's go, Diana," Wu Fan said, turning his head to look at Diana. Diana nodded, put down the newspaper in her hand, and went out with Wu Fan and Raven. The power of the super weapon spreading its wings during the war had no effect on Wu Fan at all, and since Katie returned last time, Country M has not sent anyone to disturb the lives of the three. For the next period of time, Wu Fan and Diana and Raven had a very peaceful life. They would often go back to Penglay Island to live for a while, and occasionally they would stay for a few days at the manor in New York, where they lived a leisurely and comfortable life. Time is like running water. And in a blink of an eye, it has come to August 31st. After Wu Fan took a shower and changed clothes, he was too lazy to sit on the bed and read the newly bought book, waiting for another lucky draw. This month's lucky draw opportunity has been activated. Does the host start the lucky draw immediately? As soon as 0 o'clock arrived, the voice of the system rang in Wu Fan's mind. Start the lottery. Wu Fan closed the book and said to the system in his mind. The pointer in the middle of the lottery wheel spins rapidly, then gradually slows down, and finally points to a dark blue treasure chest. Congratulations to the host, I got a gourmet tablecloth from Doraemon World. Gourmet tablecloths can produce all kinds of food out of thin air. As long as you name the food you want to eat, the tablecloth will transform into food. The transformed food is real and can be supplied indefinitely. Then a light blue tablecloth appeared in Wu Fan's hands. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Gourmet Tablecloth. Chapter 34 Gourmet Tablecloth. Wu Fan looked at the food tablecloth in his hand and was a little speechless. But then he was relieved, after all, he didn't need to cook anymore. Thinking of this, Wu Fan smiled faintly, showing the universe in his sleeves, and putting away the gourmet tablecloth, then turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning, with the gourmet tablecloth, Wu Fan didn't need to get up early to prepare breakfast, so he slept a little longer than before. After Wu Fan was awake, he hummed a little tune and leisurely got up, changed clothes, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then walked slowly to the living room. Good morning, Wu Fan. You seem to be in a good mood today. Diana was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, looked up at Wu Fan and smiled. Good morning, brother Wu Fan. Raven was sitting next to Diana, holding a cup of fresh milk, and when he beckoned Wu Fan to roar, there was still a little milk stain on his lips. Good morning, Diana, Raven. Wu Fan beckoned to roar while sitting down on the sofa, reaching for a piece of paper on the coffee table, and wiping the milk stains for Raven. Raven's small dark blue face suddenly smeared with 2 faint blushes. Come on, I'll perform a trick for you. Then Wu Fan opened the gourmet tablecloth stall on the living room coffee table, and whispered to the gourmet tablecloth, Xiaolong Bao, ribs porridge. When Diana and Raven were puzzled by this, they saw a puff of green smoke floating on the tablecloth, and then a steaming dish of steamed dumplings in a bowl of ribs porridge rose slowly. Diana and Raven were very surprised by this, with a surprised look on their faces. Brother Wu Fan, what is this? Raven looked at the food tablecloth with a puzzled look. This is a gourmet tablecloth. As long as you name the food you want to eat, the corresponding food will appear on the tablecloth. Wu Fan reached out and took a dumpling on the table and ate it. The thin-skinned stuffing is big, and the soup is rich. After a bite, the lips and teeth are fragrant, which is quite delicious. After listening to Wu Fan's words, Diana and Raven knew that as long as they said the name of the food, they could enjoy all kinds of delicacies. They were very happy. The 3 of them ate a very rich breakfast with gourmet tablecloths. In the future, we will basically rely on gourmet tablecloths for our meals, what do you think? After eating and drinking, Wu Fan slumped on the sofa with a satisfied expression on his face. Diana and Raven had no opinion on this definitely, and they nodded in agreement. After all, food tablecloths can not only change all kinds of food they like, but they are also very delicious. Although Wu Fan's cooking skills are fine, it's just fine. Compared with the delicacies on the gourmet tablecloths, it is far worse. Merchant ships from various countries traveled back and forth, and other countries soon discovered Penglay Island, a huge island that suddenly appeared. These countries are all full of curiosity about this beautiful island that has suddenly emerged, and they are preparing to send agents to explore it. The polar bear country is one of them. But now only country M knows that the owner of Penglay Island is Wu Fan and lists this as the top secret, so the polar bear country does not know. The polar bear country selected the most elite agent Natasha Romanoff to go to Penglay Island, wanting to find out. As night falls, there is a cool breeze. Natasha Romanoff wore a black tight leather jacket to the pier and took a pre-arranged boat to the vicinity of Penglay Island. It was getting late and his vision was dim. Natasha Romanoff could only see the general direction of Penglay Island by moonlight, and then jumped into the sea without a trace of hesitation. The sea surface instantly stirred up huge amounts of splashes, and a wave of water rippled. Natasha Romanoff, diving in the sea, has a graceful posture, like a light mermaid. A quarter of an hour later, Natasha Romanoff arrived on Penglay Island. At the same time, Wu Fan, who was sitting on the sofa in his room and reading a book, immediately noticed the arrival of someone on Penglay Island. After all, there is an inexplicable connection between him and Penglay Island. The image of Penglay Island appeared in Wu Fan's mind, and Wu Fan recognized it as Natasha Romanoff at a glance. Diana's red hair was drenched, and drops of water slowly dripped from the ends of the hair. The black tight-fitting leather jacket is more than enough to help her sneak better in the dark night, but for Wu Fan, it has no effect at all. Chapter 35 Little Raven Goes to School. With a move in Wu Fan's heart, he faintly guessed the purpose of Natasha Romanoff's visit to Penglay Island. The polar bear country must have also discovered the sudden appearance of Penglay Island, so it sent Natasha Romanoff to come. Wu Fan ignored Natasha Romanoff's move towards the center of the island. After all, Penglay Island is so big that it has a radius of 900 miles. Natasha Romanoff has no means of transportation. He just walks on foot. Even tomorrow, he will not be able to come to the center of Penglay Island. Moreover, Wu Fan had a good impression of Natasha Romanoff, so he did not throw Natasha Romanoff out of Penglay Island as he did with the United States soldiers before. After all, beautiful women can get preferential treatment. Natasha Romanoff sneaked cautiously on Penglay Island without knowing that she was completely exposed now. Although Natasha Romanoff saw many flowers and trees along the way, he did not see any other creatures, not even a mosquito. Natasha Romanoff was a little confused about this strange phenomenon. The next morning, after Wu Fan had breakfast with Diana and Raven, they sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted. Since having the universe in his sleeves, Wu Fan has used this skill to buy a lot of furniture and daily necessities from the United States and dress up his residence on Penglay Island. After all, although the soil is kaleidoscopic and shape-shift, it cannot become everything after all. Raven, it's September now, and tomorrow is your school day. Do you look forward to school life? Wu Fan rubbed Raven's little head and asked with a smile. Okay. Raven thought that he was going to school every day like ordinary children, feeling a little happy, so he smiled and nodded. Then we pack our luggage, and we will go to New York later, and we have to buy some necessary supplies for the start of school. Wu Fan stood up and said. Okay. Diana and Raven nodded in agreement. Then the three of them went back to the house to pack their luggage and got up and headed for New York. As for Natasha Romanoff, he is still cautiously approaching the center of Penglay Island. After Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven came to New York, they first went shopping in the city center to buy some supplies for Raven to go to school. Diana grew up on Paradise Island, and there is no school on Paradise Island, so Diana never went to school. I don't know anything about what supplies are needed for school, so I can only hold little Raven's hand and silently follow Wu Fan behind him. Wu Fan took Diana and Raven to find a stationery store, which was full of various school utensils. Diana and Raven looked at the dazzling collection of school supplies in the stationery store and found them very strange. Wu Fan walked to the school bag area and chose a cute little pink school bag from the various styles of school bags. Raven, do you like this little school bag? The pink one, I think it's quite cute, it suits you. Wu Fan asked while holding the little pink school bag, turning his head to look at Raven. Like it, I like it very much. Raven took the small school bag in Wu Fan's hand, and his big beautiful eyes bent with joy. Wu Fan looked at the sweet little Raven and couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed her little head, his eyes filled with pampering. Then Wu Fan led Raven to buy some other school supplies. After buying all the items he needed, Wu Fan took Diana and Raven to the car dealer and bought a simple black car. After going to school, Raven will definitely be delivered in the morning and picked up in the evening. There are many people, and flying around with Raven is obviously not advisable. Buying a car will be much more convenient at this time. After buying everything, Wu Fan drove Diana and Raven back home in a new car. Early the next morning, after the three of them had breakfast, Wu Fan packed the things they needed into Raven's little pink school bag, then handed the little school bag to Raven's back, and then went out and drove Diana and Raven to the school in a new car. Driving away. Half an hour later, Wu Fan arrived at the school gate and parked his car in the parking lot next to the school. The school gate is full of parents who lead their children to school, as well as students who carry their school bags to school. Wu Fan walked into the school with Diana and Raven, who was carrying a small pink school bag, and found Raven's class. Then you will study with the teacher at school today, and ask the teacher if you don't know, and we will pick you up when you are over. Wu Fan rubbed Raven's head and said softly. You remember to eat well at noon. Diana reminded from the side. Okay. Sister Diana, brother Wu Fan, don't worry, I will take care of myself. Raven smiled and waved to Wu Fan and Diana. We also believe that Raven will take care of herself. Wu Fan smiled and rubbed the little girl's hair, and then left the classroom with Diana. Raven watched Wu Fan and Diana walk out of the classroom, and then looked up at the faces of strange students around him. He felt that his new life was about to begin, and he felt a little excited. But Raven didn't see it. A little boy not far from the class was watching her silently. Wu Fan took Diana's hand back to the parking lot and drove home. After returning home, Wu Fan sensed that Natasha Romanoff was still moving towards the center of the island, and said to Diana, Diana, you stay at home. I will return to Penglay Island first and come back later. Diana was stunned, and asked, why? Are you going back to Penglay Island? A visitor came to Penglay Island last night, so I think I should go back and have a look. Wu Fan replied with a smile. Someone broke into Penglay Island again? Could it be that the United States sent someone to go again? Diana frowned slightly. No. Wu Fan shook his head, looked at Natasha Romanoff and said, do you remember the red-haired girl we met at Hydra Base? Diana thought for a moment, then remembered, it is the woman named Natasha Romanoff who has landed on Penglay Island? Why did she go to Penglay Island? She is the top agent of the Polar Bear Nation. It is very likely that the Polar Bear Nation sent her to the island to explore. Specifically, I have to go back to the island to find out. Wu Fan replied. Diana nodded and said, well then, you go back to Penglay Island first. Then I'm going back to the island now. Raven rushed back before school, and then we went to pick her home together. Wu Fan said. Good. Diana said with a smile. Then Wu Fan flew to Penglay Island. Asterisk. Chapter 36 The Temptation of Natasha Romanoff. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff was still exploring the center of Penglay Island. After half an hour, Wu Fan returned to Penglay Island. Call out. Wu Fan descended from the sky and landed on the ground in front of Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback by Wu Fan, who suddenly descended from the sky, but quickly recognized Wu Fan, and asked in amazement, Wu Fan? Why are you here? After asking, Natasha Romanoff seemed to think of something, and said in astonishment, are you the owner of this island? Wu Fan nodded and admitted, then smiled, and asked, what about you? What are you doing here? Are you coming to my island as a guest? Natasha Romanoff looked up at Wu Fan, suddenly curled his lips and smiled. Yes, I'm here as a guest on the island. By the way, I have changed my name to Natasha Romanoff now. Wu Fan didn't take it seriously. After all, Natasha Romanoff had said before that she liked the name Natasha Romanoff very much. Wu Fan, as the host of this island, do you want to entertain me as a guest? Natasha Romanoff looked at Wu Fan and said with a smile. Okay. Wu Fan stretched out his hand and took Natasha Romanoff's slender waist, got up and flew towards the center of the island. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? When Natasha Romanoff was suddenly taken off by Wu Fan and took off to a high altitude, he was a little panicked, subconsciously hugged Wu Fan's waist, and grabbed the clothes around Wu Fan's waist. Wu Fan felt the tightness on the clothes around his waist and couldn't help but smile. Relax, Miss Natasha Romanoff. I fly very steadily, and I promise that I won't let you fall through the air. Don't be nervous. Didn't I say to entertain you? Naturally, it is impossible to entertain you in this wasteland. I will take you to sit in my manor now. During the steady flight, Natasha Romanoff gradually relaxed, slowly letting go of her hand holding Wu Fan's clothes, and then slightly lowered her head to look around. From high in the sky, Natasha Romanoff saw the scenery of Penglay Island more comprehensively and felt the breathtaking and beautiful scenery of Penglay Island more truly. After a while, Natasha Romanoff saw a tall mountain in front of him. There was a large group of majestic buildings on the mountain in a magnificent and luxurious manner in the center. After arriving at the manor, Wu Fan embraced Diana and landed slowly. After falling, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help being surprised when he looked at the building in the center of the island, her big beautiful eyes staring round. Wu Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff with a small surprised expression and smiled. Let's go, sit and chat in the manor. Wu Fan led Natasha Romanoff into the manor. Natasha Romanoff walked with Wu Fan while watching around in the manor courtyard. Who exactly is Wu Fan? It has such a large picturesque island and built such a large complex of magnificent buildings. Rich man? Regal? Seeing that Wu Fan is not very young, he is more likely to be a rich second generation. After watching the luxurious manor, Natasha Romanoff looked at Wu Fan's back and considered it in his heart. Sit down here on this sofa for a while, and I'll go to the kitchen to get you something to eat. Wu Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff, whose expression was a little unnatural, and showed an inexplicable smile. When Natasha Romanoff saw Wu Fan's smile, he couldn't help being stunned, and he didn't understand what Wu Fan meant. In fact, Wu Fan knew that Natasha Romanoff had been eating compressed biscuits for 2 days when he came to Penglay Island, and he had hardly tasted anything. Wu Fan walked into the kitchen, used the gourmet tablecloth to conjure 2 cups of cappuccino and some Western snacks, and brought them out. Feel free to eat and drink. You shouldn't eat much today, right? After walking for so long, you should replenish your energy. Wu Fan placed the food on the coffee table and sat on the sofa next to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback for a moment, and raised his eyes to look at Wu Fan, feeling the deep meaning of Wu Fan's eyes inexplicably. After taking a sip of cappuccino, Natasha Romanoff ate a few more snacks, then looked at Wu Fan and said, "Thank you for the hospitality, it tastes very good." "You are welcome," Wu Fan said. Natasha Romanoff looked at Wu Fan, her beautiful eyes flashed brightly, and said with a smile, "This island didn't seem to exist before, but it suddenly appeared, which is really surprising and confusing. Since you are the master of this island, no one knows the origin of this island better than you. Can you tell me where did this island come from?" Natasha Romanoff said, leaning forward slightly and stiffening intentionally, but her beautiful eyes were staring at Wu Fan, with a slightly serious expression. "This is a secret," Wu Fan said with a faint smile. Natasha Romanoff looked at Wu Fan for a while, suddenly curled the corners of her lips slightly, her face was charming, and her eyebrows were full of flattery. "I can exchange with you." Wu Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff and thought Natasha Romanoff was beautiful. A shawl with red wavy curly hair, a pair of deep and charming eyes seemed to be releasing a trace of electricity, a sexy and rich red lips under the tall bridge of the nose, a tight black leather jacket outlines a concave and convex beautiful figure. Glamorous and sexy, it's really seductive. But is he the kind of person who can't tell the east from the west to the north when he sees a beautiful woman? Want to seduce me? I'm afraid it's still tender. Wu Fan cleared his throat and nodded with a playful smile. Okay. What do you plan to exchange? My secrets can't be exchanged so easily. Natasha Romanoff leaned forward and slowly approached Wu Fan. Wu Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff as he got closer and closer, and instantly felt a heartbeat unstable. Natasha Romanoff turned his head slightly when he was only 2 centimeters away from Wu Fan, and whispered in Wu Fan's ear, "How do you feel about trading with my own secret?" After speaking, he sat up slowly, and looked at Wu Fan carefully. After Wu Fan heard this, he couldn't help laughing suddenly. Natasha Romanoff looked at Wu Fan's smile, somewhat unclear. Wu Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff, then touched his chin, and began to talk about Natasha Romanoff's experience as familiarly as possible. Natalia Arianovna Romanova, Jane known as Natalia Romanova, was born in Stalingrad in the country of polar bears in 1928. Soldier Ivan adopted and looked after. Later, I was trained as an agent by the Red Room of the polar bear country. After the body was modified by genetic drugs, it greatly slowed its aging rate, strengthened its immune system and resisted the ability to fight against it. Plus all kinds of physical and mental training originally for many years. But I was full of disgust for the Red Room in my heart, and I didn't want to escape for a moment. After Wu Fan finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Natasha Romanoff, and the corners of his lips asked slightly, "How about? Which secret are you going to use to exchange with me?" Natasha Romanoff's complexion gradually turned ugly, and a little surprised, then asked Wu Fan, "How do you know all my past experiences? Do you have the ability to see other people's memories?" Chapter 37, The Jealous Diana. "No, I don't have such ability." Wu Fan shook his head and denied. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Wu Fan with a calm face, and then lowered his head to think for a while. He felt that a traitor might have appeared in his organization. Otherwise, Wu Fan would not be able to understand his own information in such detail. "Where is your companion Diana? She doesn't seem to be on the island. Where did she go?" After Natasha Romanoff knew that he couldn't know the origin of Penglay Island, he could only inquire about other news. Wu Fan moved in his heart and said with a smile, "Diana is in New York now. She is the Princess of Paradise Island, and now she is the spokesperson of Paradise Island, establishing diplomacy with the human world on behalf of Paradise Island. I just established diplomatic relations with the United States some time ago, so I'm still in New York to deal with various matters. Now that Paradise Island has established diplomatic relations with the United States, it is natural not to favor one another. It should also establish diplomatic relations with the polar bear country. After a few years, we can also establish diplomatic relations with Daxia." Natasha Romanoff was very confused, her face stunned. "Paradise Island? Where is that? Spokesperson? Diplomatic?" Looking at Natasha Romanoff's ignorant expression, Wu Fan explained to her about the Paradise Island in detail. After Natasha Romanoff got to know it, he said to Wu Fan, "The Polar Bear Empire can also establish diplomacy with Paradise Island. Since Diana established diplomacy with the human world on behalf of Paradise Island, shouldn't it only establish diplomatic relations with the United States?" Wu Fan smiled slightly and said, "I will tell Diana about this. It's up to Diana to decide on her own. I can't tell you the result now." Wu Fan said. Natasha Romanoff nodded, then looked at Wu Fan with a smile and said, I came to the island this time just to know the origin of this island. It is now clear, and I am about to go back now. Thank you for your hospitality, I won't be bothered," Natasha Romanoff said, standing up and preparing to leave. As she said, she came here only to investigate the situation on the island. She didn't feel anything against Wu Fan in her heart. "Okay. Then I'll show you some way," Wu Fan also said with a smile. "Okay." Natasha Romanoff smiled and nodded in agreement. After all, it is located in the center of Penglai Island, more than 200 kilometers away from the sea. Wu Fan once again swept Natasha Romanoff's waist and flew over Penglai Island. With the first experience, Natasha Romanoff was no longer so panicked when Wu Fan took him to fly for the second time. "I started to enjoy the feeling of being carried in the air, feeling the coolness of the wind driven by flight across my face. Just seeing the hand wrapped around his waist still made people feel an indescribable awkwardness. He was really a mysterious Hyuxia man, who was unpredictable." Natasha Romanoff looked up at Wu Fan, whose gaze was focused on the front, and sighed in her heart. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan sent Natasha Romanoff to the edge of the island. Wu Fan saw a speedboat on the edge of the island, which should have been prepared by Natasha Romanoff. Wu Fan thought of some things that would happen in the future, and turned his head to look at Natasha Romanoff and warned, "Diana. I hope the Polar Bear Empire can always remember one thing, I am a Hyuxia." Natasha Romanoff suddenly heard Wu Fan say such a sentence, and was stunned. For a while, he didn't quite understand what Wu Fan meant. Staring at Wu Fan's stern expression for a while, Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take it. Then I'm leaving, goodbye." After Natasha Romanoff waved goodbye to Wu Fan, he hurried to the speedboat. Natasha Romanoff drove the speedboat to the east at full speed, and did not stop slowly until after 100 miles out. Wow! With the sound of splash, a black submarine burst out of the water suddenly and emerged not far from Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff drove the speedboat closer, then abandoned the speedboat and entered the submarine. Then the submarine dived into the sea and again concealed its whereabouts. Wu Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was driving away in a speedboat coolly, with deep eyes. Until Natasha Romanoff was no longer visible, Wu Fan looked down at the watch on his wrist, turned and flew back to New York City. It's almost the end of the afternoon, and he is going back to pick Raven home. Diana glanced at the wall clock on the wall in the living room. Raven was still an hour away from school. Then Wu Fan should be back soon. He said that he would be back before Raven after school, and then drive with him to pick Raven back. Diana walked slowly to the French windows in the living room and looked up at the blue sky. While waiting for Wu Fan's return, he was thinking about Natasha Romanoff. Obviously, Wu Fan knows Natasha Romanoff, but from the first meeting, it seems that Natasha Romanoff has never met Wu Fan. Diana was very curious about where Wu Fan learned the name of Natasha Romanoff and why he knew her. Wu Fan knew that Natasha Romanoff had arrived on Penglai Island last night, but did not immediately drive her away like the United States soldiers who came to Penglai Island before. Instead, he went back to deal with the matter himself today. What will Wu Fan do? Violence or gentleness? There are so many things in my mind that I want to know but don't know, which makes Diana feel a little irritable and a little bit savory. After all, Natasha Romanoff is a very beautiful woman with a graceful figure. It is natural for women to feel a little unhappy and threatening when a boy they like comes into contact with such a natural stunner. Just as Diana was thinking about it, a voice came, "Diana? What are you thinking about?" Wu Fan came back and opened the door to see Diana standing in a daze in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. His eyes were blank, and he didn't even respond when she came back. She didn't know what she was thinking, so focused. Wu Fan didn't know that Diana at the moment thought about himself. Asterisk. Chapter 38 The first day of Raven's school record. Diana saw Wu Fan suddenly appearing in front of her, and she suddenly came back to her senses. Wu Fan? You are back, Diana said with a smile after she recovered. Well, I'm back. What do you think? When I came back, I saw you standing here in a daze. I didn't even notice when I approached you. Wu Fan reached out and scratched Diana's nose lightly, and couldn't help but smile. Nothing. Diana smiled embarrassedly, her face flushed slightly. Diana was naturally embarrassed to say what she wanted in her heart. Wu Fan did not continue to ask, but said, Raven's get out of class is almost up, now it's time to set off to pick up Raven. Otherwise, when Raven goes out of school and doesn't see us after school, I'm probably going to be very disappointed. Okay, I'll talk about it later when we have time. Let's take the time to go to the parking lot and drive to pick up Raven. Diana nodded and said. Wu Fan drove with Diana to the gate of the school. At the moment, school was not over yet. The school is still very quiet, and the outside of the school is quite lively. There are many parents who have been waiting outside to pick up their children, looking down at their wristwatches from time to time. Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked, How did you deal with that Natasha Romanoff when you went back to the island? Wu Fan smiled and replied, It's nothing, just invited her to sit in the manor and chat for a while. She was sent by the Polar Bear Empire to investigate the situation on Penglay Island. By the way, Natasha Romanoff said that the Polar Bear Empire is also willing to establish diplomatic relations with Paradise Island. What do you think? Speaking of business affairs, Diana nodded after thinking for a moment, and said, Yes. To establish diplomacy with one more country, and to establish friendly relations with the human world on behalf of Paradise Island can go further. But thinking of Natasha Romanoff, Diana felt a little jealous again, and she looked at Wu Fan aggrievedly and asked, Do you still invite Natasha Romanoff to be a guest at the manor? Do you think Natasha Romanoff is very beautiful? Wu Fan looked at Diana with a somewhat unhappy expression, and couldn't help laughing as he listened to the sour questioning. After Wu Fan smiled, he looked at Diana intently and said, After all, Natasha Romanoff is a girl. I, a big man, can't use force to drive her out like the soldiers of the United States who invaded Penglay Island. It's kind of gentleman, it doesn't matter whether Natasha Romanoff is pretty or not. And in my eyes, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Sweet talk is a must-have skill for a man to open a harem, and Wu Fan can learn it without a teacher. Diana looked at Wu Fan's gentle and affectionate black eyes, she couldn't help feeling a little joyful, and she stretched out her hand to hold Wu Fan's big hand. Hey! A man's mouth will make people happy with some bluffs. Diana's face was ruddy, and a shy smile was aroused. Wu Fan smiled and held Diana's hand, then smiled and asked, Then have you been so happy? No. Diana decided to speak hard to the end. Wu Fan stretched out his hand and scratched Diana's nose again, just about to speak. Jingle bell. The school bell suddenly rang. The quiet campus suddenly became lively because of the bell. One after another. A bunch of elementary school students carrying school bags rushed out of the classroom, all happily running toward the school gate, and then looking around at the school gate looking for their family members to pick up and drop off. Raven came out of school, carrying a small pink school bag, and walking slowly down the aisle step by step. When he saw Wu Fan and Diana standing at the school gate to pick her up, they suddenly smiled and quickly ran over to hug them. Raven ran fast and rushed out of the school to hug Wu Fan and Diana. Did you miss me one day and miss me so I can't wait to rush over? Raven hugged Wu Fan and Diana. He giggled and asked. Yeah, little Raven is so cute, we can't think about it. Wu Fan smiled and took the school bag from Raven with one hand, rubbed Raven's little head with one hand and smiled. We miss you so, do you miss us? Diana asked Raven, looking at Raven with a gentle smile. Yes, I really want to. I didn't even fall asleep during lunch break. Raven lifted his head and blinked with big round eyes and said grievedly. The future mystique is now just a little lowly, naturally there is no subsequent decisive killing. Well, let's go to the parking lot and take the car first, and then we will talk in the car. Wu Fan said with a smile. Diana and Raven nodded in agreement. In the process of walking to the parking lot, Wu Fan found that many young boys passed by Raven and called her Roar. No way, the image of the little girl that Raven maintains is too cute and beautiful. Naturally, these little boys can't help being attracted. Raven ignored it, with a cold expression on his face. After sitting in the car, Wu Fan turned his head to look at Raven and asked softly, "How does it feel to go to school? Are you still used to it?" "It feels great, the teachers are very nice, and there are still many students in the class who come to play with me, and many of them are very friendly." Raven, who was talking cheerfully, seemed to have thought of something, his expression changed suddenly, and his mouth was pouted. "Everything is good at school, but male classmates hate it." Wu Fan chuckled, thinking it should be that Raven at the moment's appearance is too perfect and cute, like a porcelain doll, which makes those little boys love him. "Because I hate it, when those male classmates asked you Roar just now, didn't you respond to them?" Wu Fan asked. "Yeah. Those male classmates are annoying." Raven nodded seriously. Both Wu Fan and Diana couldn't help laughing. After the three people laughed and talked in the car for a while, Wu Fan started the car and drove back home. After returning home, Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven used gourmet tablecloths to conjure a large table of hearty dishes, and then ate together. Asterisk. Chapter 39, Diana's Decision. Chapter 39 Diana's Decision. Among the luxurious manor houses in New York. After the three Wu Fan had a meal, they all went to the living room on the first floor to chat. Raven is very satisfied with his current life, and can't help sighing, "It would be great if I could always be like this. It feels so good to be with Wu Fan and Diana every day. Today is the first time in my life that I go to school and I have friends in school. I never dared to think that I could still have a warm home like ordinary children, then go to school and make friends in school." With a gentle smile on Wu Fan's face, he watched Raven seriously and said, "Don't worry, Raven, with us, this kind of life will continue in the future." "Thank you, brother Wu Fan, it's great to meet you all." Raven's eyes turned red suddenly, and he leaned over and kissed Wu Fan's face quickly, and then his small face turned red all of a sudden. Wu Fan was stunned for a moment, and then showed a warm smile. This is the first time Raven has made such an intimate move to himself, and it is really gratifying. "Raven, you kissed brother Wu Fan, what about me? Don't you have my share?" Diana pretended to be angry and said. Raven glanced at Diana, smiled, then leaned in quickly, and gave Diana a quick kiss on the face. Diana was satisfied at once, and squinted her eyes with joy. At night, Diana was pacing nervously in her room, then clenched her hand, made a great determination in her heart, and went out to Wu Fan's room. Boom boom boom. Wu Fan's door was knocked. A few seconds later, Wu Fan opened the door and saw Diana. "Diana? Is there anything wrong with coming to see me so late?" Wu Fan asked gently. Wu Fan seemed to have something wrong with Diana tonight, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Diana didn't answer, but directly rushed up and hugged Wu Fan and gave her own kiss. Wu Fan was stunned for an instant. He didn't expect Diana to kiss himself suddenly. For so long, although it has been true that the two love each other, apart from the simple hug, there is no other behavior of excessive intimacy. On the one hand, there is no right time. On the other hand, Diana has lived on a paradise island like her daughter's country. Although she still knows about men and women, she has never encountered it in reality. Wu Fan doesn't want to scare Diana. But this time it was Diana who took the initiative and Wu Fan definitely accepted it happily. But what a good day today is, it was a happy and exciting day that the two girls in the family kissed themselves so proactively in one day. After regaining consciousness, Wu Fan quickly turned the guest back and responded enthusiastically to Diana. 100,000 words have been skipped here, but all that should have happened this night naturally happened. After Natasha Romanoff returned to the country of polar bears, he met his superior, Kanowski. That island is called Penglay Island. According to Wu Fan, it is his private island. As for why that island suddenly appeared there, he didn't say. Natasha Romanoff said to Kanowski. That Wu Fan turned out to be the owner of that island. Kanowski looked astonished. He never thought that Wu Fan, a Huxia man, would have his own private island on the edge of the United States waters. Yes. That's him. Currently there are only 3 people living on Penglay Island, Wu Fan, Diana, and a little girl named Raven. Natasha Romanoff said. Have they been living on the island now? Kanowski asked. No, now they seem to live in New York temporarily, and occasionally go back to Penglay Island. Diana is a princess called Paradise Island. She is now the spokesperson of Paradise Island and has established diplomatic relations with the human world. She has just established diplomatic relations with the United States some time ago. And that little girl named Raven is now going to school in New York, so they will often stay in New York during this time. Natasha Romanoff replied. Paradise Island? What is this place? Why have you never heard of it? Kanowski showed the same confused expression as when Natasha Romanoff had just heard of Paradise Island before. Natasha Romanoff repeated what Wu Fan told her about Paradise Island to Kanowski. That's it, I have a general understanding of the situation on Penglay Island, so you can go back first. Kanowski lowered his eyes, rubbed his chin with his right hand, lost in thought. Yes. Natasha Romanoff turned around and walked out. After thinking for a while, Kanowski took his coat from the hanger and quickly walked out of his office. He felt that this matter needed to be notified to the president of the polar bear country immediately. When the president of the polar bear nation learned of the situation, he frowned slightly. The president of the polar bear country naturally knows the power of Wu Fan. Just look at the opponent's record and you will know that it is an existence that absolutely cannot be an enemy of it. However, since they cannot be enemies, they can only be friends. The president of the polar bear nation immediately decided to make friends with Paradise Island and Penglay Island. Only now there are only 3 people on Penglay Island, and the little girl Raven is studying in New York. Therefore, it is almost impossible for them to come to the polar bear country, so the only suitable strategy is to send a suitable person to act as the special envoy of the polar bear country to enter Penglay Island on behalf of the polar bear country. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Natasha Romanoff's new mission. The president of the polar bear nation glanced at Kanowski, who was standing upright at his desk, and asked, I intend to let the polar bear nation and the Paradise Island and Penglay Island also want the United States to establish diplomacy in general, but with the current situation judging from the situation, I am afraid that the 3 of them are unlikely to come to the country of polar bears. So I plan to choose a suitable person to serve as the special envoy of the polar bear country to Penglay Island and be responsible for establishing a good relationship with that Wu Fan. What do you think is the right person to complete this task? It's best to include that man in our camp. When the president of the polar bear country spoke of the word man, he deliberately increased his tone, which meant it was self-evident. Now that all Axis members such as Germany have surrendered, and the Second World War is over, it is time to divide the cake. Precisely because of this, there was a conflict between the United States and the polar bear country, which were originally allies. The end of the Second World War represented a reshuffle of the world situation. However, the 2 countries have also completely stood on opposite sides. There is no doubt that Wu Fan's power is as powerful as a humanoid nuclear bomb. After Kanowski heard this, Natasha Romanoff flashed across his mind. So he said, I think Natasha Romanoff is a very suitable candidate. Natasha Romanoff also went to explore Penglay Island this time, and the task was completed very well. And while having experience in Penglay, her various abilities are also quite outstanding. I think it couldn't be more appropriate to send her to this mission. Natasha Romanoff had also been injected with genetic drugs before. While his physical fitness was greatly enhanced, the aging rate was delayed by a full 12 times. After thinking about it for a while, the president of the polar bear country said in a deep voice, "Okay, I will send her there, and you will convey the rest of the work arrangement to her." Yes. Kanowski nodded. On the second day, Kanowski called Natasha Romanoff to the office. "Natasha Romanoff, the president has made a decision to befriend Paradise Island and Penglay Island, and is planning to send a polar bear envoy to Penglay Island to complete various exchange tasks. Finally, it is decided that you will be the special envoy of the polar bear country to complete this mission. I hope you can live up to expectations and successfully complete the mission," Kanowski said to Natasha Romanoff. Settled in Penglay Island? Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised by this mission. Although the polar bear country and the Paradise Island will choose to establish diplomacy like the United States, I have already expected the result, but I have never thought about sending myself to Penglay Island. Natasha Romanoff didn't know whether Wu Fan could accept this request, nor could he imagine what would happen after he settled on Penglay Island. But at the moment she can only accept orders issued by her superiors and try her best to complete this task. Yes. Natasha Romanoff answered Kanowski quite briefly, then turned and left the office. The United States, New York. Raven has been in school for several days and has gradually adapted to the new life of school. "I have a great time at school every day. I have met many friends, and my originally introverted personality has gradually become more cheerful. Every day when he comes home from school, Raven will tell Wu Fan and Diana about new things that happened in his school. Wu Fan and Diana are also very happy about Raven's more cheerful and confident changes." This afternoon, Wu Fan and Diana still drove to pick Raven home from school. After class time came, the school bell rang on time. Then there are still a bunch of pupils with bright smiles, like birds rushing out of their cages, running happily towards the school gate. Raven walked slowly, completely deprived of his usual cheerfulness after school. Raven was a little absent-minded today. She lowered her head, frowned slightly, her eyes were a little erratic, she didn't know what was thinking in her mind. Seeing Raven like this, Wu Fan couldn't help but wonder. You must know that Raven is very happy almost every day after school these days, and there is obviously something wrong with today's state. "Raven, what's the matter with you?" Wu Fan asked, looking at Raven with concern. "Yeah, Raven, what's the matter with you?" Diana asked with concern. "I'm okay, I'm sorry, I worried you." Raven's pinkish jade face was apologetic, and it looked very affectionate. "It's okay, let's go. Let's go to the parking lot and take the car home." Wu Fan took Raven's left hand and walked slowly towards the parking lot. After the three of them got into the car, Wu Fan drove to the road home. Parked the car in the underground garage, Wu Fan turned his head to look at Raven sitting in the back seat of the car, and found that Raven was still preoccupied. "What's the matter, Raven? He looks worried," Wu Fan asked. Intuition told him that Raven must have encountered something. "What do you want? Tell Wu Fan and Diana's sister," Diana also asked. Raven was silent for a while and said, "When I was eating in the school cafeteria at noon today, a boy named Charles Francis Xavier came up to me. He told me that he and I were of the same kind, and both possessed supernatural powers. And he also showed me his mental ability. His voice can be heard in my mind. He is also a person with super ability." Wu Fan's heart moved. Charles? Francis? Xavier? Isn't this the future Professor X? Unexpectedly, in the mutant movie universe, Professor X and Mystique, who grew up together, met by chance after all. Professor X is one of the most powerful spiritual abilities in the world. He has telepathy ability, which allows him to read other people's thoughts and memories without physical contact. At the same time, he can deprive and control the thinking of others through his ability and control the actions of others at the same time. Asterisk. Chapter 41 The Arrival of Natasha Romanoff. The encounter between Raven and Professor X at school was quite unexpected to Wu Fan. He didn't expect that the established plot in the movie would be rewritten, and they would meet in another scene in one way or another. A variant of Professor X ability is very powerful, but he is also a famous virgin in the Marvel world. Professor X has devoted his whole life to the peace and balance of mutant and mankind. Deep down he always believes that mutant can live in peace with mankind. Professor X has fraternity for anyone and everything, and he has never killed any enemy himself. But sometimes being too kind to the enemy is to give the enemy more opportunities and bring greater threats to yourself. After all, the true villain would never be grateful for the mercy of opponents. Wu Fan didn't want Raven and the future Professor X to get too close. Raven, if you don't like it, you can keep a little distance from that little boy named Charles. Wu Fan said. Okay, I get it. Raven nodded and agreed. Wu Fan kept herself away from Charles. Although Raven felt a little confused, she believed Wu Fan only cared about herself. Raven is curious and wary of Charles's existence. On the one hand, he wants to learn more about his fellows who have the same abilities as him, and on the other hand, it feels uncomfortable to be completely seen through by others. Really good. Wu Fan smiled and praised. Night. After the cloud closed in the rain, Diana leaned in Wu Fan's arms and remembered what Raven had said about Charles in the afternoon. Diana was very curious about mutant. She looked at Wu Fan and asked, Wu Fan, are there many humans with super ability in this world? Well, you mean mutant, right? Yes, they are all over the world, but the number base is less than 1/10,000th of that of human beings. Wu Fan nodded and replied. There is such a magical race in the human world. Diana exclaimed. Wu Fan smiled and said, the world is so big, there are no surprises. After meeting you, I discovered that this world is really beyond my imagination. Diana smiled and slowly leaned her head against Wu Fan's shoulder. To meet you, I was actually lucky for my 3 lives. Wu Fan stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around Diana's shoulder, and his left hand took Diana's hand and gently rubbed it. It's nice to meet you. Diana raised her head and landed a sweet kiss between Wu Fan's lips. Suddenly, on the weekend, Wu Fan returned to Penglay Island with Diana and Raven. When Natasha Romanoff arrived at Penglay Island by speedboat, the sky was already till dusk. Under the shroud of the setting sun, the scenery of Paradise Island had a special flavor. Natasha Romanoff walked towards the center of Penglay Island in the afterglow of the sunset, with a brisk pace showing a bit of randomness. This time she was not as cautious as she was the first time. When Natasha Romanoff landed on Penglay Island, Wu Fan felt it. Wu Fan smiled at the corner of Wu Fan's mouth and looked at Diana and said, Natasha Romanoff is here. I think she should have brought news about whether the Polar Bear Nation is willing to establish diplomacy with Paradise Island. Why are the people sent by the Polar Bear country every time Natasha Romanoff? Do you think they are playing a beauty trick? Diana looked at Wu Fan and said, with obvious sourness in her tone. What's the matter? Haven't I seen anyone, so I got jealous first. Wu Fan couldn't help but smile. I didn't. I was just asking. Diana replied with a tsundere face. Wu Fan did not speak, but gently squeezed Diana's hand in his palm. Diana's face was slightly red, and the corners of her lips could not help but gently lifted up. Let's go see what news Natasha Romanoff brings to us this time. Wu Fan said with a smile. Okay. Diana said. I want to go too. Raven called. Okay. Wu Fan smiled and hugged Raven, and then flew towards the edge of Penglay Island with Diana. Wu Fan and Diana saw Natasha Romanoff at a distance from the edge of the island, and then the two fell together in front of Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff looked at the two figures falling from the sky, raised her eyebrows, and said first, "I'm here to discuss something with you. Then go to the manor and sit down and talk slowly. Diana, you can fly back with her." Wu Fan looked at Diana and said, "Well, Miss Natasha Romanoff, you haven't experienced flight yet." Diana walked towards Natasha Romanoff and said with a smile, "I have experienced it last time I came here." Natasha Romanoff said with a bright smile on his face. When Diana heard the words, she couldn't help turning her head and glanced at Wu Fan. Wu Fan just smiled and didn't explain anything. "Just kidding, as a man, naturally you don't need to explain everything to a woman. Let's go, what are you doing today?" Wu Fan asked, sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff looked at Wu Fan and Diana and said, "Our president wants to establish diplomatic relations with Paradise Island and Penglay Island, so I want to send me as the special envoy of the Polar Bear Country to Penglay Island and hand over various matters with you. After all, your current situation should be inconvenient to travel to and from the Polar Bear Country. If I can settle in Penglay Island, it will be much more convenient. I wonder what you think." Entering Penglay Island, Wu Fan asked in surprise. He really didn't expect the Polar Bear Nation to be able to think of this kind of operation. "Yes." Natasha Romanoff nodded and replied. Wu Fan turned to look at Diana and asked, "Diana, what do you think?" Diana frowned slightly in thought. "I have indeed decided to establish diplomacy with the Polar Bear Country before, but I have never thought about whether the Polar Bear Congress will arrange for a special envoy to settle on Penglay Island or Natasha Romanoff as a special envoy. But what Natasha Romanoff said is right. Raven is now attending school in New York, and his diplomatic contact with the United States also needs further communication. Indeed, there is not much time and energy to travel back and forth to the Polar Bear Country. It's okay to settle on Penglay Island. Anyway, Wu Fan and Raven spend most of the time in New York, and I will be back on the weekend. Only, the Polar Bear Country sent this woman to serve as a special envoy. Doesn't it mean to be a beauty? Asterisk. Chapter 42, Miss Artificial Intelligence. Thinking of this, Diana couldn't help but fall on Natasha Romanoff's body. Both women and demigods, but Diana still had to admit that Natasha Romanoff is really beautiful. However, thinking that I am responsible for the connection between Paradise Island and the outside world, and the Polar Bear Country, like the United States, is the most powerful country in the world. So Diana finally nodded and said, "I think it's okay." "All right, since Diana agrees, I think it's okay, so you can temporarily live on Penglay Island. However, we only allow you to live on Penglay Island temporarily. If anyone else from the Polar Bear Country invades Penglay Island at will, don't blame me for being rude." Wu Fan warned. "I understand, don't worry, our Polar Bear Country has established diplomatic relations with Paradise Island with sincerity." Natasha Romanoff didn't expect Diana and Wu Fan to agree to settle on Penglay Island so easily, and he was relieved. "You choose a room to live in temporarily," Wu Fan said. "Okay," Natasha Romanoff said after a few seconds in a daze. While sitting on the side of the sofa, Raven accepted the fact that a strange and beautiful young lady lived on Penglay Island with a daunting expression. Natasha Romanoff moved in after choosing a room. However, Natasha Romanoff was shocked to discover that the buildings on Penglay Island were actually very strong. The first idea in Natasha Romanoff's mind was to take some samples, and then take them back to the country, and give them to scientists to study the composition of this building material. However, at the end of the weekend, Wu Fan took Diana and Raven to leave Penglay Island for the United States, New York. Natasha Romanoff tried his best to get a sample from the buildings on Penglay Island. What kind of magical materials these buildings are made of, they are indestructible. Natasha Romanoff was unable to complain. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it comes to September 30th. Since today is the weekend, Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven returned to Penglay Island. Night. Wu Fan raised his hand and glanced at the clock beside the bed. It was 0:05. Turning his head and looking at Diana, who was lying next to him, who was already sleeping soundly, Wu Fan gently lifted the quilt and walked out of the room gently. Wu Fan came to the study, did not turn on the light, and sat directly on the sofa. At the moment it happened to be midnight. The chance to draw on the 1st of this month has been activated. Does the host start the draw immediately? At 0, the voice of the system rang in Wu Fan's mind. Start the lottery. Wu Fan responded in his heart. Congratulations to the host, for getting a super quantum computer from 2050. Super quantum computer, it has supercomputing ability, built-in nanoreactor, no need to replace the power supply within 100 years, and comes with the most advanced artificial intelligence system from 100 years later. As soon as the voice fell, a circular machine with a novel shape appeared in front of Wu Fan. A super quantum computer from 2050? Wouldn't it be more than 100 years ahead of the current timeline of this world? And even comes with an artificial intelligence system? Wu Fan looked at the super quantum computer in front of him with surprise and joy. With a wave of his hand, Wu Fan used his sleeves to put the super quantum computer into the sleeves of his pajamas, and then he thought about it and used the soil to expand a basement under the manor. The 9 heavens breathing soil comes from the system and can grow indefinitely in places with aura. So it is not difficult to expand a basement below. The entrance to the basement is right in the study room. Later Wu Fan put the quantum computer into it. More than 100 years later, the super quantum computer is not huge, with a round top and 3 small lens-like devices. Wu Fan pressed the power switch of the super quantum computer, the super electronic computer turned on, and the 3 lenses lit up, instantly projecting a tall Hyuxia beauty with black hair and a silver tight uniform. Hey, I didn't expect the accompanying artificial intelligence image to be a young lady. The Hyuxia beauty has a natural look, just like a real person, looking at Wu Fan with divine eyes, and said, Master, the super artificial intelligence code 001 is for you. Please name it. Sure enough, it is high-tech, and the voice of speech is close to the voice of ordinary human beings, unlike the sound of electronic virtual machines. Wu Fan pondered for a while, and then said, Since you have surpassed this era for more than 100 years, then it is called surpassing. Yes, Master. Chow Chow nodded docilely. Wu Fan looked at Cheyu and asked, Beyond, tell me in detail how many functions does this super quantum computer have? Okay, Master. Super quantum computers can perform various quantum virtual simulation operations, monitor global networks, independently develop programs and so on. Cheyu replied. After listening to Wu Fan, he nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly thought of the virtual projections in Iron Man's home in the future, and couldn't help but also want to have virtual projection equipment in his own home. That must be super cool. Thinking of this, Wu Fan looked at Cheyu projected in front of him and asked, If I want the entire estate to be covered with virtual projection equipment, what equipment do I need? Cheyu replied, The technology of this era is still too backward, and it is not possible to develop virtual projection equipment. However, if a quantum printer can be developed, only enough raw materials are needed, and the super quantum computer can control its production and print a variety of high-technology items. Quantum printer? Hearing Transcendence, Wu Fan couldn't help thinking of the high-tech printer of Iron Man Tony Stark in the future. I couldn't help faintly expecting something in my heart. I hope I can get a quantum printer in the next lottery, so that I can further realize the high-tech life I have envisioned in my heart. Although in this era, the use of super quantum computers is limited because the electronic network has not been completely rolled out, and many functions have not been fully developed, so the usefulness of super quantum computers is not particularly large. However, Wu Fan believes that in the future, this will definitely be a big killer. Chapter 43, Diana is homesick. Then Wu Fan remembered that in the movie X-Men, X-Men used virtual projection equipment during training. Now that the World War is over, there are fewer opportunities to fight on your own. If you can successfully develop a virtual projection program for training combat, then you can use it to train yourself and improve your combat effectiveness. In addition to training on their own, Diana and Raven can also do some training. After all, this integrated world of Marvel and DC is becoming more and more dangerous. Thinking of this, Wu Fan gave Chow Chow an order. Chow Chow, edit a virtual training program for me, specifically for training fighting and other combat skills. Okay, Master. Chayu responded, and the super quantum computer began to work on its own. Then Wu Fan left the underground space, came to the ground, and returned to Diana's room. Climbed onto the bed lightly and fell asleep. Early the next morning, after Wu Fan had breakfast with Diana and Raven, Natasha Romanoff came to the manor to find Wu Fan. Natasha Romanoff's eyes were flowing, and he couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart. His eyes flashed and asked, Wu Fan, the buildings on Penglay Island seem to be very strong, and I don't seem to have seen this kind of construction material before. Wu Fan naturally heard that Natasha Romanoff was asking about the building materials on Penglay Island, consciously or unconsciously. Are you trying to ask me what materials are used to construct buildings on Penglay Island? Wu Fan turned his head and glanced at Natasha Romanoff, who was unnatural at all, and couldn't help but grinned. Yet. Natasha Romanoff nodded and admitted generously. This is a secret, I won't tell you. Wu Fan said with a sudden smile. Secret? It's a secret again. If you don't want to tell yourself anything, just say it's a secret. Wu Fan, this damn stinky man. It really is a big pig's hoof. Natasha Romanoff expressed her unwillingness in her heart, and felt very angry. Roar gave a cold snort. Hey, it's like a kid who can't ask for sweets. Wu Fan smiled secretly in his heart. Although Natasha Romanoff was trained as an agent in the Red Room of the Polar Bear, she is still just a girl after all. Even though he has been trained, it is not the Black Widow of the future. Wu Fan looked at Natasha Romanoff, the corners of his lips curled up a bit more. I came to see you today, there is something else to say, I have to return to the Polar Bear country first. Natasha Romanoff suppressed his emotions and snorted. Well, I see, is there anything else? Wu Fan said nonchalantly. Natasha Romanoff looked at Wu Fan, who had not changed his expression after hearing that he was returning to the country of polar bears, and suddenly wondered if he was too unchanged charming. Because Wu Fan has always been indifferent to Natasha Romanoff. And last time I was almost seduced, but it ended in failure. But Natasha Romanoff thought about it, but was relieved again. There is already a beautiful Diana beside Wu Fan, and her appearance is not inferior to her. Natasha Romanoff left that afternoon. And it was Diana who sent Natasha Romanoff to the edge of the island. After all, there is no transportation on Paradise Island. If Natasha Romanoff is allowed to go by himself, it is estimated that a distance of several hundred kilometers will take a day and a night. Inside Wu Fan's room, Diana leaned against Wu Fan's chest and said softly, Wu Fan, it's been months since I left Paradise Island. I want to go back to Paradise Island again to see my mother. By the way, tell her that I am the spokesperson for Paradise Island. The situation in the human world. Okay, when Raven is on holiday next weekend, let's take Raven back to Paradise Island. Wu Fan nodded and replied. Well, I can just introduce Raven to my mother. Raven is so cute, and my mother will love her very much. Diana immediately became happy. I think so too, and Raven will definitely like your mother and Paradise Island very much. Wu Fan said with a smile. Wu Fan, you are so kind. Diana raised her head and kissed Wu Fan softly. Wu Fan smiled secretly in his heart, but deepened the sweet kiss. Early the next morning, Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven are having breakfast at the table. Raven, after having breakfast, Sister Diana and I will take you to Paradise Island for 2 days. Wu Fan said. Go to Paradise Island? Raven asked in surprise. Raven has heard the name of Paradise Island countless times, and has always been yearning for it. At the moment, I was naturally very happy when I heard Wu Fan's words. Yes, Sister Diana hasn't been back to Paradise Island for a long time, so I want to go back and have a look. Diana said with a gentle smile. Good. Raven smiled happily, faintly looking forward to it. Asterisk. Chapter 44 To Paradise Island Again. Raven is also looking forward to seeing Queen Hippolyte. Although she has never seen Queen Hippolyte, Raven believes that Sister Diana is so good and her mother must be a very good person. After the three of them had breakfast, they simply packed their luggage. Wu Fan and Diana rushed to Paradise Island with Raven. After half an hour, the three passed through the barrier and arrived at Paradise Island. Raven felt very magical when he passed through the enchantment. Obviously, what he saw in the first second was the endless sea, but the next second he saw a beautiful island. At a glance, the blue sky, the snow-white clouds, the vast sea of blue acres, and the majestic buildings on the island. Although it looks a bit inferior to Penglay Island, it is also very good. Raven sighed inwardly. Yes, in Raven's heart, the most beautiful place in the world is Paradise Island. Definitely, this is also true. After all, Penglay Island comes from the system, and almost all the places are perfect to the extreme, which can be called art. When Diana flew into the palace with Wu Fan holding Raven, they found that Hippolyte was not in the palace. Where is my mother? Diana asked, looking at an Amazon warrior. Seeing Diana's return, the Amazon female warrior said with some joy, the Queen is patrolling the training of the Amazon female warriors on the fighting training ground. Okay, I see, thank you. Diana said with a smile, and then flew towards the Amazon female fighters' fighting training ground with Wu Fan. In the fighting training ground of the Amazon female warrior, Hippolyte looked at the training of the Amazons. Although Ares is dead now, which means that Paradise Island's greatest enemy is gone, the Amazons still have to train. After all, the human world is changing with each passing day, and no one can guarantee what will happen in the future, so a strong combat power is a must. As the Queen of Paradise Island, Hippolyte must be fully prepared to protect the lives of Paradise Island and all the Amazon women warriors on the island. The three figures in front of Hippolyte, who was watching the training situation, fell from the sky, and after a closer look, they found that it was his daughters Diana and Wu Fan, as well as a little girl who was carved in jade. Mother, I'm back. Diana walked over and reached out and hugged Hippolyte in front of her. Mother, I miss you so much. After all, Diana had hardly left her mother in the past 20 years. However, in the past year, he has been out almost all the time. There are only a handful of days in Paradise Island, so I miss Hippolyte very much. Mother misses you too. Hippolyte stretched out his hand and gently patted Diana on the back, and said with a smile. Then the two separated. Hippolyte looked at Wu Fan behind Diana, smiled and nodded, It's been a long time, Wu Fan. Seeing Diana's state, you know that you have taken good care of her during this period of time, thanks a lot. This is what I should do. Don't be so polite. Wu Fan replied with a smile. But I secretly added a sentence in my heart, after all, Diana is now my daughter-in-law. Who am I to be good to her? I don't know who this little girl you brought is. Hippolyte asked, turning his head to look at Raven with a curious look. Mother, this is Raven. Wu Fan and I adopted her as our sister and now live with us. Diana replied. Hello, Raven. You are such a beautiful girl. Hippolyte greeted Raven with a gentle smile, roar. Hello, Queen. Seeing the heroic and beautiful Hippolyte in front of him, Raven was inexplicably nervous, her little hand tightened the clothes around her waist, and the volume of speech became quieter. Hippolyte looked at Raven, who was slightly restrained in front of him, and couldn't help laughing. Does he look scary? Why is the little girl so nervous? Don't be so restrained to call me Queen. Since your name is Sister Diana, then you can call me Auntie. Hippolyte's expression looked more gentle. Raven looked at Hippolyte with a gentle smile before him, gradually relaxed, nodded lightly, and yelled sweetly, "Hello, Aunt Hippolyte. This little mouth is sweet, just like smearing honey." The smile on Hippolyte's face deepened a bit, and he immediately ordered people to prepare a luncheon. Then everyone returned to the palace, and then Diana informed Hippolyte about what happened these days and the establishment of diplomacy with the United States and the Polar Bear country. "I knew you would never let me down, Diana. As the spokesperson of Paradise Island, you did a good job." Hippolyte was very satisfied after hearing this. The Amazon women warriors were obviously quick to prepare food, and the banquet was ready in just over half an hour. "Raven, eat more if you like, and have fun on the island when you're full. Hippolyte is very fond of the cute and beautiful little Raven." "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Raven smiled and nodded obediently. During the banquet, Wu Fan and Diana were intimate in their words and deeds, and their eyes were full of affection. All this naturally fell into Hippolyte's eyes. When Hippolyte saw Wu Fan and Diana were very close, he couldn't help but sighed secretly. After the banquet, Hippolyte called an Amazon warrior to arrange a place for Wu Fan and Raven, and reached out to hold Diana. "Diana, come back to the bedroom with me. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and our mother and daughter have a good chat for a while alone," Hippolyte said with a smile. "Okay, mother." Diana nodded. Then he turned his head and said to Wu Fan, "Wu Fan, I will go to her bedroom to chat with my mother for a while. You can take Raven back to the room and rest for a while." Wu Fan nodded in agreement, already faintly guessing what Hippolyte was about to say to Diana. P.S. Recommend another new book, Journey to the West, Prince of Tang Dynasty by the author June. *. Chapter 45, The Reluctant Raven. Diana and Hippolyte's mother and daughter came to Hippolyte's bedroom. "Diana, tell me, what is the relationship between you and Wu Fan now? The last time you went back to Paradise Island together, I found that something was wrong between you. When you come back this time, you are even more wrong. Should you explain to me?" Hippolyte asked in a deep voice. 2 blushes suddenly appeared on Diana's face, but she still said, "I love Wu Fan, and he loves me too." Having said that, Diana's face showed a sweet look. "Wu Fan is the first man I met and the man I have been in contact with the longest. He took me from Paradise Island to the human world, killed Ares, quelled the world war, and restored world peace. He let me know a side of the human world that I have never understood, and also let me understand the emotion called love in the human world." Hippolyte saw the apparently deep-rooted appearance of his daughter, and sighed, "Sure enough." Hippolyte's mood becomes extremely complicated when he thinks that the daughter he raised by himself has now found her own happiness. There is always a feeling that a daughter who has been raised for thousands of years has been dominated by pigs. "Diana, what my mother wants to tell you is that no matter what decision you make, your mother will support you, as long as you are happy and happy. You can find your own happiness, and my mother is very happy for you. But you have to remember that your mother will always be your backing, and Paradise Island will always be your home." After Diana heard this, her heart was moved, and her eyes suddenly became moist. "Thank you, mother, thank you for your support, I will be happy." Diana reached out and hugged Hippolyte. Hippolyte reached out his hand and hugged Diana back, feeling deeply moved. After Diana came out of Hippolyte's palace, she walked towards Wu Fan's residence. "Diana, how was the conversation with your mother just now?" Wu Fan asked with a smile, looking at Diana who walked in. "Wu Fan, just now my mother asked about the relationship between me and you, and I told her the truth." Diana sat next to Wu Fan and said while looking at him. Wu Fan was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Just say it, your mother is so smart, naturally it is easy to find the intimacy between us. Besides, I never thought of concealing anything between us. But what did your mother say? What is her opinion of our relationship? When asked this sentence, Wu Fan suddenly remembered all sorts of bloody plots that he had seen before that couples were forced to separate because of their parents' opposition. My mother said that she will support any decision I make, which definitely includes my decision to be with you. Diana stretched out her hand to hold Wu Fan and said with a smile. That's good. Wu Fan smiled and grabbed Diana's hand in his palm. Wu Fan, what if my mother didn't agree with us being together? What would you do? Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked. A deep meaning flashed in her eyes. No one in this world can stop us from being together. If your mother disagrees, then I will prove to her that you will live a happy life with me. Wu Fan looked at Diana with a serious face, eyes full of tenderness, and put her hand to her lips and kissed gently. Diana's heart was moved for a while, and she felt that she hadn't read the wrong person. My mother also said that if you treat me badly one day, she will definitely teach you for me, because she will always be my backing. Diana said with a sudden expression of tsundere. My princess, it's too late for me to hurt you, so how can I bully you? Girls love to listen to love. Diana was naturally coaxed very happy, but tsundere still said very much. Humph. Forgive you for not dare. Don't worry, I will always treat you well. Wu Fan said affectionately, looking at Diana's beautiful and moving eyes. Diana's heartbeat seemed to miss a beat at this moment, and her heart was warm, and she offered a gentle and lingering kiss without hesitation. After Diana, Wu Fan, and Raven lived on Paradise Island for 2 days, they were ready to return to Penglay Island. Hearing Wu Fan and Diana's sister telling themselves that they were leaving Paradise Island, Raven suddenly felt reluctant to part with Paradise Island. In the past 2 days, she has met many aunts and sisters here, and those people are very good to her, and many of them teach her fighting skills. I was already eager to fight when I saw the Amazon female fighters on the island training for the first time, and now I finally got my wish. When the aunts and sisters on the island taught Raven to do combat training, Raven was extraordinarily persevering and passionate, never crying hard or tired. Because deep in Raven's heart, he longed to be as powerful as Wu Fan and Diana. Raven's ability in fighting is excellent, and he has a certain fighting ability in just 2 days. The Amazon women warriors on the island seemed to see the shadow of Diana, who was tough and brave as a child, from Raven's body. Mother, I am leaving Paradise Island again, and I will come back to see you next time. Diana took Wu Fan and Raven to say goodbye to Hippolyte. Okay. You must be careful about everything in the human world. Hippolyte's eyes showed a bit of reluctance. Diana nodded, her eyes flushed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Then Hippolyte turned his head to look at Wu Fan standing behind Diana and said softly, Wu Fan, I hope you can get along with Diana and keep her happy. Don't worry, I will make Diana happy. Wu Fan nodded sincerely. I trust you and don't disappoint my trust. Hippolyte nodded with satisfaction. Raven, next time you have to go back to Paradise Island with brother Wu Fan and sister Diana again. Hippolyte looked at Raven and said softly. Okay, I'll definitely follow along when the time comes. Raven replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Hippolyte, the three flew away, first returned to Penglay Island, and then flew to New York. After all, Raven still has to go to school, and school will start tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Passive Skills That Do What You Want to Do. For the next period of time, the three of them lived quite peacefully, and it was October 31st in a blink of an eye. Today coincided with the weekend. Wu Fan, Diana, and Raven returned to Penglay Island. Night. Wu Fan came to the study. As soon as 0 o'clock arrived, Wu Fan's mind came from the system's voice. This month's lucky draw opportunity has been activated. Will the host start the lucky draw immediately? Start the lottery. Wu Fan said to the system in his heart. The lottery turntable appeared in Wu Fan's mind, and the pointer in the middle of the turntable immediately spun quickly. Wu Fan stared at the high-speed rotating pointer, and said silently in his heart, "Quantum printer. It must be a quantum printer." Chaeyu said before that if there is a quantum printer, then only enough raw materials are needed to produce a variety of high-tech equipment. So now Wu Fan is extremely hopeful that he really has the passive ability to achieve what he wants. After a while, the rapidly rotating pointer slowly stopped, and finally pointed to a rose-red treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host, I got the quantum printer. Then the rose-red treasure chest opened, and a circular device measuring 2 meters and 5 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, full of futuristic science fiction, appeared in front of Wu Fan. Wu Fan looked at the quantum printer in front of him, feeling excited, saying that he doesn't really have a passive skill to get what he wants, right? Otherwise this would be a coincidence. You can drive whatever you want, it's Ou Huang, no, it's Ou Shen's possession. Wu Fan used his sleeve to put the quantum printer into his sleeve, and then took the quantum printer to the basement. Looking at the 500 square meter basement, Wu Fan thought about it, and controlled the Nine Heavens refinement to expand it again, until it was as large as a football field, and the height was increased a lot, nearly 100 meters high. Just let it go. After all, with quantum printers, super quantum computers can produce various high-tech equipment, which inevitably requires more and larger space to store those things. Then Wu Fan released the quantum printer and connected it to the super quantum computer. Beyond, now that there is a quantum printer, can I use it to print and install high-tech equipment? Wu Fan said with some excitement. Yes, Master. Now only need to provide some more raw materials, you can print out the equipment with detailed drawings in the database. Chaeyu replied. Although the super quantum computer is powerful and surpasses this artificial intelligence, it is also awesome, but after all, it can't be made out of thin air. It must have drawings and corresponding raw materials. Okay, then you make a list of the raw materials needed to print the holographic projection instrument. I will bring those raw materials next time. Wu Fan nodded and replied. Okay, Master, please wait a moment. As soon as the voice fell, Chaeyu listed the raw materials needed to print the holographic projection instrument into a list. Wu Fan immediately used everything in his sleeves, took out a notebook and a pen, and wrote down the raw materials on the list one by one. Since having the skill of Kyunkan in the sleeve, Wu Fan has stuffed a lot of things in it. From cars of this era to pencils and erasers, almost everyone can open a grocery store. Then Wu Fan left the basement happily. When he returned to his room, he saw Diana in a silk pajamas sitting by the bed. Diana looked at Wu Fan and asked curiously, "Looking at you so happy, is it because something good has happened?" Wu Fan didn't want to hide the secrets in the basement from Diana's plan, so he smiled softly, "Diana, I'll take you to a place." Diana was stunned when she heard the words, but she nodded and said, "Okay." Wu Fan took Diana's hand, and then led Diana to the basement. Diana looked at the huge and empty basement with a surprised look, full of surprise in her heart. Then Wu Fan roar called Transcendence, and the projection of Transcendence appeared in front of the two of them. "Beyond, this is Diana," Wu Fan said to Chaeyu. "Diana, hello, I'm Super Artificial Intelligence Transcendence." Transcendence smiled and made a move with Diana, roar. Diana saw a novel device in front of her. Suddenly, a Huxia beauty who looked no different from a real person was projected on its screen, and she was stunned. Beyond? Super Artificial Intelligence? What is that? Diana looked dazed, unable to understand high-tech products she had never seen before. Wu Fan looked at Diana with a cute face and couldn't help but smile. After being regained, Diana glared at her, and then stopped smiling, and briefly introduced the super quantum computer and the function of transcendence to Diana. Diana was surprised when she heard it, and looked at Wu Fan and said, you are really a magical man. You can always get all kinds of novelties. After a pause, Diana looked curiously at Wu Fan and asked, Wu Fan, how did you get these things? As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be a basement, nor this super quantum computer and quantum printer, right? Wu Fan naturally wouldn't say the existence of the system, so he gave an excuse that seemed unreliable, but had already thought of it. You can understand this as one of my abilities. As long as I have a thought in my mind, I can get it. You can get it if you want it in your mind, and that's right, such as this quantum printer. Wu Fan will definitely continue to draw prizes in the future. There will be more and more things drawn, and Diana will also be suspicious. Although Wu Fan's explanation is full of loopholes, as that sentence says, women who fall in love have zero IQ. Although Diana is a demigod, she is a goddess after all, and she has not escaped from this law. He didn't even doubt Wu Fan's words, but couldn't help but admire, there is such a magical skill. Wu Fan chuckled softly, non-committal. Then Wu Fan and Diana left the basement and returned to the room to continue sleeping. Chapter 47, Vibranium is needed. Early the next morning, after the three Wu Fan had breakfast, they hurried back to New York. After Wu Fan drove Raven to school, he sent Diana back to the luxurious manor in New York. Diana, you go back to the manor first. I'm going to the market to buy some things. I'll be back later. Wu Fan said while sitting in the car and turning his head to look at Diana in the passenger seat. Until the evening, after buying a lot of raw materials in the material market, Wu Fan contacted a truck and asked the truck to transport the raw materials back to the luxury manor in New York. Quantum printers are worthy of the super technology of the future. These printing materials are a lot of miscellaneous, but as long as they are put into the printer, they can be directly formed. After arriving at the luxurious manor, the truck driver and Wu Fan unloaded these raw materials into the warehouse in the manor. The empty warehouse was suddenly filled with these raw materials. After the truck left, Wu Fan used his sleeves to put all the raw materials in the warehouse into his sleeves, and the crowded warehouse instantly became empty again. Diana walked over, looked at Wu Fan and asked, what were those goods just now? Those materials are necessary materials for quantum printers to print items. With these materials, super quantum computers and quantum printers can print what I need. Wu Fan explained while watching Diana. So that's it. Diana nodded clearly. Diana, I will return to Penglay Island to deal with this matter later, so I may not be able to come back to New York tonight. So when Raven is over from school in the afternoon, you can only drive to pick you up by yourself. Then when you pick her up, help me tell her by the way that I am not in New York tonight. Wu Fan said. Wu Fan previously taught Diana to drive in his free time. Okay, I will tell her. Diana nodded. Then I will go back to Penglay Island first, see you tomorrow. Wu Fan said softly. See you tomorrow. Diana said with a smile. Wu Fan smiled softly, then turned and flew back to Penglay Island. After arriving at Penglay Island, Wu Fan hurriedly entered the basement, and roar evoked transcendence. Master, welcome back. Cheyu, who was projected, immediately said with a smile. Beyond, I have brought all the raw materials you need, and now I can print out the holographic projection instrument. Wu Fan said. Yes, Master. As long as you put the required raw materials into the printing storage bin, I can start printing out the holographic projection instrument. According to what Cheyu said, Wu Fan put various raw materials into the printer storage bin, and then let Cheyu start printing the holographic projection instrument. Beyond, I want to cover the entire manor with holographic projection instruments. Wu Fan ordered. Okay, Master. Cheyu nodded and replied. After that, Cheyu started printing holographic projection instruments, and then reported to Wu Fan, the entire manor requires a total of 900 holographic projection instruments. Each printing takes 1 minute, and it takes a total of 900 minutes. Print one every minute? That's pretty fast. It is a high-tech product from 2050. Wu Fan is very satisfied with this. Then Wu Fan installed the printed holographic projection instruments in the manner under the guidance of Cheyu. More than 10 hours later, holographic projection instruments were installed in the entire manner. After working for most of the day, Wu Fan sat on the sofa in the living room, and Roar called for transcendence. The projection of transcendence appeared in the living room. Wu Fan smiled satisfied, feeling very happy. Then he smiled and said to Cheyu, "Beyond, now project the simulation training program you developed before. I want to see what the effect is." "Okay, Master." Chow Chow nodded, and then projected various simulated creatures. "Master, if this simulation training program can be paired with a nano drone, it can perfectly form any monster," Cheyu added. Wu Fan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he was obviously very interested in it. Nano drone? This made Wu Fan couldn't help thinking of the set made by the future hallucinator using Tony Stark's drone. In the previous movie, the hallucinator used virtual projection equipment to fool Iron Man into the high-tech glasses left by Spider-Man to control the drone, and then used the drone to set up many illusions in the city and falsify it. That scene can be said to be indistinguishable between fantasy and reality. But obviously, the function of the nano drone should be better than that of Tony's drone. After all, it's nano, it's very advanced when you hear it. "So can you produce nano drones now?" Wu Fan asked. "Master, if you want to produce nano drones, there is still a lack of important metal materials. The metal material needed to produce nano drones is vibranium," Cheyu replied. "Need vibranium?" Wu Fan instantly thought of the idea of Wakanda, the hometown of Black Panther. After all, the country with the most vibranium on Earth is Wakanda. Just how do Wakanda get vibranium? Wu Fan stretched out his right hand and rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Wakanda. Chapter 48 Wakanda. Wu Fan sat on the sofa quietly thinking about it for a while, thinking that he should wait until he arrives at Wakanda before making any changes. Raising his hand and looking at the watch on his wrist, it showed that it was past 3 o'clock in the morning. Wu Fan took a quick wash, then went to bed. After falling asleep and waking up naturally the next morning, Wu Fan ate breakfast in a hurry, and then flew to the luxurious manor in New York. When Wu Fan arrived at the luxurious manor in New York, the manor was empty. Apparently Diana had already driven Raven to school. Wu Fan went back to his room and took a book, then sat on the sofa in the living room, reading the book while waiting for Diana to return. Yesterday I told Diana that I would be back today. If I went directly to Wakanda, I might not be able to come back today. So Wu Fan decided to wait for Diana to tell her when she came back, and then go to Wakanda. "Wu Fan? When did you come back?" Diana, who opened the door and entered, saw Wu Fan sitting on the sofa reading a book, and instantly smiled. "Not long after I came back, the sofa hasn't been hot yet. I haven't seen you for a day, do you miss me?" Wu Fan put down the book in his hand and said with a smile, "I think it's a bit." Diana smiled slightly, her face full of tenderness. "Just a little bit, I miss you very much." Even after having been with Wu Fan for a long time, Diana sometimes feels very happy about these sweet words between lovers. "After you returned to Penglay Island yesterday, did the equipment production go smoothly?" Diana asked. "It went well, you can see it when you return to Penglay Island. The manor is now full of new equipment installed everywhere. I think you will like it for yourself when you experience it," Wu Fan said with a smile. "Let me experience it myself?" "What kind of new equipment is that?" Diana asked curiously. "Now I'll sell you a pass, and when you come back to Penglay Island to see it, I will explain to you in detail," Wu Fan said in a mystical manner. Diana nodded, looking expectant. In fact, the most important thing I want to tell you when I come back today is that I'm going to Wakanda to get some other raw materials. Wu Fan said. Wakanda? What's that place? Diana asked with a puzzled look. Wu Fan heard the words and explained with a smile. Wakanda is located in Eastern Africa and has been isolated from the world for many years. It is a very mysterious country. In terms of isolation, it's a bit like a paradise island. Because Wakanda also has a barrier, it is difficult for people in the outside world to see the existence of Wakanda, but its barrier is a barrier created by black technology. The reason why Wakanda chose to be isolated from the world is because there is a very rare metal resource in the world, vibranium. I went to Wakanda this time to get some vibranium. Vibranium? What is that? Diana was still a little puzzled. Vibranium is one of the hardest metal materials in the world, and it can also energy absorbing, has a strong defense. Wu Fan explained patiently. Diana nodded ignorantly and asked, "Then when are you going to Wakanda?" "I'll go later, I just want to tell you when I come back, and I promised you that I will come back to see you today," Wu Fan said. "Go in a while?" "Okay. Then when can you come back?" Diana asked suddenly, somewhat disappointed. "I didn't just say that I didn't see it for a day and I thought I couldn't do it. Now I have to go to Wakanda to get vibranium by myself. It's a man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. I'm not sure how long I will go, but I promise I will come back as soon as possible. Raven has worked so hard to take care of you alone these days." Wu Fan's eyes were slightly apologetic. "Then be careful when you go to Wakanda, and come back early," Diana said. "Okay, I will." Wu Fan hugged Diana and kissed, then got up and flew to Wakanda. When arriving at the natural barrier set up by Wakanda using black technology, Wu Fan launched psychokinesis and sensed the specific location of Wakanda. Then Fey body swiftly passed through the barrier and entered Wakanda. What catches the eye is a complex of buildings full of technological sense and some high-tech vehicles. It is indeed the most technologically advanced country in the Marvel world. Even in this era, its technology is far ahead of the world. Wu Fan's invasion naturally attracted the attention of the technologically advanced Wakanda. More than a dozen high-end fighters with avant-garde styles came from not far away and rushed towards Wu Fan, and aimed at Wu Fan. When Wu Fan saw this, he didn't care, he smiled and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm here to discuss something with your king. It's not malicious. I don't care who you are, leave here now, this is not where you should be," a voice from a fighter replied. Wu Fan squinted his eyes slightly. It seems that if he wants to be respected and listen to his own speech, he still has to show his strength. Thinking of this, Wu Fan stretched out his right hand and opened his 5 fingers slightly. Psychokinesis started and waved his hand casually. Boom 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 boom. Several high-end fighters have fallen rapidly. Wu Fan didn't hurt the killer, after all, he came here for vibranium. If all these flight crews and planes were killed, Wakanda might treat him directly as an enemy. Although Wu Fan would not be afraid of this, after all, it is better to do more than less. P.S. In response to the call of the country, the author has to conduct a self-examination of several other books. The update can only keep one update at present, and I hope to forgive me. Asterisk. Chapter 49, we still have to rely on force to solve problems. The movement here quickly alarmed Wakanda's soldiers. Many Wakanda soldiers rushed out with spears in their hands, and they were all taken aback when they saw Wu Fan in midair. "Who are you? Why did you break into Wakanda?" asked a bald female warrior wearing a red armor with a golden spear. Wu Fan looked down and saw a group of female warriors armed with golden spears and uniform styles like the bald female warriors, and smiled faintly. "This is the female bodyguard guarding King Wakanda's safety." Wu Fan smiled as she watched the women's guards, and then slowly fell to the ground. "I'm not here to kill you. I just want to ask you something. When I get what I want, I will leave," Wu Fan said in a deep voice. Hat. You want vibranium. We have seen many people like you who covet vibranium, but we want to use vibranium to make terrible weapons. We won't let you succeed. Take him down for me, the bald female warrior shouted sharply. Following the bald female warrior's order, the female soldiers of the women's guard rushed towards Wu Fan with golden spears. Wu Fan suddenly had a headache. He didn't want to fight with a woman. Even if he won, he wouldn't be able to win. There is it. Looking at the long swords at the waists of the female warriors, Wu Fan instantly moved in his heart, saying that he hadn't used that trick for a long time. The sword is coming. Wu Fan stretched out his right hand and held it in a volley. With a thought, a long sword flew from the hand of the bald female warrior into Wu Fan's hand. The female warrior who was robbed of the long sword couldn't help being taken aback. Seeing this, the other female fighters also looked dumbfounded. Wu Fan took advantage of the moment when the women's guards were in a daze, holding a long sword and swiping a sword. It was 100% being taken empty-handed for nothing. I saw the bald female warrior kneeling in front of Wu Fan, holding her long sword with her hands folded, and looking up at Wu Fan standing in front of her with a spear in amazement. Behind her, dozens of female warriors also knelt on the ground neatly side by side, with their hands folded above their heads, just like the posture of the bald female warrior. Damn it! What did you do to us? The bald female warrior shouted sharply. The other female soldiers of the women's guard struggled to get rid of the shackles of invisible, but they were all unable to move. Tisk tusk tusk, it's been a long time since I was 100% empty-handed, so I miss it inexplicably. Wu Fan looked down at the female guards kneeling in front of him, smiled softly, feeling inexplicably comfortable. Where is the king of Wakanda? I think it's better for me to discuss with him directly. Wu Fan asked in a deep voice, looking at the bald female soldier in front of him. I won't tell you the news of His Majesty the King. The bald female warrior said with a stubborn expression. Just when Wu Fan wanted to ask questions again, a tall middle-aged black man walked in the distance, surrounded by a pair of Wakanda soldiers. Who are you? What did you do to them? The middle-aged black man saw a group of female soldiers kneeling on the ground and asked in astonishment. The guards next to him were shocked when they saw this, and they clenched the golden spears in their hands and looked at Wu Fan with vigilance. Presumably you are the king of Wakanda? Wu Fan asked. Looking at the middle-aged black man. Yes, I am the king of Wakanda. Tchik, who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Wakanda? Tchik asked Wu Fan with sharp eyes. The current king of Wakanda Tchik is also the grandfather of the future Black Panther T'Challa. I am Wu Fan. I came to Wakanda to buy vibranium. Wu Fan said flatly. You want vibranium? It's impossible. Tchik refused without even thinking. Thousands of years ago, a meteorite fell to Wakanda, bringing Wakanda a wealth of rare metal resources vibranium. Wakanda's vibranium is a gift from heaven and will never be passed on. Wakanda also relied on vibranium to develop a super technology far beyond the outside world. Wu Fan had expected that Tchik would not agree to this easily. After looking down and thinking for a few seconds, he looked at Tchik and said, if you can agree to give me some vibranium, then I can help Wakanda once in the future. Although robbing Wu Fan can also take vibranium away, Wu Fan does not want to conflict with Wakanda unless it is necessary. Again, one thing is worse than one thing less. One more friend is much better than one more enemy. Tchik's heart moved, and he looked at Wu Fan deeply. The man in front of him, ability was obviously extraordinary. A single person can make the brave and invincible women's guards immobile, and there is no way to fight back. If Wakanda is in trouble, he can help, maybe he can really save Wakanda. Okay, but I have to look at your strength first before I know if you will help Wakanda's ability in the future. Tchik said in a deep voice. If you can beat me, I can promise you some vibranium. Tchik said so, but also wanted to see the strength of Wu Fan. If the opponent's strength is not enough to help Wakanda in the future as he said, then Chick doesn't mind taking it now. No problem. Wu Fan curled his lips and smiled, and it seemed that he had to use force to solve the problem in the end. Then Wu Fan put away the long sword in his hand, and the female guards who knelt until their legs cramped finally regained their freedom. The members of the women's guards stood up, rubbed their sore knees, and looked at Wu Fan with resentment. The bald female warrior glared at Wu Fan sharply, and then limply walked behind Chick. Then Chick put on the Black Panther uniform and took Wu Fan to an open place to compete. There are also Chick's women's guards and other Wakanda troops that have rushed in. Chick took the initiative to attack, showing the Black Panther claws, rushing to Wu Fan and slamming the claws suddenly. Asterisk. Chapter 50 I am too hard. Upon seeing this, Wu Fan smiled faintly and activated psychokinesis, using psychokinesis to erect a psychokinesis protective barrier in front of him. Chick instantly felt that his attack was blocked by an invisible barrier, and he was taken aback. Wu Fan took the opportunity to stretch out his right fist and swing at Chick. Boom! Chick's body was suddenly hit by this punch and flew back dozens of meters away. Even if the Black Panther uniform made of vibranium could absorb power, Chick couldn't stand Wu Fan's punch at all. After all, the power of a punch is no joke. But vibranium is really amazing. Although Chick was beaten and his 5 internal organs shifted, his throat was sweet, and he suffered internal injuries, he still got up from the ground. Definitely, this is why Wu Fan didn't want to punch him to death. After all, if he beats Wakanda's king to death with one punch, then Wakanda will definitely be immortal with Wu Fan. Although Wu Fan is not afraid, he still said that he is here only for vibranium, and there is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Wu Fan's figure flashed, and the fast Trika couldn't even see it clearly. Wu Fan had already come to Chick's side, punching Chick on the head with one left and right punch. Boom 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 boom. Although Wu Fan controlled his power, even if Chick, the king, had taken heart-shaped herbs, and his physical fitness indexes were all above ordinary people, he was still beaten by Wu Fan with no power to fight back. Chick wanted to fight back, but couldn't find a chance at all. He was really helpless. Okay, don't fight, I lost. Chick said helplessly after being beaten to the ground by Wu Fan again. Chick didn't even have a chance to reach out and scratch Wu Fan with Black Panther's claws, so he gave in. I'm so hard. Today's battle is simply the most humiliating one in my life. None of them. Chick wailed in his heart. Seeing that Chick had already given up, Wu Fan stopped his fists. There was a sense of helplessness in his heart that I hadn't tried hard, why you had given up. Wu Fan reached out to Chick who was beaten lying on the ground. After Chick glanced at Wu Fan, he reached out and grabbed Wu Fan's hand. Wu Fan pulled Chick hard, and Chick stood up. Chick suddenly felt a tingling all over his body, but because of the protection of the Black Panther uniform, and Wu Fan just wanted to suppress Chick and didn't want to seriously injure him, but slightly restrained his own boxing power, so Chick also just suffered some minor internal injuries. The face is a little swollen because of being recruited by Roar. King Chick looked at him and said, "You are stronger than I thought." Wu Fan raised his eyebrows lightly, non-committal. King Chick, since you have given up and recognized my strength, can you give me some vibranium now? Wu Fan said. We Wakanda people always talk and count, you come with me. Your Majesty. The bald female soldier hurriedly said to stop it. Chick glanced at her, and said lightly, I said it, we Wakanda always do it. When the female soldier heard the words, she had to keep her mouth silent. Chick finished speaking, and then took Wu Fan to the Wakanda warehouse where vibranium was stored. As the warehouse door slowly opened, the contents were exposed. Wu Fan looked at the huge warehouse filled with vibranium of various file sizes, and his eyes lit up instantly. After taking a closer look at the warehouse, Wu Fan saw a piece of vibranium ore that was about a ton. I want this piece of vibranium ore. Wu Fan said, pointing at the 1 ton of vibranium ore. Chick's mouth twitched suddenly, and he looked at Wu Fan speechlessly. This guy has a really big appetite. A ton of vibranium ore is required for every opening. But if you are willing to gamble, you will lose. This is the basic quality of being King Wakanda. Yes, I am willing to bet. But this vibranium ore is not light. How do you take it back? Do you need me to provide transportation? Chick looked at the vibranium ore, but still felt a little bit disheartened. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Fan used his sleeve skills and put the piece of vibranium ore into his sleeve in the blink of an eye. What kind of magic is this? How many incredible skills does this guy have? Chick looked at Wu Fan and waved his hand. The vibranium ore disappeared in an instant, and his face was suddenly bewildered. King Chick, I have taken vibranium. What I said before will help Wakanda once will do what I say. Having said this, Wu Fan smiled faintly, and then continued, if Wakanda is in trouble in the future, you will send someone to Penglay Island for help. I will come to help as soon as I receive the news. Then let's say goodbye now, and see you if you are destined. After Wu Fan bid farewell to Chick, his body slowly flew up into the air, then suddenly accelerated, and flew away at an accelerated rate amidst a loud explosion. Penglay Island? Chick watched Wu Fan fly away from his fading back, and silently noted the name of Penglay Island in his heart. A few hours later, Wu Fan arrived at his manor in New York. After entering the manor house, Wu Fan saw Diana and Raven sitting on the sofa in the living room at a glance. Brother Wu Fan. When Raven heard the movement of the door opening, he suddenly looked up. After seeing Wu Fan's figure, he happily rushed over and hugged Wu Fan. Little Raven, do you miss me? Wu Fan smiled and rubbed Raven's little head. Yes. Brother Wu Fan, you have been so busy lately. No one is seen, and you don't pick me up to school anymore. Raven looked up at Wu Fan, his expression slightly aggrieved. Brother Wu Fan is not good, it won't be like this for a while, and I will have time to accompany you next. Wu Fan looked at Raven's aggrieved little expression and couldn't help but smile. Really? Great. Raven smiled brightly. Asterisk.